You know what I love about Twitter sometimes? It's the fact that it lets you use it as an option to do live streams, but they don't tell you that that live stream is dependent on the fact if you pay money to actually post your live stream. But how's it going, everyone? It's Zimzilla99 back again once again, and we are live to discuss Godzilla King of the Monsters round 2. And this time we're bringing on more guests and a few people who you've seen them, you know them, but we actually got everyone together to make this Zimcast happen. So let's introduce firstly the anti-Cottom side, because at least they had the decency to be punctual and show up on time. So we'll start off with him since he's the one who's closest to me. Even though I really shouldn't give him any luxury, because he decided to put my head on a filthy 98 visual. Let's welcome CGF Movies. How's it going?
Hey, thanks for having me. I'm glad to be here. Is my mic okay? Because I'm going to be like standing for most of this.
You're fine. You're just a little loud on my end, which shouldn't be an issue at all.
Right.
But there we go. And the next person, you know him, you love him. He's the Rooney. He is the blackest of blacks. The Black Rooney. How's it going?
It's going.
There you go. There you go. And with a new picture too. Look at that. And following up, I'm not even sure why I even allowed him to be on here, but okay, whatever, I guess. It's my ex-wife, Brayden.
I've missed you.
Don't worry. The feeling is not mutual.
Oh, well, it will be one day.
Never.
Also, is my audio good?
Your audio is beautiful.
Thank you. Just like you.
It's
a little low.
Time for the physical abuse to happen again.
It's a wonderful day.
What a wonderful day.
What a wonderful day.
And now we introduce the Cottom Pro side. We'll start off with this cubic fellow here, the world of Minecraft.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm ready for some ass kicking.
And now we bring in the somewhat long man. He's not a true man of the long, but he's a sea long. It is Sea Monsters.
Long live the king, baby.
And next person, he is coming all the way from across the pond. He is the other C in the C trio. Only difference is Minecraft, you aren't an actual C because it's not in your YouTube name.
MC, you could say.
But it's MC. It's not C. It's like the difference between a Mac and a Mick. There's a
honorary C. Leave it at it.
But welcome in the C Animus. Except he's muted.
Oh.
There we go. We got him. Awesome. And there we go. Actually, that makes that perfect. And I know there's someone else who's joining, but he hasn't dropped in just yet. But whenever he does, he can join in at his leisure, because I did give him the link to that. So everyone is in, at least for the moment, and I'll add in more people as they come in. Oh, never mind. There he is. Coming in late to the party, but also on the Pro Cottom side, it is the Crew Kaiju, or Kaiju Crew. How's it going?
All right. So you might explain to me why you all exempted me from the trailers?
I didn't. You were late.
I didn't even know you were going to.
Yeah, no, I thought this was going to be a 3v3. Sorry.
Yeah,
I didn't even know you were going to be in the.
Also, Zim, I think you should try lining it up with the artwork that I did earlier.
Oh, what's it called? That's true. When CGF is just getting back shots.
I am so sorry about that, by the way.
So I get the notification on Instagram. I'm like, what do I get paid for? And then I see, I'm like, why am I getting paid?
Hey,
I was
did you at least enjoy it?
I
Who
literally
picked, who
mentioned
picked
I would
me?
be down for a second Adam debate. What do you mean you didn't think I was joining? You literally
Yeah.
on the screen count me in. Anyways,
Alrighty.
Minecraft knows what I'm about to do.
So it went from South America to China in its cocoon form. Its larvae. So
Oh no!
Quick little guy.
Oh.
You little bitch!
He's just a quick little guy. That was a quote
Well,
from Rags,
He's a
Rooney.
strong swimmer.
Yeah, that is a
Yeah.
Ragalunas who's
Hey,
in there.
quick question.
Shoot.
Just out of curiosity, I know
Yeah.
it's in the smaller side now, but am I the only one on the anti side that actually enjoys this movie?
That's a question for CGF and Black.
Yeah,
and then
that's
obviously
what
I'm
I'm
the third
asking.
party.
I mean, I don't hate it. I mean, I kind of. Well, you know what? Over the past few months, where I was watching and rewatching the movie, studying it, you
It
know,
grows on you.
I grew to resent it a little bit.
Oh,
And,
okay, never mind.
Tomorrow you will find out why.
There we
Oh
go.
boy.
I mean, I
Rupert.
like to call it Mike D's wet dream because it kind of just feels like he just splurged all over the screen.
It's kind of.
I mean, if you were
yeah.
given the opportunity to make a Godzilla movie, yeah, especially for someone
I
as
mean,
passionate as
yeah.
Michael Dougherty.
Although I wouldn't make it look like vomit, so there's that.
My point still stands.
Awesome. So I think
you're-
what I'll do in this case is obviously I'll let y'all talk and I will actually mute what I'll be doing in the background, which is going to be a mixture of animating / some gameplay for a little bit. So whichever one I get bored with first. And what I'm going to do, at least before we just sort of let everything go free form, and I only step in unless I really feel like I need to, which I doubt is going to be the case. But I'm going to give both sides 1 minute. Actually, we'll do 2 minutes in those cases. There's so many people for both sides. So 2 minutes for your opening statements for each team, and then it's just going to free flow, and you guys can go with as you please. So anti-Cottom side, since you guys have less people, you guys are going to start first. So anti-Cottom side, are you ready for your 2 minutes for your opening statements?
Sure.
Alrighty. And I will cut you off regardless of where you're at in your statements once it hits 2 minutes. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Who wants to start?
Who wants to lead?
Well, I think Brayden, you should start since you haven't been here before.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
This is a movie. This is in fact quite the movie that has quite a bit of issues on almost every level. I think the only one that is of consistent quality is its sound work. I think the sound design, sound mixing, the soundtrack have a lot to praise, but everything else I find have some pretty heavy fundamental issues. And this is just on its own outside of any other context, but within the context of being a sequel towards an already broken movie and broken universe, it doesn't help at all. I think it's well, it's just broken. I guess that's, as an opening statement, that's the best way I could describe it. It shoots quite high for the stars, and it kind of falls amongst the junk, just like its visuals. So, yeah. I don't know. That's my opening statement.
Yeah.
I'll go on off of that and saying that King of the Monsters is in my regards, a frustrating film in the sense that it is completely broken. Also, in terms of its main antagonist, Emma being one example, and then the monsters, the way they're treated in terms of either convenient tools to push the plot forward or are mostly just there for the action and setup and just to move the plot along, or rather any example of fan service that's in the film are nice Easter eggs and touches, but at the same time are also rather insulting, like the case of the auction.
And that's 2 minutes.
Well, shit.
There you go. Black, you didn't even get to say anything. I'm assuming there's really not much else you have to add on your side, Black, at all.
Just like 15 seconds worth of dialogue. That's just 15 seconds. All I'm gonna say is that all the problems I thought were in GVK, a lot of them originated from King of the Monsters, and as Peter Griffin once said, it insists upon itself.
There you go. All right.
That's it.
Perfect. That actually was less than 15 seconds. So there you go. All right.
Oh, cool.
And Pro Cottom side, are you guys ready?
Yes, sir.
Permission
All
to go
right.
first, as I'm new here.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, Kuru, you get to go first, and then that means you three can choose to see which one of you guys wants to go after him. Again, you guys still get 2 minutes. All right, your 2 minutes starts now.
Okay, so at least for myself, Godzilla King of the Monsters stands as kind of an example that the U.S. can actually do a Godzilla film right, but especially after being incredibly frustrated with a lot of the releases that Toho had in the Reiwa era, King of the Monsters came at a time I was unsure if I even liked Godzilla anymore due to the stuff Toho was releasing, and reminded me of why I love this series. And I think that, sure, it has some issues, I won't deny it, but I think in the end what it tries to do and what I think it ultimately succeeds in, I find very admirable. So that's all for me.
All right. I think for the returners, I'll go first. Godzilla King of the Monsters, putting all sentiment aside, all personal sentiment aside, because the movie does have a hefty amount of personal sentiment and influence on me.
1 minute just passed, just letting you guys know.
Yep. Okay. It also carries a surprisingly well-structured and somewhat well-acted human cast, very, very expressive and entertaining monsters and monster action, incredible visuals. We will discuss that. And yeah, it's just overall a standout film. Debatably not the best Godzilla movie, hell, debatably not even the best of the Monsterverse, but a strong film in its own right.
Yeah, pretty much kind of more or less the same sentiments as I had back in round one. Really good movie, best of the MonsterVerse films, but I'm open to the possibility of my mind being changed, but we will see.
And we just hit 2 minutes, so I'll give, just like I did for Black, I'm going to give, what's it called? Animus, who also gets 15 seconds, so there you go.
What do you mean, what's it called?
Yeah,
but I got to give it
I am a helmet full of tentacles, sir. I woke up for this, so I might be a little bit on everything. But in short, Godzilla King of the Monsters, I think it's great. I spent a lot of time with it. Still think it's great. Rewatching it yesterday just to catch up on this stream, still very enjoyable watch. And having spent a lot of time with GXK, I only love it more.
All right, there we go. Perfect. So
Hey,
all the original sentiments have been made. Braden,
before we
what's the
begin,
question? Yep.
I just want to propose it just for the sake of everyone. I actually have the movie up and it's in an editor, so if we ever need to zoom in, the audio channels are available. So I don't know, is there a way for me to stream it just so if we need to reference a scene, a line of dialogue?
Yeah, so in this case, obviously I will be doing things in the background, but if we specifically want to call on a scene to be used, tap me. Everything I'm going to be doing while you guys debate will have essentially no audio to it, so I will be attentive to whatever you guys will need.
Yeah, I also have the movie up on my secondary screen. So if you just let me know of a timestamp, so I can scroll through that.
And I'm also pulling up the movie on my end, so
I already have the movie.
Well,
I'd say, what's it called? One thing I'd probably say is I'd say for anyone who wants to use the movie for any points they want to make, they can. So at least one pro, one anti side having the movie there works fine.
all right.
If for any cases where some of y'all's your internet connection just makes it not really good for the stream, so everything just isn't kind of choppy or anything like that, then we'll just have it be that whoever has the best internet connection, which I assume is probably maybe going to be Braden's, but we'll see. That's what we'll do.
Alrighty.
All right.
All right, perfect. So, in this case, you guys are free to the floor is all of y'all's, guys. And in this case, do we want to start off from where we had in the last stream or to start again from the beginning?
I was thinking
Yeah,
first.
that's what
I
I
was
was
thinking
gonna ask.
first giving a recap for those who don't remember the debate or haven't seen the original where we were.
Because I know
Yeah.
essentially, well, we had jumped around a lot in the stream, so that's why I say like we could just start again from the beginning because we do have some new people here in this case.
Well, there is a topic I would like to propose, and also,
Okay.
yeah, kind of in regards to the beginning. Well, first, it's an overall topic that I feel is a quick discussion, so I'd rather get it out of the way.
Let's go.
It is the movie's use of color.
I
would-
boy.
Like to at least hear the pros side, their assessment of that.
All right.
Could you first elaborate on what you mean by use of color?
Just any, like whether it be the grade, whether it be the, well, okay, I guess to start off, specifically color themes and how it's used as a language.
Okay. Personally, I would say the color themes in Cottom, well, difficult to interpret and interpretable in other ways, do work in their own right. Specifically, as I was rewatching it earlier today, I noticed that the film itself carries a lot of aesthetics to older classic films, not just the classic Godzilla films, but like early film in general. And as such, basically using color to tell time of day, to tell location, as well as to provide various levels of tension. During the second act of the film, between the Antarctica fight and the battle of, and the Hollow Earth sequence, the entire film is shown with a lot of hefty, bright, and warm hues that give a sense of apocalyptic danger throughout those sequences, only cut off when Mothra awakens, giving a small sense of hope for what comes next. And that hope comes and manifests later when Godzilla gets revived and the blues start taking back over.
So, would you say that there's color consistency with the kaiju?
Debatably, yes. It's not
Because
100%, but it is very much. But I would call it relatively consistent, as well as utilizing the colors to tell time of day. When it's a darker blue, it's very dark in its surroundings, or very much night. When it's warmer yellow, it's very.
That's a pretty low bar, saying tell the time of day. That's just like basic filmmaking. Like you should.
Yes,
look
but
at
it
the
also
time of
adds.
day.
But it also adds to a lot of the films harkening back to classic film and the older movies.
Do you have an implication that telling the time of day harkens back to older film?
Yes, because
that's
silent
the
film.
impression that I'm getting.
Yes, silent films used to do this a lot. For example, Nosferatu. That film utilized a lot of various different color palettes, comparable in a similar manner to King of the Monsters, in order to establish both location and time of day, and also to enhance the character depth. For example, the ship sequence
you
in the middle of the film.
recognize time of day and consistency of location is just the standard baseline for any kind of color. Like, for example, that's the colorist's job. Your footage is going to be shot during different times of day through different locations, and is the colorist's job in order to make sure it's all consistent and cohesive. I'm not denying that it achieves that. I'm just saying to complement it is really complementing the bare minimum, since that's literally like the fundamental of a job.
Is the
of a
bear
specific role.
okay?
If
But is the
I may
bear-
interject, sorry to interrupt. If I may interject, the film Revenant with Leonardo DiCaprio, was it Revenant? That film, how it uses color, it doesn't use any special editing. It usually when you're or any special lighting, it just uses the light from nature itself to really enhance the experience. Because the movie is about a man in a very hostile environment that is a tundra, and so the type of color that you would expect to find in the atmosphere of that area, you would want to do that. I would posit that as an example of doing a little bit more than the bare minimum, because usually you would need to use lighting. That's kind of like the rule. but this filmmaker who made The Revenant decided to do away with that for the sake of the story. That I would
Actually,
posit that would be a much better example.
To kind of compound off of that, I do believe that King of the Monsters is trying to use color in a very unique way to tell its story. And I find it interesting that World was saying that it was reminiscent of older films, because you are correct, there is an attempt of it, but not in the sense of simply location consistency and time of day. It's in the fact of the overall look. It has kind of a Kodak. It's based off of specific Kodak film stocks, to where the shadows are cyan, the highlights are warm. There's a heavy grain structure, very soft photography. That is how it calls upon older films.
Okay.
But what I would like to question is the consistency of color with the kaiju's themes, because that's something that I hear pretty frequently in regards to the movie. Is like, I'm sure we've all seen the Twitter screenshots of people being like, "Wow, look, the blue is Godzilla, the gold is Ghidorah, the orange is Rodan." We've all seen that.
And the orange is Mexico. Get it right.
Yeah, of course. Sorry, my bad. Clearly, if you cross the
to be
border,
fair, this Rodan is Mexican, so you know.
Worse Rodan, simply because of that fact.
Singular point would beg to differ.
Sorry, Singular Point is not Mexican, therefore not bad.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
In case the audience is wondering, I am Mexican.
I know.
Yeah, I don't know why Hollywood keeps making Mexico orange, but that is.
I mean, I see it as a funny trend. So.
It is a really funny trend. I just don't think it's kind of ridiculous at this point.
I think there was like
I wonder why
I think
Arrakis and Dune didn't get shot as Mexico when it's like the closest thing to. Well, actually, no, never mind.
Yeah,
never
actually,
mind.
good on Dune for not just going Mexico filter.
Yeah, I know. It's like
except for like the eclipse scene, but at least for the eclipse scene in Dune Part 2, it actually makes sense that the planet would look like that. So
there's an actual like reason in contrast to everything else. Anyways, back to Mike D's wet dream. I would actually say that in terms of color consistency, this movie fails pretty hard. Because blue is supposed to be Godzilla. Cool, neat, makes sense. His spines are blue. Why is the Arctic blue? Like, even before Godzilla appears, like when it's just Ghidorah and it's considered Ghidorah's location, it's blue, and it's like cyan for the case of the film's look.
It's Monarch's location.
Yes, exactly, even that. But it's also Ghidorah's. I mean, in terms of who has ownership, that's something...
Because he hasn't woken up yet.
Yeah,
exactly. When he wakes up, you get the lightning strikes going off, which then interrupt the color stream, which is why when Godzilla and Ghidorah are fighting each other, you got the majority blue or cyan, and then you get the lightning strikes of the air, which are like splashes or I can't think of the word now. They're basically just interrupting the color to be like, look, he's awakened, he's starting to attack, he's starting to get into the world.
The footage with Ghidorah is blue, and here's the crazy part too. Due to the movie's look, Ghidorah is actually green in shots where there is no lightning. And then even
there are
in
certain shots where, because I think his horns aren't fully yellow. If you look at the Spiral Studios model of him, you can see his horns aren't like
the CG
bright
model's
gold
beige.
or anything like that.
The CG model is actually beige. But I'm saying that due to the movie's color grade, he's actually like a green.
Do you have access to the CG model? I'd like to see it.
It's constantly inconsistent, considering that, yes, Ghidorah is meant to represent gold. We as Godzilla fans know that, but if you were exactly. But if you were to present King of the Monsters as is, Ghidorah is constantly shrouded in storms, snow, rain. It's always blue, or at most like a weird. I'm colorblind as shit right now, but like.
I feel that.
He's
dull
always
green.
a cyan. He's always like a really dull green.
But like you would think that when he pulls off that power up strike in the final battle with his wings and everything, there will be a plethora of gold. There's still blue in the background. I get it that it's meant to be storms, but considering that the fact that the King of the Monsters goes all out with its color filters, like with Rodan waking up, Rodan is the only good example of the color usage, considering that he's red, he's orange, it's on fire. That's it.
Actually,
but with I'll let you get to your point on the colors since you know more about color grading and whatnot. But I'm saying from the representation of the monster's perspective, Ghidorah is constantly shrouded in those blues, and he never gets an all-out moment of gold to represent his power. And if you want to expand upon from a storytelling perspective, here's a fix King of the Monsters could have done. Ghidorah is shrouded in gold. It slightly does this, actually. Ghidorah should have been shrouded in gold the whole time, and then that gets overtaken by Godzilla's blue. But
gold isn't really Ghidorah's color, though. It's red.
No, actually. If may I use a behind the scenes source?
Sure.
Do you need what's it called? Do you need me to?
Well, I could send a link. I have the quote.
Okay.
The colorist Jill Bogdanovich straight up said, "Let me find this quote. The monster's colors were among the grade's top priorities. They all have subtle skin tones, and there are a lot of different environments, such as Antarctica with the cold blue ice, and then there's fires and explosions, a lot of atmosphere." Oh wait, sorry, that's the wrong one. Wrong quote. Let me find.
If you want to also share the screen, I can do that as well.
I could send the link.
That works
too.
too.
In a document with a bunch of different.
Here we go. While you look for that, I have to ask, what color is supposed to be? Is Monarch supposed to be? Because last
blue.
Monarch didn't.
Blue. Monarch.
Didn't really have
well, no, it actually is blue. Blue. Partially, it's because Monarch.
The main color theme is green, but in 2014.
King of the Monsters.
Are we talking about in terms of environment? Because in terms of environment, yes, I would say they're more consistently shown with blue, but much of that is also with storms, which, in Ghidorah's context, that's his storm. His storm is cyan or blue. It's both. It's just cyan blue. His storms are the main cause of that color.
Cyan blue, really?
I'm putting a hyphen between it. Because technically it is blue in universe, but it's cyan because of the look.
Okay. I got the link here, Brandon.
Yeah. So there's a quote that says, atomic bioluminescence of the Titans, each of which emits its own distinguishing palette. Blue for Godzilla, red for Rodan, yellow for King Ghidorah, and a mix of pastel yellow and blue for Mothra. So even the creators are saying that Ghidorah's color is yellow, which makes sense because the movie even establishes that, where his lightning strikes are yellow and then Godzilla's are blue. But then it brings the question, why are his storms primarily blue? A majority of the blue from the movie actually doesn't come from Godzilla-related scenes. It comes from Ghidorah's storms. Even if you are to count the Arctic or not, maybe that's up in the air. But in Boston, when Madison gets there, it's a pretty neutral palette in conjunction with the movie's look, because, you know, it is primarily shadow, so there's a slight cyan tinge. But the moment that Ghidorah appears, that's when it turns really blue and cyan, and it stays that way up until Godzilla appears. Godzilla appearing doesn't make any difference except blue lightning that randomly decides to appear when he comes in, because, you know, haha, color consistency, her attempt at it. If you were to go by the movie's own internal logic that it establishes, Ghidorah is far more associated with blue. But then we get to Rodan. He's supposed to be red. And the movie also makes an emphasis to say that he is red, because it's actually really funny. The shot where he's awakening, if you look at the volcano before he comes out, it's pretty balanced. Like, it is a bit warm, but the very next shot where he's on it, I don't like using the word filter in terms of color grading, but I would say it fits in this context. It's as if there is an orange filter just put over him. So the movie is clearly saying, yes, this is his color. He has this effect, orange, warm tones. So then I ask you, why is the opening the same hue? The opening is orange. Godzilla's temple is orange. You might say it's a bit more red, but it's still a very warm hue. And then the ending where Godzilla wins, defeats Ghidorah, becomes the king of the monsters, is also orange. If this is Rodan's color, why is it being associated with Godzilla? If anything, orange is more associated with Godzilla than Rodan.
Hang on.
Than even blue.
I'm trying to think.
Yeah,
Something just
I'm looking it up.
I mean, I have the movie.
I looked it
if
up
you
in the
wanna-
movie.
So if I'm like remembering correctly, at least in now I'm not well versed in like this kind of stuff like Braden is, but this I'm just going off what I see in the film. It feels more like red and orange starts as like orange is Rodan's color, but red kind of becomes the color of the alpha, which Ghidorah is for the majority of the film.
So if we're to go by that logic, which I feel that there would be some basis for it, given the fact that when Ghidorah does the alpha roar, there's some warm hues. In order to communicate that it is a shift, a change, you would then keep associating that with Ghidorah as he is currently the alpha. But that's not what happens. He keeps being associated with blue because that's the color of his storms.
Well,
So
I mean, well, aside from well, not necessarily, because like when you like if we were to suggest that Godzilla's color is blue and Ghidorah's like the whole thing with yellow, like there's like the whole middle section where from when Ghidorah does the alpha roar, and there's also the bit where he's like in Washington. Let me pull that up.
That's balanced.
Yeah, neither. Yeah, but neither of them are really.
It's a
Blue,
very balanced look. But then once he enters Boston, it becomes blue. And
Well,
that's my but that's my overall point. Is it's super inconsistent. The movie wants you to think that these specific themes are in conjunction with these monsters, but it contradicts itself multiple times. Tries to say blue is Godzilla's, but blue ends up being more associated with Ghidorah. Tries to say red is Rodan's, so then it ends up being more associated with Godzilla. So then it brings up the question of what consistency does it actually try to present? Okay, maybe it's trying to do a hot versus cold theme, because all right, Godzilla's being associated with this red. Maybe these warm tones are maybe they're comforting, and maybe the blue's the bad one. Because
I think you're overthinking it slightly.
Well, I'm trying to give it the benefit of the doubt. Because
as much as the color thematics work with the monsters, i.e., as you've already stated, the blues and the yellows and etc. all work with certain monsters. This is also meant to be a film set in the real world, so you can't have those
Antarctica's
filters
not
just
that blue.
absolutely
Mexico's
everywhere,
not that orange.
consistently. So, yeah, when Godzilla's in his home and it's filled with lava all over the place, yeah, that's going to be orange.
Yes,
We expect it
yes.
to be that color.
So you would say it's more of a natural palette versus any character theme. Is that what you're saying?
So the colors will
So if we go
overlay,
with that
as you say,
possibility,
in
there's the
certain
question-
moments, like when Mothra turns up for the Boston fight. The fight is very cyan, I suppose you might say, mate, or blue, or it's those sort of tones. And then when Rodan kicks in, his color literally overtakes the scene as he appears. So it's used selectively and purposefully for certain moments. It's not like we are going to put this color on the entire scene the entire time for no good reason.
Well, yeah,
and
that's what Rebirth does.
Having rewatched the film recently, it's not like that color completely overtakes absolutely everything in the scene. You'd still get natural tones and colors in the scene as well. So, yes, it's used.
I'm looking at the scene where
purposefully.
Ghidorah attacks Madison. Right now, I'm getting mostly blues in the scene where
Yes,
Ghidorah
it's
attacks
mostly
Madison.
blues. And I also just
Because
looked at the
it's
scene.
a
We could
storm,
pull it
and
up.
those storms end up looking like that color. It's then when he attacks or when the lightning strikes is when you get the bright blues contrasting with it.
So I just
The
looked up
bright
the
blues
scene.
and yellows
Bright
from the
yellows,
light
sorry.
and yellows from the lightning itself. It's not just one color. You're still
That's what I mean.
getting selective color.
It's a naturalistic color like the storm, and everything else happens with a storm.
Could
And
they
then when the
possibly
lightning strikes,
could
it
they
makes it
possibly have
more
implied the
vivid.
natural color of the Titans, like for the color that the Titans glow instead of the actual background color? For example, Ghidorah's lightning being very prominently a bright gold, whereas Godzilla is almost consistently a middle blue, oceanic blue.
Cyan.
Mothra is very consistent. Is cyan still. Mothra is very consistently a greenish blue, a seafoam greenish color.
Turquoise.
Until she's
Turquoise,
orange.
thank you. And then
I always thought her
Rodan
color was more teal.
Teal is very much darker than that. Teal is
I don't know.
Teal is not that
I
color.
am severely colorblind, so I can't really interject much here.
I think she's teal for a few moments, but that's whatever. Sorry, that's getting super technical. So two things. First thing, I just looked at the Rodan scene. His wings cause dust to fly everywhere when he enters. It causes and that's where the reds come in. If I could actually, can I stream it?
If you want to stream it, just let me know. I can pause what I'm doing right now and get your screen on there for me. This.
Share screen.
Yeah, just let me know when your share screen's ready.
Yeah. And to the natural earthly tones, that doesn't mean realistic, but a color that is heavily associated with the environment that they're in. Antarctica is very much associated with being cold, and while yes, there are colors that could have worked better, that shade of blue is very much a cold, dark shade, something that someone would think of when it comes to Antarctica. Maybe not that exact color.
White would
but
work just as well, actually.
Yeah, actually, having it dead and balanced would be even quite more effective. And not only that, but you would get rid of the blue, thus actually giving... See, if Ghidorah's color was like a dead palette, like if quote-unquote that was his color, there could be a lot more consistency. Because then you could make the Antarctic like almost black and white, like this really chilly, kind of deathly look. And then Godzilla gets to keep his blue. And also Burning Godzilla's orange too, so that also removes the color themes. But even if we are going by the naturalistic palette, there really isn't much naturalistic about it. Especially here, let's find this one shot that
I'd also say just as
if
a
I may
heads up,
interject, if you look through a blizzard, oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say if we're showing if we're playing clips in their entirety, break them up for about like 5 seconds and then restart them. Just if you need to, though, for anyone who's gonna be on.
Yeah. If I may interject, if you look at blizzards in Antarctica, everything looks kind of white. So, and I agree with Brayden. Like the deathly look, it really would add to the character of Ghidorah. He's a bringer of death. He's a destroyer of worlds. He's a deadly foe. He brings death. He's a death bringer. Death wherever he goes. What's more deadly than some purgatorish gray? I just made that word up. I think I don't know if it's a real word, but anyway, Antarctica. When it gets stormy, it gets really, really gray, especially in those flatlands. Especially in the area where Monarch is, which is very flat, not a whole lot of mountains. And if you look at the Matt Alsop concept art, I don't know if Brayden has it, but if you look at the Matt Alsop concept art for that specific scene, although there are blues, there are a lot of grays in that concept art as well.
It's very dull.
Very dark colors, very morbid looking colors as well. So, but exactly. So it's not as the blues don't overtake as much as in the final product.
Yeah, it's a huge missed opportunity.
Also, real quick, since I know there's a bunch of people who are in chat who are also giving points too, I'm not sure if there's something we want to bring up while we discuss it. Rick the Squirrel says you could say that Godzilla is near death in his own temple. So you could say once rebirth happens, the next scene with him is blue since he's back to full health.
That doesn't mean poop if his opening and his ending are both orange.
That just kind of further adds to like my theory that like red or orange is meant to be kind of the alpha color as well as Rodan.
But then how does that associate with Ghidorah, aside from
It's
from
also
the alpha?
apocalyptic in a lot of senses.
Yeah, because red can mean a lot of different things, such as it being apocalyptic, like Cianimous said, but red is also the
Even the
alpha
opening
color
scene with
in
Moth.
that-
Sorry.
because in the opening, with the opening of the movie, if you want to question why it's orange and red, it could be because in that point, Godzilla's the one in charge. He's the one calling the shots. The second he goes into burning, he is back in control and has achieved victory against Ghidorah. And that's why his color in that moment is now also red. But also,
so then what does that also mean for
because he's
Rodan?
huge means it's still one of his colors. Red
does it mean
serves
for
multiple
Rodan?
purposes in the movie.
Can I
So-
just point something out here quick? When we're doing all of this, I'd like everybody to keep in mind whether an argument is like it's a factual thing, it's a solid thing, whether it's like this a mechanical thing, or if it's interpretable. Because a lot of stuff we're talking about right now is, does this color work with this? Does this color work with that? Is it this? Is
Well,
it
no,
that?
that's
We're all
the
sitting
thing
there
about
arguing
color.
about the interpretations of the colors. Yes, it's and yeah, like I said, you're saying, oh, it doesn't quite work with this. We're saying, well, it could be working with that. And a lot of the arguments that actually have any kind of weight in terms of killing the monsters, like negatives or positives, obviously a lot of the time are interpretations, and that's why I think this film is still an arguing point. 6 years later,
This is
If
this
it's
is the
if
most
it's-
contentious
if-
Godzilla movie in existence. Y'all can. That is.
Okay,
I don't think
if-
that is a competition.
Okay, if this whole thing, this whole argument, and because of this film are more so meant to be left up to interpretation, then this debate has no meaning whatsoever. That also includes, and I already forgot my second point I was going to make. God damn it.
Not
Well, I think it's
Really?
pretty unfair to discount
when you
color as
have-
something more interpretable when easily that could be said about any other thing. That could be said about visual effects. It could be said about cinematography. It could be said about lighting. It could be said about sound design. It is just as objective as any other thing because it's all a language that has to be consistently established within the
and language is interpretable. So yes,
Yeah,
Language.
because
Well,
it's-
interpretable in the way that it can be translated across different barriers. Whether what it means depends on the word that's being said and where, when, and how it's being said, as well
which
as
is
the
writing.
intention.
Yeah, exactly.
That is also
Exactly.
writing in a nutshell.
Also, I just want to bring up something that the chat mentioned. Is it possible that Doherty just did this because he could look cool? And that's not out of the question.
100%.
That's not
Oh,
out of the
100%,
question
yeah.
because that's not out of the question because like directors have creative will and it's not.
That is
I mean,
actually
don't-
my overall point is that this movie tries to claim that it has color themes. Like there's no denying that. Like there's little points where it's like, oh look, it's associated with this. You look at the behind the scenes, they're like this association, but it's all nothing. Like it actually doesn't mean anything. It probably is just Doherty thought it looked cool, but also claimed it meant something else.
there's also death of the author. That's always a thing as well.
Yeah,
something I
of course,
want to
and that's-
bring
that's
up
a
because
separate
you're
thing.
saying that like someone in the chat. I'm not sure how to say his name, so I'm sorry, but you know who you are if you sent it. Said colors are never going to be like completely owned by a single character in this film, especially colors that are
Is that too?
as primary as red
That is
and
very
blue.
true. But there's a lot
That
more
is something I was going to,
consistency that can be done.
That was something I was going to mention. The film almost like sets up the audience, pairs the audience, I should say, for these color gradients, these extreme color gradients, and their possible meanings and interpretations of it, with Mothra's opening scene. Because when she wakes up, it's the cyan, the turquoise, the blue colors, and then it shifts violently to the oranges and the reds, and it goes backwards and forwards between those colors quite strongly. So it basically preps the audience for these quite strong color gradients that were going to appear in the film. And again, quite well done, quite well worked into the film, quite naturally.
Are you saying that there's any
Turquoise.
meaning to those?
Oh yeah, it's like obviously like when Mothra is nice and calm and everything, it's all like the blues and the bluer colors. When she's angry, it's the redder colors.
So are
Which
you
again
saying that
we do see sometimes in the film, like even when Ghidorah powers up, because of the destruction in the area, there's a lot of like orange glows and whatnot going on. It's also a sign of like it's again, it's the apocalyptic colors, and again, it also goes with Burning Godzilla when he's just super powered up and super angry and super destructive, and again, apocalyptic colors and then again, these are all interpretable. These can all be like moved backwards and forwards. So for every time you say, "Well, I don't think this color works with this," we can say, "Well, we think this color works with that," which is why. Again, I think this film is so contentious because people who want to see bad things with this film will see bad things. They will interpret it
I think
badly,
that's a pretty
and people want to
disingenuous
see.
argument. I think to
It's also a
say
bit of a straw man.
Possibly. But then
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
kind of
to
proving the
say-
point. We're sitting there saying, well, if you look at this color, it means this. You go, well, it doesn't work with this. And then we're going to be going backwards and forwards with this a lot because we're just
but
interpreting.
do you not then see in that to where there's so much inconsistency in it? Because for movies that have like pretty consistent palettes, Pacific Rim, for example, there's a beautiful video about how that uses color themes. There's no denying those. There's no inconsistency. You can't be like, well, there's this heavy association here or there or whatever, because it's consistent. It's very straightforward in how it does it. And there's plenty of examples of this in all of cinema. So to be like, well, the fact that it's contentious, like, probably shows that no, that if anything, it could be argued that actually harms your position because it's showing that it's so muddled that it's more difficult to interpret it. If something's pretty straightforward, a majority and well, like, inconsistent, a majority of the time it'd be pretty easy to pick up on it. I mean, and if anything, the fact that the creators claimed it was a specific thing and there's all these contradictions against their very intent, does that not show some inherent disorder?
Yeah, that also implies that the decision to say that it comes across as damage control as well. Just realizing, oh crap, this is not as tightly done as we thought it was. We'll just do damage control. It almost comes across as something
it's
Zack
just stating
Snyder
the
would
point.
do.
No, it's damage
stating
control
the point.
because the initial point and the main point that is used to defend this movie's color is the color themes. But then contradictions were found in that. So then it's like, oh wait, no, it's not color themes. It's actually a naturalistic palette. And it's like, okay, no, it's not.
Wait.
It comes across as arbitrary.
What do you mean? Oh no! I'm just defend. No, we're saying it's color themes, but they're also naturalistic colors, but also it's a lot going on with the film. I think that's another thing that people often get stuck on, is that people will stick to one point and then apply that to things that doesn't really apply to. And then they'll say, well, it doesn't work with this, therefore bad. It's like, well, because it's not meant to work with that bit. You're trying to apply reasoning to something that reasoning isn't supposed to apply to.
Well, if it's
Like,
interpretable, then
you
couldn't
could
we
talk
argue
about-
the same about that position specifically as well?
So yes or no?
Essentially, yeah.
Is it consistent with the kaiju color themes? Yes or no?
Where it needs to be, yes.
So it's selective.
If it's selective, then it's not consistent.
Yeah.
It's applicable.
It's inconsistent
But then
on
it's not.
purpose?
Do you not see how wary that is? If let's say we were to apply, would you admit that mentality is dangerous in terms of assessing any goal in a film? Do you see what a slippery slope that could be?
I could see it being a slippery slope.
So then,
But then it's like, imagine if that's actually got a very good example for this. Do you know Kane from the wrestling?
No.
Oh, that's a shame. So when Kane, the wrestler, when he was first brought into WWE, they wanted to try this obviously when people have their entrances, they have their own like music and color,
Yeah.
the lighting and whatnot going on. When they first started, they went, let's have his matches be in red because his color's red and his entrance is red. Let's just have the lighting strong red for the entire match. And they tried that a couple of times and they realized after a couple of times, this looks shit. This looks awful. Let's not do this. And they just went back to having normal lighting again. The sort of ideas that are coming out with here, i.e., Godzilla should be blue. So whenever he's on screen, it should be blue constantly. And then same with Ghidorah, same with Rodan and everything. Their colors is this. Every time they're on screen, they should be this color. Is that sort of mentality of, oh, we should have the ring red, and then practically it doesn't work.
But
Oh,
that's
another
what the
really good
movie
example,
tries.
and a very silly
Interesting
example.
that you use wrestling as an example for a Godzilla movie. Very interesting.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, there are a lot of parallels. We saw that with GXK.
Oh
Oh,
no!
don't even remind me of that abomination. Do
Oh,
not
God.
dare remind me of that abomination.
So
Well, the
I-
fact that
Watch out! Watch out! Watch out!
two things.
Godzilla in the past has used wrestling moves, so it's not exactly alien to him. But another example I just thought of is one where people talked about with Marvel, and they went, every time a superhero is on screen, their music should be playing, and then people have made joke videos of the Avengers like group shot, where as the camera pans round, it just changes music every time that the different character turns in. It's a
So you're talking about
audio
leitmotifs.
mess.
Yeah, those are leitmotifs. For
Yeah,
example,
those are
you hear the
leitmotifs.
Spider-Man showing up. In Spider-Man PS4, you can hear the da 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 da, or Mr. Negative
Leitmotifs can
showing up.
actually work really well. And there's actually
But yes,
an edit.
the music.
There's-
The music doesn't play constantly, does it? It plays for certain
Depends on
parts
the-
and for used.
Yeah,
It
It depends
used
on
for
the
certain
composer, because in the
moments.
Flash, it's not very present. You see
yeah,
Benjamin
some composers
Wallfish.
don't use leitmotifs.
Yeah, Hans Zimmer is
Um,
an example of somebody who uses leitmotifs quite a lot. One of the themes that I thought was just a general Dune theme
Okay, it's kind of
was
a
actually.
interpreter, buddy. I'm sorry.
Oh, never mind then.
But going to the wrestling thing, I think first off that's not a proper example because that is isolated events that allow for a change in language. Each wrestling match is establishing the language. Yes, the consecutivity. I don't know if that's a word. Is what gives it its consistency. But that's not like a whole movie where you have your language that you're setting up. So you can't. I mean, you could try changing your language, the color language halfway through. Some films have done that, but there's usually like a point made where it's like it means this now, and it's like a gradual change. So I don't think that's a very fair comparison. I understand what you're getting at, but they're two different circumstances. And then in terms of it has to be blue every time Godzilla appears, that is not on a personal level. I wouldn't like that. What I'm saying is that the movie is trying to say that there's power in that. When Rebirth is blue and it's the same cyan as Godzilla's cyan, it is calling to attention, this color has meaning. That is the way it's shot. That is baked into the look. But if you've already had cyan associated with Ghidorah and all these other situations, even when Emma's sad at the start, do you not see how that could hurt itself? How it creates this inconsistency where the power that you could have had is greatly undercut. Could it be trying
that could
different
mean
things?
this thing.
Yeah, sure. But it seems that to say, oh, well, it does color themes when it matters. That's pretty open-ended, because if you're talking about those specific moments, what about in between? Does that mean nothing? It becomes a very selective reasoning to where it seems convenient to when it works. And that's dangerous. That's when it becomes interpretable, is when you erase the line and make it dotted. Because it seems like, and I think we could all agree with this, The movie's trying to do a lot of things. It's trying to give power to the kaiju's colors that are associated with them, color themes, and it's also trying to be naturalistic in a weird way that it does. It is trying at all this, and I think that's pretty agreeable, right? Like, it's trying to use color in a way. It's trying to tell the story with color. But what I'm saying is that it's trying all these different things and it becomes a muddled mess. And I would argue if it gets to the point where it's like, well, it could be this or this in this moment, that's not a consistent language. That's not telling a consistent story.
And might I add to that point, and with that we can maybe move on to a different point. Even if the color palette was consistent, even if the visual language was consistent, it would still be damaged by aspects of the writing, because all of those moments where Godzilla, after Rebirth Godzilla, all of those moments afterwards are kind of undermined. Whatever character arc one could say Godzilla would have been going through, which I don't believe he went through any sort of arc whatsoever, but we could talk about that. All of that is undermined by the simple fact that the writing that got us to that point is incoherent. Why? Because, well, Godzilla apparently has fought Ghidorah countless times in the past. That is the implication. Yeah, that is my segue. He's fought Godzilla in the past. He's fought Godzilla. They fought each other. They're ancient rivals. Godzilla has had many opportunities. This is pre-2014, by the way. He has had many opportunities to kill Ghidorah, and the fact that he can imprison him is more than enough proof that Godzilla could indeed kill him should he choose to. Why doesn't he do it? Well, because then the movie can't happen.
Real quick, someone in the chat I had noticed had asked, is there evidence in the films that each monster has their own color? This isn't shown other than Godzilla and Godzilla's energy,
Yes.
blue and yellow. Brady, do you want to answer that? And then I can also pull up
Yes,
that
there
image
is.
again from the interview.
When Godzilla, well, I think the question's more associated specifically like within the text itself.
Mm-hmm. Well, we can use both because
yeah, fair. Ghidorah's lightning is always yellow, so clearly was trying to make a connection there. When Godzilla enters Boston, he has blue lightning, and that is the only time blue lightning is seen in the movie, is when Godzilla roars in Boston.
Do you want me to pull up your shared screen so you can show that off, or do you not need it?
Sure.
Okay.
And then also, I could show the Rodan thing. It's like one of my favorite parts. I put a bad correction on here. Hold on. There we go. That's medicine. Oh, there's that fat boy.
He's not fat. He's ripped.
He is fat.
Dude has abs.
Listen,
He's just big bone.
He might be
morbiously a beast.
He's probably, you know what? He's probably ripped. I won't deny that. 35% body fat.
Don't disrespect my boy like that.
So much body fat. Look at that.
Y'all can diss the spine. Stop body shaming him.
Look how fat he is.
Y'all can diss the spines, but stop body shaming. Stop fat shaming him, dude.
They circumcised him too. I bet y'all didn't notice that.
He's got biceps. Look at him.
Look at that.
Look at
35% body fat.
I'm gonna make you all die.
You dense motherfucker. He can play dense chess.
I'm gonna make you all die inside. You wanna know something hilarious?
Oh no.
Godzilla was my first celebrity crush.
You know what? I respect it. He's hot.
I believe it.
This lizard.
And I thought I was
Which version?
Yeah, actually,
Which version?
That's a very
Which version?
question.
I can either be funny or I can make him want to kill me.
No!
You say 98?
Don't you dare!
I can literally, what's it called? I can make you lose this debate via DQ. Do not challenge me. I am God here.
But to answer your question, it was.
If you say 98, I will send you a pipe bomb.
Bro, Rooney, I eat those things. Okay, but to answer the question, it was 2014.
Oh,
Okay,
understandable.
Fair enough.
Okay, you know what's really sad to me is that there's an interview that has now been lost to time. It's like literally wiped from the internet, where the animators for 2014 said that Gareth was very clear about making him masculine, about like giving him a swagger and making sure that he moves like he knows he's big.
Dude, that
Yeah, he's been described as handsome, whereas the some other versions of Godzilla look kind of gnarly. Some
they were definitely.
I mean, who wouldn't describe him as handsome? Look at that
He is
chin.
handsome.
Look at that chin.
You may not agree.
It's not.
You may not agree,
It's not
but this is
inbred
a
like
peak
'98, but it's
physical
not
performance.
non-existent like Final Wars.
Yeah, you
I
may
say that-
disagree, but this is what peak male performance looks like.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I aspire to be able to roll up to a place looking like Godzilla does in 2014 in the airport scene.
What's up, ladies?
Real.
You want to get hit by my atomic
Real.
breath?
Can we just watch
Is
2014?
that
We won't be able to see anything, but can we try to watch it?
You know what? Let's see if we could do a 2014 watch party after this.
That would be fun.
Time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm probably gonna rewatch it before Jurassic World Rebirth, but hey, it'd be fun.
You think when Godzilla was like looking at Ford, to just be like, so is your wife open to a three-way?
You could say he was craving something bad.
Godzilla stayed on the human soul.
Bro, Godzilla's gonna ask them to dress up like Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver.
What's it
Oh
called?
no! Oh,
And no, if this was Ultimate Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, it would have gotten really, really ugly, really, really.
Oh
quick.
no
This
no
was
no no! We don't
Ultimate.
talk about that. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that.
We don't talk about Ultimate.
We do not talk about that.
Look, just have him dress. Look, have him dress up as Craven. Just have him dress up as Craven, not Quicksilver. All right, that will be less awkward.
Yeah.
I'm craving for a hunt.
No,
I'm feeling
put
like
your
this is
pants
my
back on.
Braden,
It's
what was the
morbid,
point you were
bro.
gonna make?
I don't even remember. I'm just coloring. Don't mind me. I'm just
go
I'm
by
just
that
coloring.
I
Just
Godzilla
wanna
want to
color.
talk
color.
about the writing. Someone say something about the writing.
It's
The
good.
writing.
Writing.
See,
Let's
I'm
see.
also
Let's
making
see.
a point while we're streaming because I'm showing how flat the movie is while we're talking. So I'm helping, guys. Don't worry. Oh no!
Somebody
it
want to
doesn't
turn
look
this
that
movie into a coloring page, into a coloring book?
good. Okay, that would be really fun because you could just use one crayon.
Damn it, man!
Okay.
Brutal.
Anyway, so on the topic. Anyway, so since we want to get to the writing, let's just say if you think this movie's shit because of 2 lines, get the hell out. It's
Oh,
2
Gonorrhea
lines.
and Godzilla.
The gonorrhea line.
I'm gonna just
Uh.
quickly mention the thing Rick just said in the chat. I need you guys to get to the gonorrhea scene and argue about it. I'm just gonna say what I said on Twitter like 2 weeks ago.
Or what I just said just now.
Yeah, just said. Hang on, let me get it. Wait, bro, I was just talking about P3. Okay, there it is. I said, if you actually if this joke seriously pisses you off enough that it breaks the movie for you, I'm sorry, but that is your problem, not the film's.
I wouldn't say
That is
break.
all I will
It definitely
say.
doesn't break the movie, but upon rewatching it, yeah, the gonorrhea joke definitely. It's just like, okay, why is this here?
What
My
what
thing-
broke
my
me
thing-
Yeah,
was
like it's not
my
the worst
thing
thing in
is-
the world. In a much better movie, this would be like the only thing that would be like, huh? But compared to everything else that's in the film, I'd say it's the least of its problems. But
I mean,
broke
it is
me
a better
was,
movie.
Was Zach Shields
It is a
breaking
better
into my
movie,
house?
actually.
Putting a gun
I
to my
think
head.
a line that is worse than that is the "Oh my God, Zilla."
Okay, yeah,
I
that one is
think
worse.
that is
That was just
orders of
crazy.
magnitude worse.
Can we look at his thighs? Sorry, I just want to talk about his thighs.
Bro, I've been looking at him.
Brayden, put your pants back on. We're in
They are
public.
on.
I
Okay.
can't be attracted to this model. Okay, they circumcised my boy.
Listen, I gotta say, Rudy, CGF, I'm sorry, I'm not helping you guys much. The entrance into Boston is pretty sick.
Dude, that sequence had me jumping the hell out of my seat. I still listen to Battle of Boston with a smile on my face.
The color is ugly,
It's okay.
but the shot composition, the music,
Yeah,
some
no,
of the
I will say,
animation.
but, like God's like
It-
I'll get credit with
Oh!
It's
Godzilla's
homage.
build-up.
I just
am I the
remembered.
only
One
one who
sec.
thinks that am I the only one that thinks that this is meant to homage Terror of Mechagodzilla's introduction with Godzilla?
I can see
Yeah, I
it.
kind of figured that as well.
Yeah.
Already.
Because
I can
game
see that.
recognizes game.
Yeah.
Mm.
One sec.
Like game-
Similar expression
One
as well.
sec. Since you brought up the soundtrack, I'd like to share this with y'all. I found an interview with Bear McCreary from Kaiju United where he talked about the creation of the soundtrack.
Do you want to share that, or
I'm putting it in the chat right now.
Wait, is it where he plays the beta version of the theme?
No, it's just where he talks about the process of the soundtrack.
Oh.
Process of creation of the soundtrack.
is there a
Get
current
him
timestamp on
back.
that?
No. I don't think we should watch it on stream. It's just something for y'all to see.
I have a
I'll put it
question.
in the I'll put it in the YouTube chat for everyone who's tuning in.
Yeah, I'd recommend y'all watch it. It's pretty cool. Get Bear McCreary back in these films. God damn it!
Please.
Let him cook.
I want to get back to what I said before, in terms of like the writing. There was this one part. I have it in my notes. So
Why you say it like that?
Yeah, what kind of
Because
notes
I
are
am.
those, bro?
So succulently, goddamn.
No.
Are we still horny after Gareth?
Yes,
Edwards?
I am.
I gotta say, can we all agree?
Gareth Edwards,
Can we?
Michael Dougherty put a bullet between his eyes. Goddamn.
Excuse me,
Hey!
sir.
What?
Sir,
Hey,
I
Dude,
don't endorse
there
what
are
you're saying.
far
I gotta
worse
say.
people in
Adam
Hollywood who
Wingard,
deserve that.
Oh yeah, no, I
Adam
agree.
Wingard is right there, bro.
Actually, Adam Wingard is a really good person to work with. I have a friend. A friend of his was a PA on Godzilla and Kong, and apparently he was super sweet. He actually went to the PA office and he got to know everyone and thank them for working on the movie. So I don't think Wingard makes very good films, but he is a really amazing guy, and that's why he gets work.
I could
'cause
say
he's a
the
good
same
person.
about Zack Snyder. It wouldn't mean anything.
Zack Snyder's also a good guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish they could make
Just
movies.
because they make shitty films doesn't mean you have to put a bullet in their head.
One of the
Metaphorically,
worst
in
quotes
Minecraft.
I've ever seen regards Adam Wingard is to do with Ghidra and the Ghidra skulls. I can't remember, he was trying to work out how to get communications between the Hollow Earth and the surface of the world, which weirdly doesn't happen in the film, if I remember right. That's never
what?
really a thing.
Wait,
a
what's
lot
the
of stuff
point?
doesn't
And-
happen in that movie.
And then he apparently one of his assistants said, "Oh, isn't Ghidra telepathic?" And he went, "Oh yeah, that's a good idea," and just put that in the film. He didn't check. He didn't even look what he just put it in the film. The communication thing never happened, and then the psychic Ghidra thing just is still a thing.
Yeah, that's kind of the psychic Ghidorah thing is kind of stupid because we actively do see the heads talking to each other.
Yeah,
Yes.
Multiple
Yeah.
times.
Perfectly.
Out of
All right,
pure curiosity, why do you say Ghidra?
That's
Dude,
how
he's
it's usually
British. What? Dude, he's British.
Yes,
Adam.
I'm sorry.
That,
I'm so sorry about
that should answer your question.
Is that how you say
I hope
it
you
in-
find a cure.
Ghidorah.
Yeah, Ghidorah.
Ghidorah is the American pronunciation. Ghidra is the Japanese pronunciation.
So, do you
No,
also
it's-
call Godzilla
it's-
Gojira?
I do sometimes. Yeah.
See animus, you're
You
Not-
call Rodan Radon?
That's cultural
and Geras
appropriation,
and
Animus.
Geelis?
I've always what's the thing? I mean, like,
Shut up,
generally,
Rudy.
I would say that
Anguillus.
even
Anguinus.
pronouncing
Anguirus.
Ghidorah.
Anguirus.
It's most of the older
He hit
movies
me
Gyrus.
that are Ghidorah, but that's neither here nor there.
All I'm asking is just where you draw the line.
Yeah. He hit me
Wherever
in the
I want
Venus
to.
Owl.
Understandable.
All right. So the point I
all
was trying to
these-
make.
It's like animus,
Yeah,
like
Ghidorah-
it's not
Ghidorah can get
Ghidra.
it.
Even in like Japanese, from what I remember, it's like Ghidorah.
All right. Well, I think we should all
Yeah,
call him
the
Animus now.
pronunciations on. Oh, that's fine.
Let's move on.
Yeah, move on.
Yeah, we're gonna start yelling at each other if we start talking about pronunciations.
All right. So
Sorry, I'm just
all right.
looping
Thank you for
Godzilla
that
walking.
input. C Animus. So
Wait,
did you know?
What?
So Did y'all know that glass keeps away, traditional glass keeps away UVB radiation specifically? Now, why is this important? The reason why is because the radiation that we have seen emit from Godzilla and other Titans has been, with exception of Rebirth slash Burning Godzilla, has been blue. What type of radiation is blue? Cherenkov radiation. Is Cherenkov radiation lethal?
Excuse me.
Yes. So the bullet that went through Stranger Things teacher man's head, thanks to Tywin Lannister, that was not protecting anybody. Everybody is, if they didn't die from the mercenaries, they're probably going to die in a couple of days. And if Emma Russell and Madison Russell have been at that station numerous times, the Mothra station, which I mean kind of makes sense that they would, considering that they have living quarters very close to that outpost, they would have severe, radiation poisoning from that. I just wanted to bring that up. Depending on how long they've been exposed, they should have been dead by the time the movie started, or somewhere around, the middle half of the movie. That's my estimation, around where the radiation should have just, made them fall apart.
Is it not possible that the glass was either modified in some way, shape, or form?
Well, I mean, the glass did not survive a bullet, so yeah.
Yes, but the glass is not trying to protect from bullets. It's trying to protect from radiation.
Yeah, it would need a specific thickness and density in order to protect from radiation.
Okay.
And thus it would be assumible. English
One could
word.
assume.
Assumption,
I lost my train of thought. Sorry, I pulled up a picture.
One
of
could,
Godzilla.
one
I
could
should be looking
assume
at
that
this.
it might be resistant to bullets. That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's fair enough. I mean, they probably could have found I think the reason why they did the whole breaking the glass thing is to hide the fact that Alan Jonah shot the guy in the head, and they want to keep it PG-13. I mean, which they could have just found a different way of doing it, like just have it be.
Actually, you know what? Now that you mention it, that actually makes it worse, because now there is less. The bullet would have been traveling at a much slower speed than when it exited the gun, because it went through all that brain matter and the bone. So it's hitting the glass at a much slower speed than if you were to fire the gun at point blank directly at the glass. So it at a considerably lower speed than when it was fired. If the glass breaks from that,
I think it was done because it looks cool.
Yeah,
and I think that's all there is to it. It
I
doesn't
can
make sense.
I will grant you guys that. Or at least I will. I will grant you guys that.
Honest to God, that's just that comes across as some sort of like CinemaSins-esque nitpick. Yes, it is a small thing that. Yes, it is a small thing, but it's not something that actively hampers.
I mean, if it puts the lives of the main characters in danger, I wouldn't call it a nitpick.
It's not something that actively damages the film.
It doesn't put
the art.
What do you mean? Puts the main characters?
It's radiation, because do you know how radiation works?
Hold on.
How does Godzilla poop?
We've been asking that question for 70 years.
God.
Loudly.
Ooh, I want to hear that.
No, I would say that the glass breaking compared to like all other details in the film, or whatever else, is very inconsequential. But for the detail of radiation is vastly inconsistent throughout King of the Monsters and the entirety of the MonsterVerse anyway. Considering when you have the two previous films, Kong Skull Island, there wasn't that much radiation, granted. 2014 Godzilla, however, with the Mutos and the opening scene with Sandra dying, it becomes so dangerously inconsistent that radiation has zero effect in this series. So it's either dangerous or it's not. And in this case, King of the Monsters, they constantly say like twice with Mothra Awakening that the radiation levels are through the roof, and then when Godzilla is juiced up and they're going to Boston, his radiation levels are through the roof. Now that's
you're absolutely right.
Yeah. So in terms of
but for Godzilla, it's also in a heavy. It's also right through the roof. Is it on? Is it? Let me finish my point. Is it not possible that the radiation being through the roof is the amount of radiation that is contained within him is more than normal?
Sure,
Not
because
the
Godzilla has
amount
been
that
shown
they
to-
are, not
I
the
will-
amount that they
Hold
are
on, hold on.
releasing.
I will give you that in regards to Godzilla's context. In the context of radiation as a whole throughout the film, with Mothra's case, there's clear indication that they're trying to take precautions in terms of radiation suits, with the guards, watching Mothra up close for whatever reason, and the glass and the levels of doors and whatnot. So, in the example of Mothra, Emma and Madison should be dead if, one, the radiation levels are through the roof, and two, that the guards outside were wearing suits. And then you compare that sequence in the same universe with Godzilla.
If they were wearing suit, then it was because
Hold
they
on.
were taking precaution.
Correct, but still. And then the comparison with Godzilla 2014 with the Muto breakdown, with the whole nuclear breaking down and Sandra's trying to escape, she wouldn't survive not even 10 minutes with or without the suits. And that's from regular, nuclear leakage. Whatever radiation Mothra, Godzilla, and the other monsters are emitting, we don't know. And if it's through the roof, it should be catastrophic and therefore kill most of the characters. So radiation is... Go ahead.
I was gonna say I looked it up. So because the radiation that we do see that emits some form of light is blue, the only one I could possibly think of that matches that description is Cherenkov radiation. And I'm reading this from the International Atomic Energy Agency. Cherenkov radiation is a form of energy that we can perceive as a blue glow emitted when the electrically charged particles that compose atoms are moving at speeds faster than that of light in a specific medium. And it can be harmful to someone who does not take any precautions to protect themselves. The guards that were holding Mothra, the Mothra larva, they were taking the proper precautions, but they just let Emma and Madison enter without any sort of protection, without using any hazmat suits of any kind. And it's also really, really funny. This is a really funny detail. I've mentioned this before. I don't know if I have in last stream. So they have a decontamination station to enter a contaminated area, which I think is you're decontaminating yourself so you can enter a contaminated. What's the
Okay. One thing that I would like to use for a counter to that, and GSTE did bring this up, it could be just a hazard suits for Mothra potentially being poisonous or a biohazard. That doesn't mean radiation necessarily, as well as the fact that maybe even if they did bring a decontamination, there is potential for them to bring diseases in regardless of decontamination, as well as the fact it's Mothra specifically that's emitting the glow, and we see a similar consistency with Godzilla, despite the fact that he's not affecting the environment around him with radiation. I mentioned the radiation being through the roof, CGF as a counter to CGF, saying the same thing with the Battle of Boston. Is it not possible that entire radiation output could be with Mothra specifically, within Mothra specifically, and the hazards are for protection for a different reason?
No.
Well, for one, they did say that the... Oh, you go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Wait, can I say something real quick? I'm sorry.
I think my audio might be delayed. Hold on.
I don't know. Anyways.
Your audio sounds fine.
I think that the whole radiation thing in this context isn't... I don't think it's make or break or really big for the film. What I think is Boston, where Godzilla, the key to coexistence, roars on a giant crater of trillions of property damage that will probably send the U.S. economy into great turmoil. But
he did the same. The
Not
Mutos
just that,
did the
but
same
the world
thing.
economy as well.
The Mutos did the same thing with Vegas, Japan,
Yeah.
Tangier, and
Yes.
San Francisco. So.
Yes,
Yeah.
2014 has its own set of problems as well.
Yeah.
And unaddressed issues as well. If
It
it's
doesn't
a problem,
matter how many pretty flowers grow. That's some bad economic damage. That's a lot of lives ruined.
I would
also
say
like
this
that
is
the
also.
movie
I would
posits
say
that
this
radiation
is.
like that the movie posits that radiation equals more nature and radiation equals big, as if Chernobyl isn't an example that nature survives despite of radiation, not because of it.
I in how I'm approaching this, I'm being immensely good faith in the fact of, let's say radiation is good. Let's just say it's magic kaiju radiation, right? I don't think that thereby means coexistence. I think it's a pretty simplified. Why can't I English? It's a pretty simplified worldview to think that just because like nature physically heals, in the sense of like those pretty plants, wildlife's coming back. Like, I'm not going to deny that's good stuff, but the amount of damage that's caused, once again, the crater in Boston, like, how is that coexistence? The movie is arguing that this is good thing. This is, you know, Godzilla good, save us, coexistence.
I mean, Godzilla did win the day.
Yes, which
After
is
blowing up the city.
After blowing up the city, after the city was evacuated.
I find it funny how Zack Snyder's
property
Superman does.
This is something that I wanted to get to with the
Millions of
coexistence.
displaced people, by the way. Millions of displaced people without a home.
Here's the thing. We understand
This is-
that, but here's the thing: either Godzilla has to like defeat Ghidorah at the cost of Boston and all those people losing their homes there, or Ghidorah wins and everybody ends up in every city in the world gets destroyed and everyone's dead.
I recall a phrase that was brought up, I believe, in one of your videos, Black. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, as well as that with coexistence. That, yes, this is a necessary sacrifice, but with coexistence, that implies that we cannot exist, period, with the Titans acting in a way that you are. I have wanted to say this in response to Myth of Coexistence. Godzilla is a creature that has continuously left us alone for decades, centuries at this point. We physically did not know about him until the 1950s in universe. And this is a creature that lives in an area that is really difficult for humanity to access, and as such, really difficult for us to mess with him. As for the other Titans, they are either asleep or also minding their own thing. Mothra likely would be a similar situation, equivalent to that of a cryptid, and pretty much every other Titan has been under asleep. Every single action in these movies comes because of humanity.
Yes, the expression of humanity. Because humanity, look at 2014, for example. You know, for 2014, for example, the mining operations. What do you think they were mining for, and why? What was the purpose of the mining, of the whole mining thing? What did the government of that specific area need at that point that needed to be mined?
I believe it was coal.
Mm-hmm. Does that in 1999? Do you think that country needed coal at that time, or do you think they just did it for its own sake, just for the sake of? You remember that deleted scene where they said,
like I said, I believe, I'm not 100% sure.
I'm checking the movie. Hold on.
Yeah,
quickly turn on my light.
I think there's a deleted scene in 2014 where one of the survivors of the collapse of the cave said, "You strip the earth bare and you leave nothing. The Mother Earth is gonna, bite back at you. This, that, and the other." People needed coal. People need. I mean, I'd argue that nuclear power is much more efficient than coal, but that's another conversation.
Yes, but not every single country has access to nuclear power or is willing to use it, and as such, they have to.
Which is why they used coal. Which is why they would use coal or other sources of energy. I mean, at that time, coal would have been much more efficient, so they would have needed it. So, like I said, the needs of the many, all of humanity. At the time, it was 7 billion. So the 7 billion people. Whatever it is that their governments are doing, they would have been doing it for the benefit of everyone. Whereas we're also trying to deal with Godzilla and the other Titans, 17 Titans and counting. 17 versus 7 billion. Right now we're at 8 billion. 17 giant creatures versus 8 billion small creatures that have built entire empires, that have made advancements in technology that people in the past could not even fathom, that have helped maintain species stay alive in nature, by the way, in nature, have helped prevent extinction of certain species, but also help push
Quick thing,
extinctions
sorry to interrupt.
as well.
The movie doesn't say specifically what they're looking for. It just keeps calling them a mining company. It says that they got excited thinking they found a uranium deposit, but I don't think that inherently means they were like specifically looking for uranium. So yeah, it doesn't distinctly.
Well, I mean,
say.
even
think
still,
it
like
was more
uranium
than
is still
saying
pretty
some-
useful if you're trying to power your city using power plants. Like even then,
Yeah.
like power plants, nuclear power plants, they provide a lot of energy for homes.
Yeah. To kind of put a pin on that. So when you guys say like how like Godzilla like created all that destruction in Boston, and now humanity has to like figure out how to put the pieces back together. The thing is, though, like, can we really put that on this movie, or should that just be, or is that more of an issue that GVK and GXK have to deal with, but they just simply refuse to, like, not even, like, pretty much, like GVK just outright pretends that a mass awakening never even happened.
King of the Monsters, I think, was a good setup, but the other movies should have definitely addressed
The
that.
movie is arguing that Godzilla's victory is inherently a good thing.
Yes,
And
because
for the record, for the record, we are not disagreeing that he shouldn't have won against Ghidorah. No, duh, humanity should live. The issue at hand, though, is to say that it is wholly, like his existence is wholly a good thing would be false. There's a lot of nuance that should go into it, and the overall criticism is not, oh, it's bad that Godzilla won. No. Of course it's good. It's that the movie doesn't seem to take into account, well, the downsides of the destruction. It doesn't seem to give a very taking into account both sides. Because if Godzilla was real, none of us would trust him. Why should we? This is an animal.
Exactly.
We don't know what he's going to do. I mean, if anything, and this is Wingard's fault, this isn't Doherty's fault, the next movie shows that coexistence was a stupid idea because Godzilla turns on everyone. We may know why, as the audience, oh, he's hunting for Mechagodzilla. Humanity should not have messed with nature. But in universe, they don't know that. And what's to say that he might do something that's justified in his mind, but not in ours? We, the audience, we know Godzilla's the hero, big lizard. But in universe, they don't. So, although we
doesn't King the Monsters kind of point out that kind of thing, though?
Yes, but it leaves it open-ended, and it claims at the end that it's...
Well, no, that is the military don't want Godzilla, so they kill him. Then, oh shit, we kind of needed Godzilla. Thank God we were able to get him back to life. The film kind of points out the fact that think we know better. We think we know better, but that's wrong.
Yeah. The military's actions are the entire. I stated this on the Monarch stream. The military's actions are what make the thing go from bad to worse.
Pretty much.
But are they wrong for assuming that they would probably need to have a deterrent for Godzilla should he turn against humanity?
Yeah,
because his actions are very arbitrary.
Because Godzilla at this point has shown no inclination to turn against humanity, and at this point,
here's the point.
At this point,
in terms of politics and economics in universe of this world, everyone it is shown, both the military and civilians, as poorly executed as it is, want Titans gone. They want them gone. They don't want another San Francisco incident. Rightfully so. You can we as the audience know that the military has no fucking clue what they're doing and they fuck shit up. Yes, but they do it with the intention of getting rid of both Godzilla and Ghidorah at the same time, with the absolutely fucking I'm not saying it stupid inclusion of the goddamn Oxygen Destroyer. So in terms of the military's sake, in universe, it's understandable. They want these Titans gone. Monarch keeps beating around the bush about it, and we can go on about Monarch's intentions and how the fuck they have all these goddamn resources. But at the end of the day, yes,
Money.
Perfect
From
example. Perfect example. And I'll put a pin on what Animus just said. Perfect example. The new episodes of Invincible that just came out. Cecil implanted a chip in Mark that rings a really like loud frequency that inhibits his ability to fly and puts him in a lot of pain, basically putting him out of commission. Why did he do that? Oh, well, in his mind, we can be the good guys or we can be the guys that save the world. We can't be both. He has been lied to when it comes to like the whole Viltrumite thing ever since Nolan first came. He knew from the very beginning that Nolan was lying, and he was trying to find countermeasures. But he by season one, because this flashback was pre-season one. By season one, there still wasn't any known countermeasure against Omni-Man or any Viltrumite for that matter. It was only in season two where Invincible fought that Kraken lobster monster, where there was finally an actual weakness that Cecil could exploit. Why did Cecil exploit that weakness? Because at some point, if he would need to put Invincible out of commission, he would absolutely need to do that. And the whole thing about reforming villains is a whole different issue. But Invincible's actions throughout the show, and as well as things to come, but I'm not going to spoil that, he kind of proves Cecil's point. And that's something that is not found in the Monsterverse, which should be, and it's orders of magnitude worse, precisely because Godzilla is not as cognizant or, doesn't have the same
He can't
thought process
read.
as a
He's
human.
stupid.
He's an animal. Like, you could
can't read or
reason
write.
with someone like Mark, but you can't reason with Godzilla. You can't possibly. You could argue Kong, because at least Kong has enough cognition to really understand language.
Okay, so then I provide a counterpoint. Is Monarch not already providing any measures to keep these things contained? Is Monarch already not holding the job?
How'd that work out?
I would, yeah, exactly. Like, I would say barely. They mention it in like a one-liner when containing Mothra, like that she's getting out of control, time to put her down. That makes perfect sense. That is the one and only time in this whole series, with the other example being the Muto, because I would say there was another example. The entire sequence in Castle Bravo where Godzilla is at their doorstep. He gets agitated. They put their guns up. They have weaponry ready in case he goes on the attack. Right, to defend themselves, not to kill him. There's a difference between protocols of killing things, studying them, and then self-defense. They were doing that in self-defense, and the case of they built that whole station to supposedly study him and find him. I'm talking about elimination, which is what the military is essentially looking for. And
they were hoping to do that with the Oxygen Destroyer. I think that they acted irrationally, not because the Oxygen Destroyer was inherently a bad idea, but because they didn't have enough information to confirm that the Oxygen Destroyer would be able to kill Ghidorah as well as Godzilla.
And I would argue that Go ahead.
Well, I would just like to present it this way. If Godzilla was real, this pooping giant fat lizard with 35% body fat was just lugging
You're
around
still
the
fat
ocean.
shaming him?
He is. You know what? Actually, I looked at him again. It's 40%.
Damn it, man!
With 42% body fat, if he was swimming around in the ocean, how would we feel? Like, just knowing that this thing out there is real. Would it not be fair to have the government create an oxygen destroyer, and then suddenly this big fat anorexic dragon, actually I just contradicted myself, but that's besides the point.
Just say anorexic. At least with Ghidorah, I get your point.
Zilla is anorexic.
This anorexic dragon just comes out of nowhere, and there is the military being like, hey, we got a bomb. It's built to kill them both. Probably will also mess up Mexico's economy, but when have we ever cared?
It actually does. It actually does.
Yeah.
Not Mexico specifically, but Isla de Mara. They say fishing in that area is really difficult because of the.
How will
Well,
this affect
military.
fishing season? They said.
Well, not,
Yeah,
not even,
how would
not
it
even
affect
fishing
the
zone,
trout
it's like
population?
a
How does it
pond.
affect the trout population?
Um, and so if they're like, "Hey, we got this bomb. Ignore the Mexicans. We got this bomb," and then there's this scientist man being like, "Hey, no, Godzilla's actually here to help us. Just let him kill Ghidorah, and we'll all be fine." Who are you gonna trust?
The people who are experts on these things.
It's funny you call them experts, but which, by the way, I this is something that's I think Sianem has pointed out earlier. The thing with Monarch, Monarch has failed time and time again to contain these creatures, which is their whole job. In the opening scene in King of the Monsters, we are told that Monarch was tasked to eliminate these threats. They have done absolutely nothing but defend them. So exactly who are you going to trust? The people
Is
that
it
are
not
tasked
possible?
to kill them, but not
Okay,
actually
okay.
doing
Is it not possible
or
that the
government
mission?
that is supposed to?
Okay, is it not possible that the mission could have changed in some way because of them studying these things? The
Why
fact that
would it? They have orders. They're
why would it?
civilians and
Because
have
they
to be
because they
subject to the
understand
government.
exactly what these things are capable of and exactly what these things are. Well, okay, let me format my argument. They understand that these things are needed for the environment, which is proven to be true because of the post-credit sequence. In the end,
Okay.
Monarch was right to keep them alive.
Okay, first of all, the whole thing at the end was complete asshole. Second, the thing with the with Monarch, right? Even if that were true, it wouldn't matter because number one, they don't provide the government with the details necessary for their mission to change because number one, these civilians who are they are essentially civilians are still subject to the orders of their governments, first of all. Secondly, in 2014, the military commandeered Monarch. So the whole what's it called? The whole thing at the Senate was a bit redundant, but we'll accept it for the purposes of the movie.
Yeah, so's the whole movie.
And the thing with radiation is that the way they present it, that is not how radiation works. We've been put in a world where radiation works as we normally would expect it to. Well, I mean, Braden can tell you all about that. He's the 2014 expert when it comes to the plot. I'm still kind of skeptical as to whether he thinks the plot is bad or not.
2014 doesn't
But
handle anything well.
okay,
What?
well, we're going to go with what we established with the radiation and how it works in 2014. Radiation
that's a really
was
bad base to
completely-
go off of.
I know, but it's the base that it's the one thing we've established, and as a sequel, you would naturally have to harken back to it at some capacity. Whether it's internally consistent or not, that's a whole different issue. We understand that radiation in 2014 is deadly, right? And so far there have been
to us. Deadly to us.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what matters.
Okay.
That is the point. That is the thing in question here. Is it deadly? Yes. Would you want it? Would you want more of it? Absolutely not. And once again, Chernobyl. Nature grows in spite of radiation. Now you could say, "Oh well, the sun provides radiation that that plants use to grow." Yes, that is true. The sun also gives you sun cancer because of that radiation as well. If you don't take the proper precautions, so it's a double-edged sword. That whole argument.
Okay,
So,
but we
with the
also
whole-
okay, but also in universe, we are dealing with creatures with a species of fauna that controls, consumes, and absorbs this exact thing, this
And
very
secretes it.
object. Where do they say it secretes it? Where do they say it secretes it?
I say secrete. I say secrete. What I mean is that they emit as much radiation as they consume, evidenced by all the radiation that is causing nature to grow. That Emma Russell is talking about. That they show in the post credit scenes. That radiation helps fauna grow and species of animals are doubling because of it. Blah 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 blah. Which that's not how that works. They emit it as much as they consume it. Like the matter is not gone.
I would like to read some comments that I think make some good points. GSTE says, "Funny how the expert's best counter weapon is to let them fight." like
That's
from
addressed.
a real world perspective, that's not very comforting. Dude, just let him duke it out. It's like, okay.
I mean, we have. I
I have a
mean,
question
we
for you,
s-
Brayden. I have a
we
question for
see it
you.
in the
Do
movie.
you think Batman v Superman handled it better?
I'm real quick just to step in. Cianima says is you said it was explained or addressed.
BVS? Oh no.
So for starters, 1954, they used the biggest nuclear bombs that America has ever used to try and kill these things, which at the time was the most powerful weapon that America had.
Yeah, it was pretty hot.
Technically, in the real world, it still is. That didn't work. They ate the fucking thing. So what is America supposed to do against them? Now, obviously, in Killing the Monsters, they develop a new weapon that does have some serious stopping power on these monsters, but we don't know about that until Godzilla killing the monsters. So it's at which point it's like, oh, Monarch is tasked with killing these things. Our most powerful weapon can't do shit to them. So now what do? It's like study them, find out what they do, try and work out how to either keep them restrained or work with them or literally anything to try and like keep them calm and not piss them off. Which obviously certain events happen. Which, and again to the point when multiple times it said Godzilla destroyed a whole city. Oh my god, we can't coexist with these things. That's not what Godzilla does all the time, is it? Well, for starters, he sleeps most of the time, but when he is awake, he's just wandering around. The end of Godzilla 2014, he wins the fight, has a nap, and then walks between the buildings to then go home. He doesn't then go, rah, destroy rest of San Francisco. No, he goes, right, I'm done, I'm fucking off.
This isn't
Isn't the fact that, say, to go into something, is, well, the knowledge that this giant animal is around is disconcerting, but the fact that it's been around in a week, it's been
those
awake
tigers,
and aware
those saltwater crocodiles
for this long.
If he was just the one creature around, then sure, but there's 17 and counting.
Also, 2014's ending is really bad, so I wouldn't even that has its own issues in the sense of they should not be celebrating his victory. They should be terrified, even by the movie's own internal logic. But that's 2014's issue. But to springboard off of that, yeah, we as the audience know that he's going back. He's just going to take a nap. How do they know in universe that he's not going to suddenly show up or get angry and all that?
Because there is precedent for this in universe. Monarch, the general public, and the world has seen Godzilla in action before, has seen Godzilla rip apart a city. Yes, they were terrified, but he inevitably left after. He inevitably did leave. And here, yes, he did have to take care of the other monsters, but they also eventually did their own thing and left.
Do we
As seen
celebrate
by-
when a hurricane just leaves? Like, do we celebrate? Yeah, the hurricane is finally
The hurricane's
like,
done.
We
done. We're good, dude.
As Braden
We're
stated,
good.
that is 2014's issue. However, when a hurricane is over, when a hurricane's rampage is done, we sigh with relief and then deal with the consequences and or prep for the next one. Which is what
almost
which
as
is
if
what
it's a
King-
disaster, not a good thing.
And by prepping for the next one, that could include finding a way to stop it.
That is what the US military of course to the general public does do.
Who do you think the movie's whose side do you think
Monarch
the movie takes?
The movie is
Monarch's
taking
side, yes?
Monarch's side.
Yes.
Monarch is now far better prepared for if another 2014 happens. They have easy trackings of Godzilla. They have shown, we see this, they have updated their containment chambers. They have transformed their entire like procedures and have far more advanced technology than we saw from the previous film.
So how did that go when all the kaiju broke out?
GVK, GXK.
Oh, technically those are separate. That's not.
Let's just put it.
Issue. That's different.
No,
Yes.
but even still, they're letting them still stay in the city anyway. They're not trying to drive them away from the city. Like, all we get is evacuation. Like, oh, well, I guess your home is destroyed now that the monsters are here. Big whoop, you can rebuild. I guess.
Because how the fuck are you supposed to drive something away like that?
Hey, you want
How the fuck are you supposed to drive
They tried
something
to do
that
it-
big away?
Hey,
Oh, wait.
What's a really good
Mechagodzilla.
example?
Mechagodzilla.
Here's something
Which is a
funny.
good
I-
idea
I-
inherently. Like
Yeah,
the
it-
Mechagodzilla
What's a
would
really
have
good
always been
example? A
Mechagodzilla.
real world
So-
example.
It's a
Okay,
great
but-
example. I mean,
All of these
period.
a past example from a past Godzilla film, as goofy as it is. King Kong versus Godzilla, where the fucking original Godzilla, even though it didn't work, the what do you call those? The towers. Those
Yeah, the towers.
those electric towers. I don't know the actual term of those things.
High
That's a
tension
great
wires.
Tower.
Maser cannons too. You remember the maser cannons?
Yeah, dude, you remember them? Look, guys, it says Maser Cannon fan service.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is that-
fan service.
Is that not something to back? Okay, Trey. Okay, fair. I retract the statement of how do you back something up?
right.
How do you back something like that away? I retract that statement.
Also, we could. I actually kind of want to sprinkle that the movie does show that that Monarch can keep Ghidorah at bay, but they don't use it. But that's a separate
How?
topic.
How?
No, actually, you should expand on that. You should expand on that because I actually
Yeah,
didn't
you
know
wanna-
that.
you-
Now I'm curious.
You want to get
Yeah.
to Ghidorah?
Where does
You
it
wanna have
say
the
that?
Ghidorah
I-
Where
discussion?
does it say?
Go
Sean?
on. All right, here we go.
All right, let me find the clip. Let me find the clip.
Go on.
Where Nate.
Whilst
Here
you're
we
doing
go.
that, I want to give an example of because you're saying that there's monsters that exist and oh my god, that we've got to do something about. We've got to kill them. The fact that they can't kill them. In the real world, there's villages where they have pet saltwater crocodiles. I say pet; they're wild. They exist in the
cute.
wild. They don't keep them. They are massive, great creatures. Like there's clips of them where the heads of the creatures are like the size of somebody's body. It's ridiculous. But they have these creatures. They are completely wild. No one keeps them, but they are perfectly happy with people because they've grown up with people. And they are valuable to the village because they keep other crocodiles at bay. And it's a perfect one for one for like killing the monsters
have to
and the
go
monster
for
and
this
stuff like
one.
that.
do
Is,
those-
they have a pet monster.
Do those
the monster-
reptiles
versus
do those
giant...
reptiles have nuclear powers?
Yeah, can the reptiles travel the world?
Can those reptiles nuke entire cities?
Can they fart atomic breath?
This is
Can
an
they leave
example.
an
It's a real world
entire-
Not
example
really,
of a
but it is
dangerous
not-
creature that is sociably acceptable and is valuable to a society.
That is
No.
such
In
a
terms of
Because
keeping
the
other monsters
because
at bay.
because the amount of damage that they cause is significantly less than what a nuclear lizard would be capable of. I mean, the damage that they cause is specifically to other things that inconvenience that specific village. And
Hey, hold
the,
on.
but their ultimate result. Go ahead.
Sorry, Rooney. I just want to check my ears, make sure I'm not going insane. Are you comparing a crocodile to Godzilla? Are you comparing a?
It's the closest real world example we have.
But you see the
for what?
disparaging difference, right?
The
Yeah, a
disparaging
couple
difference
meters
is
of
that
difference.
That is a huge difference.
Meters
what,
of
Okay.
what kind of comparison would you make then to a real world
That's-
example?
We have to get into a hypothetical, and
Exactly.
to-
I've given you an actual.
Exactly. That was a
real-world example
hypothetical.
you
What
used.
what other comparison would you give? Whales?
no, that was a real world example specifically rooted in
Actually,
that
orcas
versus-
are quite a good comparison.
I wouldn't make any comparison whatsoever. There's not an animal
Yeah, I would
in
not.
nature that could
There's
produce
nothing
any
comparable to
damage
this fat
comparable to that of a
45%
giant lizard.
body fat lizard.
And this is something I was trying to get to because you said about letting them fight is the only good thing to these experts that are just say, just let them fight. One, what the fuck else are you supposed to do? That you literally can't stop them until the oxygen destroyer is invented, and even then it's not used wisely. So yeah, let them fight is literally the only thing you can do and get the fuck out the way. Which GVK and GXK, Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Anyway, that's a whole other thing. In 2014, they say let them fight and the monsters fight. In 2019, King of the Monsters, it's a subtle thing, and it's something that a lot of people don't talk about because it's usually overshadowed by other stuff, and I'm sure we will get to that in this debate if we have time. Serizawa killing himself so that he can, yeah, so that Godzilla can be rebirthed, is directly against what he said in the previous film, where he's like, "Don't do anything, don't interfere, just let them get on with it." In Killing the Monsters, he actually takes an active role and does something to interfere, as it were. It's like,
Except
are those
G14
things contradict?
Except G14 did the same thing.
Well, yeah. What's his face? I can't remember. Full Brody interfered. But this is the thing. It's like, Zerazawa was like, oh, let them get on with it. And then 24 and Killing the Monsters, he actually gets stuck in. Because it's a direct character arc for him in that one of his friend's children died in that event because of inaction. And then in Killing the Monsters, he preaches inaction. Everybody ignores him. Shit goes down. So he realizes, okay, I do actually have to do something. And then it costs him his life, but it gets the right thing happening.
That ultimately as well, it doesn't really make sense that Serizawa has to be the one to do it, because in military operations, civilians are usually the ones that are prioritized in terms of security. Usually you would deploy soldiers to do that kind of work.
It's still a joint operation between...
It's still I mean, I know that it's a character arc thing that they're trying to do, but even still, it wouldn't make sense for them to have a scientist, which is a civilian.
He's the one in charge. He's the one who gets to make the decision.
No, he's not actually.
You wouldn't deploy a civilian.
He is a scientist. In terms of like,
he's the head of Monarch, and Monarch. This is Monarch's thing going on right now.
Yes, but he's still a civilian regardless of that. Yes, he's still a civilian. Though.
Precedent. That is actually how it would work. Is because here's the thing: if that did go through as it did in the movie in real life, the military would be in hot water. They'd be in very big hot water that they allowed a civilian to give their life.
I mean, at this point, the
military operation.
I mean, at this point, the world is about to come to an end if they don't like do something right away.
Okay, the world's about to come to an end. Yeah. So would you send the old man, or would you send the trained soldier that even if they have a 2% better chance of succeeding, who would you send?
I worked with civilians before. I'm telling you, they have some level of authority, but not enough to the point where they break military protocol.
There's no reason that Serizawa should have gone. Like, in universe, there's no reason. Because if the world is ending, that means the stakes are so high that you need the highest success rate possible, so you would send a soldier. Because why would you sacrifice a mind, the brains of the operation? He's the brains of the operation. Why would you sacrifice him?
He sacrificed him.
No, well, okay, I'm talking about the writers.
Happen. Do you realize that no one on that ship would have allowed that to happen?
If they had brains.
It's literally a case of the boss says he's going to do it, everybody else says no, don't.
But he's not
and the boss.
Not
the
the boss.
He is not the
he's
boss.
The director of Monarch, but he's
boss.
not the director of the Navy. That's the there's a difference between the leader of a There's a difference between hold on, Brayden. There's a difference between the head of a scientific organization and the head of the Navy. Those are two different things. Yes, civilians do have some level of authority, specifically with trainees. They do not have so much authority that they would force other soldiers to break protocol. That's just not a thing that happens. And if they did, the soldiers would be sanctioned heavily or even arrested, depending on the magnitude of the event. Like, I know this is a character arc moment, but in universe, it doesn't make sense for
logistically
them
it's
to
impossible.
allow. Like, it was just set up to fail. Yeah, it was just set up to fail from the very beginning.
Do you guys understand?
To me, that comes across as a bit weird. Like, not the in-universe thing that it doesn't make sense, but also there is a lot of things. I'm just realizing now. This is the courtroom sequence all over again. This is the courtroom sequence all over again.
Oh god.
Okay.
Oh no, we will get to that. I wanted to get to that
Well,
courtroom
yeah,
sequence. I reviewed that debate. Just because yes, Sam Coleman did say, but the reason why I didn't mention it before is because it didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. There is absolutely nothing that Sam Coleman could have said that could have forced the Supreme Court to adjourn that meeting or excuse them in any way, shape, or form, because Monarch right now is in such deep hot water with the UN, with the government, that the only thing that could possibly get them out is bribery. And they don't have that kind of funding anymore, because even as far back as Kong Skull Island, Monarch has been at the verge of shutdown. They don't have that kind of screw you money. They don't have that.
Oh, thank you for bringing
Apex
that up.
probably.
Thank you. Right,
Apex
so
probably, but Monarch.
Monarch-
Hold on, real
Monarch
quick.
Legacy of Monsters is probably the only good thing that Monarch Legacy of Monsters did was show how Monarch can go from like ups and downs, essentially. Like it gets fully funded when it first starts, and then oh shit, it's kind of gone to it's not doing very well. There's like 3 people in it. And then Godzilla turns up and oh the nuke doesn't work. Shit, let's fund the shit out of Monarch to try and work out what's going on.
In the
Nothing
grand
really
scheme
happens
of
with Monarch for ages, and it just goes up and down with funding constantly to
In
the
the
point where
grand
we see in
And
2014
even
it's
then,
not really
though-
got
Here's
much
the thing,
going on
in the
with
It's
it.
grand-
also
And then
but
King of the
even
Monsters
then,
things of-
even
hugely
then,
funded.
Monarch was
Sure.
commandeered by the government in 2014. They were commandeered before Joe Brody
2014,
died, but
when
on
it
his
was
way. Yeah, they were
when it
commandeered.
wasn't
So,
that great of a company at the time, well, coalition at the time. And then
well, yeah, well, that
2014
just argues
happened,
my
and then they
point.
got massively funded to try and work out what to do, which is why we
When
see
did they
them
get?
in such a good position in killing the monsters. It's
But they're still
they just
commandeered by the government, and we haven't
Hey,
seen
I
any
would,
evidence that they weren't.
So sorry. I just
they
want...
were commandeered temporarily by the government in 2014,
But there's no evidence that they
and
were
then they
let
were
go.
funded afterwards to get all their technology and whatnot for killing the monsters.
Yes, you can be funded and still have the government commandeer you. Those two things are not mutually exclusive.
Well, but your thing was, oh, they don't have fuck you money. So the government probably gave them fuck you money at the end of 2014.
And at any moment, they can take it
highly
back.
doubt
That's
that.
how it works.
I highly doubt that, considering that, yes, they were put in Junjiro for 15 years to study, observe, and do what they need to do to contain the muto. But at the end of the day, it is Monarch's failure for allowing the muto to escape the way that it did, even if they couldn't help it. Like, at the end of the day, in universe, they are blamed for that event. They are blamed for San Francisco. So, in that context, they should not, in 5 years, have 17 different outposts, and this, within 5 years, this advanced leap of technology literally jumping the shark. They should not have this level of resources. They should not have their own fucking nukes, for one, and they shouldn't have their own. Maybe in a different timeline, they could have their own, like personal guards or whatever else, as seen in King of the Monsters for whatever reason. But in the grand scheme of things, in universe from 2014 to King of the Monsters, it doesn't make any sense for them to have this level of resources, considering that the biggest major event so far was, in turn, in the eyes of the public and the government, was their fault, and they had to do everything.
Parentheses. I'm gonna put a parentheses on that. I'm gonna look at there is a something Kaiju Not in chat said. Isn't the courtroom scene the government trying to get Monarch directly under their control for good? Well, that is the implication if you completely ignore the events of 2014. And I have a question for you, Brayden, which is something that we discussed in the past stream. I have a question for you. Do you think that the Argo is an advancement is a severe advancement in technology, like a very, compared to what we would have had in 2014? Do you think it's an advancement in technology?
I don't know much about technology, but from limited knowledge, yes, definitely. That's quite pooping huge. There was a behind the scenes on it as well, and
it is considering they have underwater maser cannons. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
you go also
from underwater maser cannons, nukes. I believe they could build the nukes. I don't believe they would own them. And then the sheer size of that Argo that can carry more than one Osprey, maybe just 2 or 3. It can carry Ospreys. It can
Rooney.
tank. What?
there were interviews. I'm gonna have to find these again. I can't remember if it was special features or some like concept interview or something, where they straight up said that the Argo could not exist. Like,
I do like that we had this conversation last time about the Argo, where I said specifically that 1940s technology built a plane the same size as the fucking thing that carried tanks, multiple tanks, like a whole squadron of tanks.
Hold on.
In the
Are you
40s.
Yes, how
are you
advanced were those
comparing-
tanks? And what?
Excuse me, Rooney. Sorry. Are you comparing something that could simply carry tanks versus the Argo, which can fly at some quite extreme speeds, carry the Ospreys, have this full base on it, the technology? Do you think that's a fair comparison? This 40s thing versus this highly advanced Argo?
Well, the complaint here was, oh, it's really big. It's like, yeah, we've built planes that are as big as that
wasn't the
nearly
complaint.
100 years
The
ago.
complaint was
It can carry Ospreys. Well, this thing from the 40s could carry tanks. The thing about it tanking Ghidra's lightning doesn't necessarily work because the lightning that does hit it has hit other things beforehand, so it's lost power. And B, even though that is a thing, it still takes a lot of damage to the point it has to retreat. So tanking, quote unquote, doesn't really work.
They don't retreat because of a Ghidorah. They retreat because of Godzilla's nuclear thermal. There's a difference.
Wait! Are you assuming that the Argo got hit by the same lightning, and because that same lightning hit other pieces of aircraft, now it's weaker? What? That's not how lightning works.
I mean,
energy dissipates as it hits stuff.
Yeah,
but you're going to assume that it's the same lightning bolt that hit the Argo, really?
That's what they show in the film.
Even assuming it's a different lightning bolt.
No, that's not what happened at all.
Even if assuming it's a different lightning bolt, they also show that it short circuits their systems. This is
still operational enough to fly away from the battle. How would that?
I think we're all straying from the original point, which is the fact that the Argo cannot exist. It was said by the creators themselves it cannot exist, and it's not as simple as tanked lightning or it can carry Ospreys. It's just the advanced technology, the fact that it is a moving hub of that size, and number one, the money. It objectively cannot exist within the context of the universe. 5 years to build that, because that's not even counting R&D.
Yeah, like just because it can.
That's assuming they spent the soul.
Tanks does not mean that it's comparable to an Osprey. Tanks of that era are not as powerful as the Argos we had in 2019.
I'm not saying power.
That's a different level of technology
and weight.
Size is not the only aspect here. It's power and durability and efficiency.
Oh, that's not what I was referencing there. You said that carries Ospreys. Okay, what about it carrying Ospreys is a problem? In terms of a problem, is it the size of them?
So
you just
I
say
think
it carries Ospreys.
Okay, the function of the Argo is not the problem. The existence of the Argo is the problem. From 2014
that was
to
merely a single example, but overall within the context, it's not possible. The thing.
But this is the problem.
Exist.
You keep saying it can't exist. It's like, okay, what's wrong with it? And then you give examples. I answer those problems, and you go, "That's not the problem. It just can't exist."
So
you need to give me an example that I can't answer.
We're giving you examples. Like it's an
advanced and I'm answering them. Now give me one that you can't.
That would naturally would not happen.
And you keep saying that level of technology. What technology?
Contemporary technology that we had in 2014, 2015, 2016. What kind of planes and jets and firepower and all that stuff in the military did we have from 2014 to 2019? I'm actually going to look that up.
One thing that I would like to say, is it possible that construction of the Argo started before G14?
No.
No,
I would argue.
Good point, actually. Who's to say this wasn't R&D before, but there was never made because they had no purpose for it?
Well, here's an example. Okay, if they
why would it be R&D if they had no purpose? That's quite an investment. The military or any government.
Yes, I'm just gonna invest money in a.
Have you heard of Area 51?
I'm going to. Who cares about Area 51?
Have you? Do you know the details that went into that?
Who said it? Was it Minecraft World that said this point?
Yes.
In the context, if it was being built before the events of 2014, there would be some resemblance of the technology and advancements that's on the Argo, Monarch would have in that time. So, how do you go from Monarch having two examples? Monarch having electric fences to defend off the Muto, and then the other example in the 2014 film, how they have to transport a nuke via train. Whereas in the 5 years since then, they have this ginormous, highly advanced thrusters, full on thrust. I don't even know what we call them thrusters. Like, what's the fucking
The gravity thing in JVK or GXK? What are you talking about?
No. The Argo, the back of the Argo, those thrusters. What do you call those specifically? The blue.
I think
the blue
I think it's that
Jet
thrusters?
engines.
That
Jet
sure.
engines.
Yeah, there you go. That type of thing. It's almost reminiscent of like a Star Destroyer. Is the comparison I'm trying to make in that description.
Reminiscent. I mean, I wouldn't go that far. Okay, Star Destroyer.
Have you seen a jet plane?
I wouldn't go
Have
that
you
far.
seen planes?
The Argo is basically a sized-up stealth bomber in terms of design.
Have you seen a Harrier
Like,
jump jet?
Let me just
Okay,
pull
the
up.
Star Destroyer comparison is a bit extra, but the point overall that he's trying
Bullshit!
to make, the point that he's overall trying to make,
That'd be crazy.
that-
It'd be like comparing 40s technology to the Argo. That'd be wild. Ugh.
I mean,
okay,
40s technology creating an object of that size. The Argo's physical shape is not that hard to replicate. The damn thing is basically a sized-up stealth bomber.
it's not just the shape; it's the
Yeah,
it's
we're
the
not talking-
power
the shape's
and
not a problem.
efficiency. The power and efficiency
I'm
and
looking at the
durability.
I'm looking at the
What
abilities
power?
of the Argo. It can travel between continents without any apparent need to refuel, which seems pretty.
Have you not
fair,
heard of
'cause
refueling planes?
The thing never.
It says zero. It doesn't need to refuel. So even if it could refuel in the air,
Who
it
said
wouldn't need
that?
to. That's what he's saying.
Who said
Okay.
that?
Brayden just read it.
Well, to be fair,
Okay,
this is
Brayden,
Godzilla,
what's
I
your
don't know what
source?
the
Is that in the film?
I would need to find that.
The answer is no, it's not in the film because they don't address it because they don't spend time in it because they want to get on with the plot of the film. They leave a
yeah,
lot
that
of
turned out
gaps
so
where you
well.
can go, well, they could probably do some stuff with that because
Yeah, they
they're
leave a lot of gaps. That's the
world-spanning
writer's job to fill
organization
in
with
those-
access to
Isn't-
military
Isn't it
stuff.
the
It's
writer's
like-
job to fill in those gaps?
Not when it's part of the not part of the plot.
Not
is
if
it?
it's not important to the story. Is it important to the story that the characters get from A to B, or is it important
Do
to the
they
story that the
show-
Argo
Do they
exists?
show that they have
It's an
toilets
important
on the
world
plane?
building.
It is. It
It's
is
a-
because
I'm sorry,
Is it
they're
important that
probably-
we- no.
They don't show people.
Okay,
Wait, wait. One person at a time. In this case, Brandon, make your point afterwards. Minecraft, then C. Black, you're good. All right.
Oh,
All
I mean, all I was gonna say is, can we all unanimously agree that it would have been a cute little line for someone to be like, "All right, Argo's been refueled. Let's head yada yada." Doesn't have to be that word for word, but it'd be cute. It'd be like, awesome, they're maintaining their ship. That's it. Simple throwaway line.
Fair,
It'd be
but can
nice
we?
flavor text? Yes.
Fair, but also
but
does
I mean,
it
there
fair?
could
But also,
be-
do we need the story? Do we need that in the story? Do we
It would be
really?
helpful. Would
How?
it not be helpful?
How would it?
Would it?
How would it be helpful to know that the ins and outs of how the Argo works when how the Argo works is not the fundamental point of the story. The fundamental point of the story is we need to get from Castle Bravo to Antarctica.
Are
We
any of
have
us
this
saying
thing
that it's a-
that can go
that
to
it's-
that. Okay, let's use that thing to go to the place.
Yes, and would it not make it more believable and feel more grounded? And because it also show they have protocol, like it
here's a-
doesn't hurt anything.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a sec. I think that there may actually. Oh, no. Hold on. Never
I'm
mind.
back.
But I thought they were Hold on. There was like a line about like we need to refuel or something during that Washington D.C. fight. That the Argo was having with Ghidorah and Rodan. I just I kind of thought about it. I thought they were talking about the Argo, but no, they were talking about Osprey. Sorry,
yeah,
carry
yeah.
on.
What are we talking about? now?
Okay,
I
I would
we're
argue
talking
that
about-
it's important, but it's not a plot point per se. The reason I would say it's important is because the Argo is the method by which our characters travel to the plot points, and a lot of emphasis is placed on certain scenes where we are on the Argo. For example, the scene where Rodan chases after the Argo. That would be my. That's the example that I would bring up. They need to lure this turkey away from Isla de Mara straight into Monster Zero, which the way they do it is absolutely bonkers. Why don't they just go in through the back of the volcano, loop around towards the storm to avoid all that collateral damage? Beats me. But if the Argo weren't operational, if the Argo just did whatever it wanted, right, throughout that entire trajectory, you see what I mean? You see what I mean? You see the problem? Anyone?
Sorry,
And
say
can
that
we
again.
get to
I was reading
Ghidorah?
Rick the Squirrel's little post. I think sums it up quite nicely. And I have an addition to it. Rick the Squirrel says, "Why don't they have a line where everybody says they need to go pee?" Which is nice, funny line. But also, we see them go for coffee. So it's not like this film's like
Well,
nobody,
that's
everybody here is inhuman and whatnot. So it's like
Did we say that?
it's
What's it called? Before
that's
anyone
a
else can say
disingenuous point if I've ever heard any, because
Yeah,
one thing is
'cause
basic human
no
bodily
one said that.
function, which is implied, and another completely different thing is the function
oh,
of
it's
the Argo, which
implied, is
takes our
it?
character.
1 second,
through the-
wait. So I also just, since I did say that the
We know
debate
how the
is gonna
human
open
body
up
works. We don't know how the Argo works. There's a
in
difference.
what's it called? So I did say that
That's a good point.
I did say I'd open up the stream in a little bit, so I just put a poll in the stream. So I'm gonna let it run for about you guys got 10 minutes, and then by the end, so once everyone's voted in the next 10 minutes is gonna depend on when we open up the stream for people. So I said like you all get half an hour more for the teams, and then after that we're gonna start pulling in people and we're gonna add to that. So just letting you guys know.
I
Yeah.
want to get to Ghidorah. Or,
Yeah, I think.
or
I think
the
before we
visual
move on,
effects.
though, I think before we move on, we should probably take a brief minute to calm our nerves because this is getting a bit heated.
Is it?
Yes, we literally had several sessions where we were screaming at the top of our lungs over whether or not
I
a
have not
fictional
been
stealth
screaming at
bomber
the top
mobile
of my
base could
lungs.
work.
Sorry for you guys.
Yeah, I have not been streaming at the top of my lungs. This is just my normal voice.
I know.
This is also
I
I
know.
could get loud.
I know.
I
also need
would
to run
admit
to the
that I
bathroom.
admire both
I also
your
need to
voice.
run to the bathroom real fast, so I'll be
I've actually
back.
been mostly quiet.
Yeah, I do.
Hey, you
want
didn't need to
cover
say that, Minecraft World. That was implied.
Yeah, that was implied.
I will send you to Jesus.
Please do. I can't take it anymore.
All right, guys, make sure that if you want to see how long you want this group to be working and keep debating, make sure you vote whether you want us to stay half an hour with the group or 1 more hour. The poll
Because I do have 3 points that I do want to get to in terms of writing. That being Emma's character. Emma's character, Ghidorah, and then Mothra. Rodan, I thought was fine, and Godzilla is passable. So those
Does
are 3.
anyone have any desire to talk about the visual effects?
I don't.
Not really.
I don't know
They're good.
anything about that.
No,
They're pretty
not really.
faulty. So, I don't know. That's something I was hoping we could go over.
I mean, what's it called? If you want to make the point, you can make the point.
I mean, it's a pretty heavy point in the sense of like the animation all around is just really bad. So it's like, is there like a specific shot or anything? But if no one has like the desire to go over that, then I'm not gonna.
I think that what's it called? If anything, is
Oh yeah, I had this looping the whole time. I've just been watching this.
I think it'd be interesting overall to add for the points. So because I
Okay.
think once we open it up for people, I will throw my hat into the ring on some of the points. So
Ooh.
What's wrong with that animation?
All
there you go.
Cool. Sick. Let us actually make this more visible real quick. So, by the way, I'm not saying this looks better. I think this looks a lot worse. I'm just doing this for the sake of visibility. This looks pretty gross, but just for the sake of us being able to see the animation better, I'm doing this. Oh my god, his posing. Okay. Where do I begin with this? Okay. Sorry. This movie makes me laugh. Ghidorah is a 500-foot dragon. It would take a lot of force for him to get. Yes, I did overexpose it. I'm sorry. I did it for the sake of. I'm sure you guys all know the basic principles, right? Of like anticipation, follow through, easing out
The 12 rules of
drag.
animation.
Yeah.
The principles.
So, with Ghidorah, and especially kaiju in general, I mean, this is part of why I love 2014, you need heavy anticipation, heavy drag. Your follow through, it could be whatever. It depends on the whatever. But like, let's compare it to like, say, like the Hawk Muto, which actually, let's see, do I have the breakout here? I do have the breakout.
While you're doing that, Brayden, I just wanted to tell you that I tried using DaVinci Resolve. It broke my brain. I couldn't do it.
For what? Like editing?
Yeah, I was trying to do my Godzilla vs Kong video, and some of the files couldn't be read, couldn't be
You might
added
have to
into the
convert
project
them.
bin.
I
Yeah,
could
well,
help
that's a
you
lot
with
of
that
work.
if you need any. Is it muted? It is muted. All right, so we all see the anticipation on this boy, this beautiful boy. Where he's bending down, even the way he's posed, like it's like a squat. He's squatting with the front legs. The wings are positioned up. His body's, and then he goes up, and it's a complete arc. Wings swing up, legs loosen, and then another arc starts where he tenses up and then pushes again. It's beautiful. And this guy's 200 feet. And you get to Ghidorah, where you don't have that heavy of anticipation. The Muto is doing a squat. Ghidorah's, he's starting a squat. And then, like, his neck's...
Really starting a squat. His whole body is below Godzilla's waist. What do you call that?
That's a bend over. That's not a squat.
He's
That's a
bent
bend
down.
over.
He's squatting. He's lower. He's lowered himself down.
Yeah, and then the
Yeah,
necks.
and not to mention hockey. Sorry, go ahead.
So the necks are a big issue throughout the movie, where the head is and it also has to do with the fact his necks are skinny, so that makes it more difficult. If his necks were thicker, you could do a lot more with it. But the fact that they're like positioned up, because a lot of it is in the posing as well, but that's very hard to articulate, especially since it's very obscured. And then it does that.
His head.
Okay, here we go. This is why it's weird. Because he lifts off without his wings going up. Going down. My mistake.
Yeah,
Could he not be jumping?
He's
Could that not
literally
be him
Those,
jumping?
those legs are going to give enough lift for him to go up like this?
Maybe.
The wings come down as he goes up.
Maybe.
Yes, but in order to get this lift, they would need to be coming down earlier. Because keep in mind, this dude is 500 feet tall, meaning you need to take... So, like, if he was smaller, sure, go for it. But it's the fact that he's 500 feet. You're going to need every part of him to really communicate.
Every part of him is moving. His heads are flying upwards, his body's going up, and then his legs are pushing him up, and then his wings come down.
Yeah, the wings need to come down earlier. And also
Like,
look at
okay,
the
so,
neck.
like-
Oh God, I'm seeing it. I'm
Look
seeing
at
it.
that.
Wait. Zoom out from there.
I'm seeing it.
So
I didn't
that
see it before. Brayden, I hate you.
That frame right there, and
What?
even forward. So from there, even a little before,
Yeah.
his wings should be in the down motion as he's pushing up.
They should. Exactly. Because
The motion is weird, purely because if he's going upwards to get that momentum, his wings should also be down as with his legs.
It's mistimed. It's a heavy mistiming. And that's not even talking about the posing to where his necks are in this weird kink.
I mean,
So that's what it is. Do you know the thing when you get tickled in your neck, and your neck kind of does that little thing? That's what it looks like to me.
It kind of does.
Like he's getting.
And then you remember how when the Hawk Muto went up, he clenched his body to do another big flap? He does another flap, but there's barely any clenching. There's also the file breaking, but that's besides the point.
How many times have you re-edited this movie just out of curiosity?
Oh, too much. Too much.
That explains the file. That explains the file breaking.
It's because it's an MKV, but I also wouldn't be surprised if the computer's just sick of seeing
MKVs,
keyboard monsters.
Wait,
Yeah,
but
dude,
my files are an
MKVs are a
MKV and
headache.
it doesn't accept it. That's weird.
You have
Yeah.
to download FFmpeg. It's a pain in the butt. I'll show you eventually. Here, let me.
Wait, what software are you using?
DaVinci Resolve.
DaVinci
I
Resolve.
would recommend it to everyone. It's
Oh,
free.
that explains why I don't recognize it.
It's a really good software. Yeah, like look at this flap right here.
Okay. Yeah, because I use Premiere Pro for my works.
Dude, switch to Resolve. It's free.
My school gives me
Okay.
free access to Premiere Pro.
That's
Once
fine.
I'm out of here, I'll use Resolve.
I will admit this is the first time I'm actually analyzing the animation for this shot, so that's why I was really like slow at it. I mean, it's Godzilla is really stiff too, but the one that like I find so insane that gets praised wildly
Is the running. You've ranted about this one too many times.
I have, because it's just so gross.
I don't have a problem with the running, to be honest.
It also looks.
Me neither.
It also just is colored gross.
I don't like.
We
that
talked
he's
about the
running.
color grading. Move on to the motion.
We actually didn't talk about the color grading. We talked about the color palette.
We talked about the colors. Let's talk about the motion. We talked about the colors already. Let's talk about the motion.
Yeah, let's balance this out too. There we go.
Ooh, pretty.
Someone in chat pissed me off. Hold on.
It's funny.
Who pissed you off?
GVK did great running.
The guy that said, "Yeah."
Oh, Lau!
So-
Base! Lau! Let's go!
My Christ.
GVK did not do great running. We could also talk about that if you want.
We're gonna do. I'm
I
gonna
do
do
not.
GVK for another stream.
Vic is here.
Vic's
Vic
in
is here in the
chat. I know
stream.
Vic wants to join.
He's in chat.
So I'm using this.
Don't
point
if you
because-
if you
in the
make him
call.
join. If you get him to join, I might strangle him. So you want to keep him in the chat for the time being.
Zim, add him. Do it now.
What's it called? So I did end the poll with 17 votes. So we're gonna give everyone half an hour with the same group.
Cool.
Oh, yeah,
Once
Braden-
we hit-
Braden,
Essentially, once we hit three.
Braden,
hours,
I remember
we'll
you
just
stated
end
you
the
needed
opening it up for
to.
people.
Braden, I remember you stated you needed to rewatch Cloverfield. Have you done that
I
yet?
do need to rewatch Cloverfield. I have not because I'm saving it for when I'm able to set up my sound system.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also,
Once
apologies
you-
for me having to leave for like the last bit. I just went and had dinner.
Yeah.
That's all right. I'm gonna
Okay.
piss soon.
I'm back now
I'm-
to make
Hey,
everyone mad.
Braden.
I saw
Check the
comment.
chat out. What Pyro
Yeah,
Tyrant
I
says.
saw it. They didn't do the physics of a fictional creature right. Okay.
Wait, is it
Listen.
this one or is it the other one?
It's either or. If you are going to tell me that a creature is big, you better make it move big. You better do everything you can to make it feel big, because why else are you making it huge? That's
mean-
like having a wind. Like, let's say you had a wind, right? And you're like, it's really strong, but it's magical, and nothing in the scene was blowing. Maybe you heard it, but like no one's hair was blowing, nothing was falling over, and there's a character being like, man, this wind is really strong. You would
Okay.
look at it and you'd be like, what? There's
Okay,
not a strong
I
wind.
actually do agree with this kind of, but I don't think motion is the only thing.
Oh, 100%.
You can make something move. You can make
Motion
something.
weight.
No. Let me explain. You can make something move fast and feel swift, but still
Yes.
keep the scale. Let me give you an example. Lego Monkey
Transformers.
Kid. No, I was gonna Lego Monkey Kid.
Transformers is
Transformers
The
is
first-
a good example, but
The
like
first
let me
one- the
let me
first
discuss Lego Monkey Kid. Let me discuss Lego Monkey Kid real fast.
Go ahead.
This is an animated property, so it's not exactly aiming for realism, but it does capture scale, but still keeping the characters fast.
Do you have like an
Like-
example you're gonna want to pull up Minecraft or just?
Yes, actually. Let me
Okay,
Monkey
I'm gonna
Kid
mute. I'll be listening. I
season
just need to go to the
4.
restroom.
Hey, no, Brayden, that's
MK
implied.
versus Azure Lion. Let me find the final
I'm
fight.
also still not adding people to the stream yet because once people start
Kuru,
getting
if you
added, I will
don't,
start responding.
Kuru, if you don't want to be spoiled, leave this for now. If you don't want to
I'm
be
just
spoiled on
gonna
this,
tilt my
I
computer
would've-
screen down.
okay.
I would've
Spoilers
brought
for
up,
Lego Monkey Kid. I
Attack on
recommend
Titan.
you. Okay, spoilers for Lego Monkey Kid. I highly recommend the show. It's basically Kung Fu Panda meets Dragon Ball meets Gurren Lagann meets Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Okay.
Yeah.
In this case,
Yeah, Sean Chamel voices Sun Wukong.
So
No,
he
I
goes
know
to
that
Goku.
part, but just Gurren Lagann. I love Gurren Lagann.
Yeah,
you're a
giant
fan of
mechs and
Gurren Lagann?
inspirational species.
Yes.
Okay.
Let me see you grit those teeth.
I actually did get around to watching that show. It's really good. Y'all undersold it to me. But this.
So, is
the
there a certain
fight-
spot from like where to where you want me to show
No,
Minecraft?
no. But just actually, yeah. Let me just pull up the sequence itself. I have the audio muted, so you shouldn't be hearing it. But
I'm back.
one of the big ones is 028. Go to that part, or 025. Go to that timestamp. Mute it real fast. Mute it.
It's muted, yeah.
It's
Okay.
muted.
Play that sequence.
From where to where?
Until let me just right until 030.
Till 030, so that's gonna be about
Yeah.
there.
Zero
Okay.
actually, yeah, 031. Actually.
Okay.
So
Till 031. Okay, and I'm on regular speed, and that's
yeah, regular
enough
speed.
seconds where I don't think I'm gonna get copyrighted for it. So okay.
Yeah.
So from here,
You see, so you have that. He moved the environment towards him and then swing the tail, launch into the distance. There is the entire environment squeezes aside from him. The entire environment just collapses around him as the character Azure Lion is launched into the distance. This is a fast, weighty creature, a weighty character moving in a very speedy manner, albeit it was knocked in the distance. And then let me just find another one.
I assume you're talking about the FX work as well.
yeah, we can just do the clip one.
I would have brought up the later seasons of Attack on Titan, specifically the scenes with the rumbling, the founding Titan, and the colossal Titans, the battle between Eren and Armin's colossal Titans.
I have
would've
not
brought up
watched the
that.
finale of Attack on Titan. I was more so thinking of the season 1 fight between Eren and the female Titan. The finale of season 1.
I don't like how they use the animation in the first few seasons, because sometimes the size disparity, like it's a lot of it isn't consistent, because canonically Eren's Attack Titan is about half the size of Colossal Titan, but when we see Eren's Attack Titan reach the Colossal Titan, he barely reaches the ankle, which is
I would have
inconsistent.
Okay. Or for another example, Eren versus the Warhammer Titan.
I mean, if we're using
Actually-
a King of the Monsters example, I would have used Rebirth or Behemoth.
True.
Actually, no. Yeah, that is a good choice.
Yeah.
Methuselah?
I don't know. I
What
just
about Methuselah
wanted
when
an
he first
excuse.
awakens?
I just wanted an excuse to talk about Lego Monkey Kid. Okay,
Very
the show is
fair.
real. The show is really, really good.
Let's talk
Someone
about
in
the
chat mentioned
Biolizard.
Pacific Rim as well.
The scene where
The
striking
Pacific Rim is a
Eureka
really good
letting through the
example.
water. Yeah, that's a good one.
But
help the explosion, the nuke going off underwater at the breach. Like that's probably one of the best examples of this.
someone said the flying and running complaint feels like a nitpick. How is the way your creatures move, their actual like personality and bringing them to life? How is that a nitpick? You need to make
It's a
these
nitpick because they
things-
don't agree with you, but they can't rationalize it.
100%. Like 54, they wanted Godzilla to be terrifying. They wanted him to be scary. So they did
Am I
everything
clear
they
to
could.
look at my computer screen yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
They did everything they could to bring him to life. And that movie still holds up because they work to make him believable. And that's part of these kaiju. is that you want to bring them to life. And even if you
Actually-
read interviews from Doherty,
Actually, I have another example from Kaiju Gamera 3.
yeah,
Oh
Yeah.
yes.
woo,
When Gamera is entering Kyoto, when he's flying above the city, the wind and the wind just blasts away from him. Or when he's entering Shibuya, he completely raises dust clouds and launches people into the sky as he lands.
and that is something that I can compliment King of the Monsters for, is the FX work. Most of the time, there's a few weird shots, but generally beautiful FX work. Like the destruction, the water, the snow, it's all so heavy, and that does contribute to scale. It's just unfortunately the animation really betrays it.
Yeah, I think having good environmental interaction is what sells scale, because you can, like I showed, you can have something move relatively fast, but if it's not leveling or breaking something around it, or even manipulating something around it as it moves, then it's not exactly going to feel believable.
I would say animation takes precedent, simply because it is within the creatures, and I'd actually use 2014 as an example, because 2014 lowers its FX work definitely less than King of the Monsters, but it still feels heavier because of how the kaiju move.
Completely off topic. This is completely irrelevant to the conversation. I think Kyoto is one of the laziest names for a city I have ever heard of. I mean, you have a city called Tokyo. What else are we going to name our other city? Oh, Kyoto. Genius.
I think Kyoto came first.
Well, then Tokyo would have been a lazy name then.
Yeah.
No.
To round this off, can I show the run just real quick?
Yes, you can.
Thank you, sir.
See, this is why I like these debates or discussions.
I chose this frame because this is kind of the end of his cycle. But wait, can you see my mouse?
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah, we can see it.
So I can make him 98.
Vic, it's your boy, I think.
Oh, that is.
Hold on.
He's so
Actually,
ugly. I love him.
let me actually try to like.
Oh,
What
let's go.
it's like. Here. And here.
I'm assuming you studied the compositing and visual effects of that one, of 98 as well. Yeah.
Not as much as I should, but I read an article about the behind the scenes of it, and it just sounds like the biggest mess. Like, it was really funny.
Oh, you have
Just a heads up, I'm muting, so something just happened.
Okay.
I'm gonna mute myself,
Alright,
but I
hope
will
you're
let the
okay,
stream
buddy.
continue. So give me
All
one
right,
moment.
good luck. You have no idea, Brayden.
I think mess just sounds like the production of 98 as a whole.
True.
Yeah.
Long story short, essentially they went in being like, all right, guys, this is all going to be one vendor in-house. We're going to get this done. There's like 6 vendors by the end of production.
I like your
and
funny words, Magic Man.
They they cut so many quarters.
I know. The budget was bigger than the original concept, which is hilarious.
That sounds
So
about right.
And the
so
movie
what's the run?
flopped.
Sorry. 98 just gets me so excited. I love Godzilla 98.
See, that's why Zim doesn't like you.
That's why he divorced me. Yes, it was
He
also
doesn't
because
like me
Vanguard
because
killed
I
our
think
marriage.
I think 98 is a more entertaining film than King of the Monsters is, and that's more.
I'm gonna be
subjective.
real, dude. I would watch King of the Monsters over 98. I really like this movie.
I think both movies are not as bad as GVK, so as long as Adam Wingard is not involved, I'm good.
I think this movie's hilarious.
So basically, in regards to 98, what you're saying is like they could have just spent less money if they went with the more ambitious tactic of doing the Stan Winston Godzilla fighting a griffin as opposed to what Roland Emmerich did.
Stan Winston,
Possibly.
my beloved.
Maybe.
Rest in peace,
Yeah.
King.
All
Rest in
right, so
peace,
this is
the
the
best
start of the
ever
arc, and his leg is back. It's good anticipation. Good. Wait, what? Wait,
No,
what?
no.
I don't know. My mistake.
Oh, my lordy.
Oh, that was great.
Hey, Joe Schmo in chat says, I honestly prefer GVK over KOTM in 98. Mods, kill him with hammers.
You know what? I could see it. Gonna say
Kill him with rocks.
GVK has better action.
All right, I'm gonna make
No,
everyone.
no. Pacific Rim all the way. Pacific Rim
duh.
fight leaps and bounds better. than
Okay,
GVK.
so
Brayden,
without
Better than
Yeah.
90.
Brayden, before you go,
Yo, mama.
before you go, Brayden, I would like to ask how much did Pacific Rim Uprising hurt?
I haven't watched that movie since it came out. This was before my whole like visual effects obsession or just filmmaking obsession in general. Because King of the Monsters is what started that and Venom. And I don't know, I just remember like watching it being like, oh, those were big monsters. It wasn't as cool as the first one. But I haven't watched it since, so I'm kind of I don't know.
So I'm going to take that as it gave you a heart attack.
Well, it didn't bother me at the time, but now I really don't want to return to it.
Good. Let's keep pretending that movie was a fan project.
What movie?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, what movie?
There's never anything.
Let's go to the other fan.
There is no
project
Pacific Rim Uprising.
where
There's no
his
Pacific Rim
leg is back in
Uprising
anticipation.
possibly say.
Good. It's swinging. Good. He's leaning. Good. All right, cool. Arc. Not Argo. Arc.
Ultraman arc.
The arc of movement. Arc? Space Colony Arc? The Bio Lizard?
Live and learn! Brayden, you need to watch. Brayden, you need to watch Sonic 3. You really
Dude,
need
I
to
might
watch.
tomorrow. One of my friends
Good.
really wants to drag me to it.
Good.
So I actually might.
Good.
I'm scared. Yeah, so the arc, it's reaching the apex of the arc, right? And this is the point where he's carrying all this energy that he built back. So at this point, he would lean his body down. His leg would keep traveling, and it would go with his body in order to properly transfer that energy. Instead, his foot just goes down, and his body barely moves down. And then all that... Okay, so you didn't have the follow-through. What about the drag? So where is all that energy going? He swung that foot. Like, look at that. Fat boy swung it, brought it down.
Stop fat shaming him.
He's fat! So his body would go down as well. And it does a little, but then the moment he, like, goes about probably 20-30%, he shoots back up. And then also he raises his hands like a stupid little baby.
Oh, that always bothered me. I never figured out what it was. I never been able to like articulate it. But now that you're the way he raises his hands so abruptly, that always bothers me.
Did they just break his neck? What? Look at his
neck. Yes, his neck breaks. Look at that. Look at his neck. His neck breaks.
They break his neck.
Real quick,
it
has hit the
so
30-minute
that's what it
mark,
was.
so I'm gonna open up the stream.
Okay.
Everyone, so we're
And
gonna
now
start
let the
filing.
chaos begin.
And if
But-
anyone
Here
from
we
the stream
go.
needs the bounce, this would probably be
In conclusion,
the
I mean, I can elaborate on more shots if anyone wants.
Sure.
In
I'm gonna go
conclusion,
grab a beer.
Sure. This is actually getting fun.
this run looks stupid.
I'll take this opportunity to jump off here because it's 2:30 in the morning. So
Oh yeah, you need
I'm
sleep.
Get some sleep,
I'm
man.
going to go beddy buys.
Yeah,
Alright.
Yeah, this has
Don't-
been interesting.
Doherty be with you.
Sorry to be with you.
I mean, he
Go
is
with
Christian,
God,
so
What
I mean,
denomination?
Doherty is Christian, so
Wait.
What
I wish I could-
denomination?
Actually,
I don't know. I don't know. All I know is that he's Christian.
I can do
I
this.
bet
Hold
he's Protestant. I can tell from what.
Catholic.
One of Oh,
I might be wrong about that, but I
think
think
he's
Hold on,
Catholic.
actually, can I? Oh, wait.
oh
Yeah, he
yeah.
did
Wait,
mention
no,
something about
Images?
Catholic.
I
wait,
made
no.
an
He
image that
would
I-
be He would be Catholic. He would be Catholic. Yeah, because
since
I
Godzilla
made an
King of the
image that I
Monsters
think
is
all of you
the
will
Book of
adore.
Revelation put to film.
Oh,
It's really not.
See, Animus, I'm
That's a
sorry,
very
buddy, but I covered
basic
that video,
understanding of-
and
Hello.
I covered that video.
Hello.
Who are you?
Hold on.
This stream.
Hold
Alright,
on. Before
studio-
you leave,
studio
I gotta
install.
share this.
So whoever
Wait.
just tried to join, oh, there's a bunch of people trying.
Who is that? Is that meant to be Doherty?
Honestly, I would like to talk to Doherty in person, or at least Bear McCreary.
No, I would too. He seems like a cool dude.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, talking would be awesome.
Yeah.
I saw a job
Yeah,
opportunity
yeah, he
to
seems
be
like
an
a really
expert
cool guy.
Godzilla X Kong one time. I declined the offer.
Damn it, man! You
Come
could have
on.
been in a Godzilla movie.
All right, real quick.
And stain my
only because there's more
legacy.
people who are
Still a Godzilla movie.
but because there's people trying to join. Is there anyone else who's bouncing out? 'Cause I know.
Yeah, well,
someone-
said I'm going.
You said you're going to
I
see.
might bounce that soon.
In like 30 minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go now. So,
Okay.
yeah,
Take care, man.
Take care,
Amos,
man.
you gonna be on
See
the
you,
stream
see.
tomorrow?
This was very fun.
Oh, I've heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sea Monster. I shall see you tomorrow.
Yeah, baby.
Awesome.
Yeah, we're talking about Jurassic World Rebirth. Let's go.
Woo!
Well, yeah, it's on the trailer list.
Yeah,
Let's
baby.
see
Baby
that.
monkey.
Brandon.
Hey, y'all love how
Yeah.
All right. So whoever's been trying to
You-
join,
you
I
love
know
how
that
Godzilla
one
and
more spot's
Ghidorah-
opening up again.
Brayden, you should try
Okay,
to make one of the shots look like G98.
hello.
Do it.
I'm not very familiar with 98's look, but
Let's
I-
try.
I could
Let
try
me see
that
if I can pull
eventually.
up. Let's try to pull up a wide
What
shot,
is
actually,
this? Ew,
just to
that
see.
looks- I have the movie, but I did pull up the shot because I think it was really kind of Godzilla and Ghidorah to stand there for 4 minutes without interacting, so that the Russells could have their dramatic moment.
They're just looking at each other lovingly.
Yes,
They're
love it.
doing
They
the
really
typical.
are.
They're doing the typical animal thing of like roaring at each other for like 5 minutes, waiting for the other one to run away, so they can, be like, "Yeah, I'm the top dog here," and then like it doesn't happen, and the Russells run away, and now they have to fight.
No. What's going
I
on is
looked it
that
up.
Godzilla's having a monologue in his head, like in an anime.
True.
No,
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
no,
It's the Godzilla. It's the
Ghidorah.
Godzilla X. Go ahead.
It's Ghidorah having a villain monologue after getting his power up.
It's the
Alright, guys,
Godzilla
guys,
X.
what's he thinking?
Dramatic.
It's the
you think that's
Godzilla
dramatic?
King of the Monsters like monologue where he's like, "Damn, I don't know if I can beat Ghidorah. Like they hit me really bad with the oxygen destroyer." And then
No,
like
no, no, no,
5
no, no.
minutes later, he like
He's gasping.
kicks-
He's gasping dramatically like those anime people. Like, oh, he hit me good. Oh, like that.
This is all perfect.
Guys, should I deep fry him? Should I deep fry Godzilla?
Yeah.
Oh no!
Wait,
Oh no!
no,
Oh no! 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 My eyes!
Play the clip. Play the clip.
Play the clip.
I'm super curious if like what's it called, the copyright system's gonna actually even like pick
It
up.
won't.
We know full well it will.
No,
This looks
Dude.
like, it looks like Zack Snyder's vision, guys.
this is fried catfish
Zack
Godzilla.
Wait, hold on,
Brayden.
Rooney, no. You want
Brayden, I
Zack
need you to do
Snyder's
me a
Rebel
favor.
Moon vision?
Please.
Hold on, there you go, Rebel Moon, guys. Look at that. Rebel Moon.
No, that's Army of the Dead. What are you talking about? That's Army of the Dead.
You have to do the GVK version where like Kong looks at Godzilla and he's like, "Why do you know that name? Gia! Why do you know that name?" And then like they team up against Mechagodzilla.
That's kind of what happened.
Watch
Oh.
this
You guys want to play a game?
I can still figure out what scene this is exactly. I have seen this.
Okay, yeah, I was about to say that. Let's do that. I'm gonna jump to a random part of the movie, and well, okay, you guys can also see the timeline. Is there a way I could get rid of that?
Before you put a pin on that, yeah, I mean that is kind of a fair point. Like, yeah, what were Godzilla and Ghidorah kind of doing while the Russells, are kind of like reuniting and all that? How funny would it be if just like if the conversation between them was all like, Ghidorah, Chancellor Palpatine is evil. From my point of view, Mothra is evil. Well, then you are lost.
It's
that. Listen, it's that South.
This is a point that I forgot to bring up when Ray Animus is here. I forgot to bring this up. The opening sequence.
No.
Yes, the opening sequence.
God.
What
my
is?
God.
What the?
What am I looking at here?
Battle of Boston.
Why does it look like Moby Dick?
It is. It's Moby Dick.
Listen, I'll explain it. It's because
Everyone,
Moby.
It's the key to this movie. This is what Doherty's been trying to teach us. It's the key to this movie, Moby Dick.
Actually,
I was gonna say like Moby Dick
on,
is the
give me a
original kaiju. A man who fights a gigantic whale and his only end is to be like defeated by it. Like, yeah, it's the original fucking kaiju. And then we have records that Moby Dick actually existed some time ago. Like, yeah, Moby Dick's the fucking original kaiju. That's why.
Not gonna lie. Michael Dougherty's Moby Dick is kind of limp. Not gonna lie.
I kind
Are you saying Dougherty has a limp dick?
Moby. A limp Moby.
He has a limp Moby?
A part of me wonders if what Doherty do. A part of me wonders what Doherty doing his a version of Moby Dick would look like.
What the Doherty doing?
What the Doherty doing?
NNN in chat says Moby Dick is based on a true story on how I impaled your mom.
Oh guys! I had a you mentioned that Moby Dick. Guys,
how original?
Guys, you mentioned that Moby Dick may have been like the original kaiju. Like maybe that's how the Puniverse will introduce Moby Dick when they get to that.
Oh my!
No!
I'll say this: when Moby Dick actually becomes a kaiju, I will be satisfied. Because come the fuck on, like that's just the OG story right there.
Yeah.
Hey, my Moby Dick's a kaiju.
Do you guys want to
put your pants back on, Rudy?
Random.
Okay,
Hey, I'm about to turn around.
I'm
about to turn around. Okay, you better duck.
I'm actually gonna leave earlier than I said, so I'm heading off. So this
See
you later, man.
Be safe.
Yeah. See y'all.
Okay, guys. I randomized the movie, so we're gonna hop to different parts, and you all have to guess what part of the movie it is.
Are we going to complain about how the kaiju run in like a weirdly unrealistic way again?
Do we want to make?
No,
do we want to actually go through the argument again? Because now that I'm
doing something
actually
even better.
part of it, I can join in on the arguments for that.
Okay, what part of the movie is this?
No, I think this is just a game.
Listen. I don't know what part of the movie this is. You've given me fucking cataracts. I can't see this.
All right,
shit, bro.
I think I know. I think I know. This is either a scene with Alan Jonah or this is the scene where they discovered that Ghidorah was an alien.
What fucking movie is this? Like, is this Kong v Godzilla? Like, is this when they travel through a
King of the Monsters.
Listen, unblur this a little bit and give me some of my youth back, because you've given me fucking cataracts at 80 years old. I don't know what this fucking is. Yeah.
When you guys played the one clip with the overexposure and all that, I imagine it's like, imagine
we all know what this is.
Final Wars movie.
Yeah,
Monsters. That's what it would look like.
We know what this one is. You're playing clips at like half the fucking like vision, and it's like, bro, I'm 80. You've aged me twice the times I am years old, and it's like, what clip is this?
Hey, so I gotta go. I'd like to mention that I have to go. Before I do, I would like to say 3 things. Number 1, opening sequence. Every single one of those kids should have been evacuated, so Andrew's death shouldn't really have happened. Number two, tomorrow, I will release a little bit of not a blast screen episode, but a video talking about Cianimus's video on the revelation of Godzilla, King of the Monsters. And thirdly, I did confirm Michael Dougherty is indeed Catholic. But
And also,
One
thing
at a
I wanna
time.
say-
Cool.
One thing I want to say before you leave, Black. When you mentioned Attack on Titan, when you mentioned it, I typed in the chat the exact same time. We both used it examples.
Brain cells shared, apparently.
I just need like some
Nice.
soul spot saying that.
I want to
Alright.
argue with like
Well-
the person who's defending Godzilla throughout this entire like stream. Like, no, Godzilla was the right one. He was the guy who ended the Battle of Boston. He was the guy who defeated the Mutos. Like, bro, I'm sorry, no, like absolutely not. Like, we don't treat any other natural disaster like that. Like, let alone a giant creature that we can actively target and bomb. Like, fuck no. Like,
Okay, but our weaponry. Okay, but
I
our
have-
weaponry didn't work on it before.
No, I
Until the
wouldn't really
Oxygen
say-
Destroyer. And with that, I am going to go. Thank you all for having me. And if Vic says anything dumb, please kill him. Thank you.
No, we'll make him. We'll
my
make him
God.
the next. No, we'll make him the president. We'll make.
I'm
Vic
about to
next
make the
president.
fall in Persona 3 look like a joke.
Alright, what shot is?
We'll make
What
Vic
shot is
president.
this?
We didn't discuss the thing I was really wanting to talk about.
What was
What
that?
was it?
Sarazawa's sacrifice.
We can still
Yeah.
talk about it.
What about Sarazawa's sacrifice?
Is someone like
How
popping
it's
champagne? or
stupid, how
something?
it happens. Yeah, who's drinking? Can I have some?
I am.
I got some Snowdrift Vanilla Porter from Leinen
Curious.
Kudels.
What are you with that
shot is
fancy
this,
stuff?
actually?
I don't know.
Oh.
Shit.
I have such a enormous drink of the vial. You'll see I'm getting quite tipsy today.
Okay. But yeah, Braden, I do actually have a question for you that I wanted to ask. That I
Yes.
just remembered I wanted to ask. Thoughts on the
Yes,
CGI in the
yeah.
Sonic? Thoughts on the CGI in the Sonic movies?
Brayden, you
it's
gotta wear
fine.
this very carefully.
I'll say what I want. Keanu Reeves was like the worst casting they could have done. Terrible.
Wait. Time out. Wasn't Keanu Reeves like Sonic or some shit?
He played
No,
Shadow.
he's Shadow.
Yeah, Shadow. Okay, yeah,
Shadow.
I agree with that. Keanu Reeves as Shadow, like,
I wouldn't say he did a bad job. I don't
He
think
didn't do
did
it.
I love
He
Keanu
didn't do
Reeves,
it.
but he can't
He
act.
did not do a bad job as Keanu Reeves because Keanu Reeves is great, but he did a bad job as Shadow because Keanu Reeves played like an overly
True.
edgy dick. Like, let's be real. He did the mean version of Shadow where it's like, I love Latinas and Maria died, and like I'm following the Maria. If I wanted Maria, I would have. If I wanted Maria, I would have played Gears of War and I would have watched Dom die again. Like, Keanu Reeves
Hey,
did a bad job
if I wanted-
as Shadow. I'm sorry.
If I wanted Maria, I would play Shadow the Hedgehog, the arc level, and then plug in a second controller because you can play as Maria.
Actually,
Yes, you can play as Maria in that game.
Oh
No,
shit! really?
you're right, and that's like, yeah, like I'm sorry, Keanu Reeves didn't just
Yeah,
he just didn't
and
do a
she
good job.
punches things.
She punches things.
Yes. You can
Maria.
actually play as Maria in Shadow the Hedgehog and punch things.
I'm sorry, Maria. I lost you.
Playable
She
Maria,
could punch.
guys.
But that means she could punch Shadow.
Also, okay. Also, another thing I wanted to
I don't
ask:
think
what's
it's
the worst
damage.
CGI you've ever seen in a kaiju movie?
My mom.
Godzilla X Kong.
Well, are we talking about the budget? Like, are we taking that into account?
No,
just
just
in
like
general.
in general.
This is-
Just in general.
well, in general, it's the Asylum films. Like, that's you really.
Yeah, that's not even.
Okay, obvious exclusion of those.
No. Time out. You can't ask him like, hey, what's the worst CGI ever? Hey, what do you mean? Oh, any CGI. Yeah, the Asylum films. Like, unironically, like, give me any Asylum film and it's terrible.
Worse than
If we're going
Reptilian?
by a big budget,
Transmorphers. Come on, like, give me an Asylum film.
I forgot that that's a
wait, I'm about
real
to crash
thing.
my computer.
I know. I forgot they ripped off Pacific Rim
I
too.
Yeah, right.
No, but to seriously answer the Sonic question though, I think the first one was the strongest visually, but that's probably because they had the least amount of work to do. I think they ride a weird line of like trying to be stylized but also trying to be kind of photorealistic, and they kind of get in that weird in between. I don't think they look bad, but I think they're fine. I think it's just a weird. It's more of an art direction thing where it's like they have so much beauty lighting to where they don't look like they really fit in the environments, but it's like just enough to be like, yeah, I guess they're there.
Can I add something to your point real quick?
Sure.
I think when it comes to the Sonic movies, especially the first one, and this may be me, showing my age, but like, damn, I do remember when what they were going with was like, ugly Sonic and shit. I think that little bit of just like, a feedback did tell them how much they fucked up in that. And now they're sticking to this kind of safe avenue where, like you said, like, it is all right, but it's a weird kind of mix in the middle where you mix live action and animation. And for me personally, I haven't quite seen it since like the old Smurf movies. Like that's the last time I can remember seeing this type of like combination of like animation and like real life. But then it's like, does anyone really want to fucking remember the Smurf movies?
Sonic specifically, actually, no. This is just a consistent thing with live action 3D hybrids or even 2D hybrids. It is so difficult to find a balance because if you're dealing, Godzilla's one thing. Sonic has a very distinct style going for him.
I agree with you. That's why I'm bringing up the Smurfs. Like the last time they got it was for some reason the fucking Smurfs.
Yeah.
What about where they captured the animation style of like the original and then they meshed it with real life? The movie wasn't good. Like, don't mistake me for that. It wasn't a good movie, but it's like, okay, those are obviously the Smurfs. That's obviously Papa Smurf. That's obviously.
I'd say kind of Detective Pikachu. Kind of.
Detective Pikachu probably did it the best in terms of like finding that balance.
Anyway,
because it didn't, because it just translated the Pokemon art style into like a realistic 3D style, and while it is a bit uncanny, especially with some Pokemon, especially Gengar, Jesus Christ, what is that abomination? Oh my god! But
Detective Pikachu was obviously the best. I'm drawing a comparison to the Smurfs because, like, in a way, it's just like, yeah, it doesn't quite work with the Smurfs and then like what we're going for now, but like you can kind of see what they're going for. It doesn't quite hit Detective Pikachu level status, but it's like, okay, we see you're making an effort. We see you're like not deviating too hard from the source material. You're kind of sticking too close to it, in fact. Where Detective Pikachu, I can say at least, you took your creative choices. You took your creative choices with Pikachu, with like some of the more notable Pokemon, where it's like, if I showed this to someone who is like familiar with the OG, they may not see the OG resemblance, but they'd be able to pick it out with Pikachu. But then with something like the Smurfs, it's like, nah, that's a Smurf. With something like Sonic, it's like, nah, that's fucking Sonic. That's fucking Knuckles. That's fucking Tails. You don't do anything really creative. Smurf.
Yeah.
You don't do anything
here's the
really
thing. They
creative.
did initially try to do something creative with Sonic before they delayed it.
We saw what happened.
That trailer in 2019.
Yeah, I don't know where
we
to rate that.
Don't.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know where to rate that, where it's like we got ugly Sonic and we realized where ugly Sonic went wrong and they corrected that almost immediately, but then it's like, is that where we're going to stand to now, where it's like every creation has to be just kind of a carbon copy?
I mean, it's not exactly a carbon copy. They do try to make their own stylizations to the characters. Knuckles especially is where you see this. It's like it's sort
Yeah,
of
Knuckles
Knuckles
has never had
himself is
quills before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I'm
he's
not
sort of
gonna lie
an
about that.
Knuckles is sort of an in between from the game design and the Boom design, which if you're going for something like that, Boom is actually kind of a decent approach when it comes to creating a more human interactive Sonic, I guess. It's weird. It's weird to explain.
I will say, Ugly Sonic had better visual effects than the final design, but that's not like remnant. That has nothing to do with the design itself. It's just I think since they were going for like overall more grounded, the way they shaded and textured him, they took a more grounded approach. Whereas, because I think the designs are wonderful just overall, but you can tell that the way the assets were made had kind of a cartoony flair in mind.
Yeah, it also doesn't help that they had that
it's-
the Redux was very quick in production. Because
that's one of the...
which astonishes me what they were able to do in that time and with those
Yeah,
resources.
yeah, exactly. And
Really
thankfully
sad,
with
though,
the
is-
sequel,
yeah.
I would disagree slightly.
There are stories. There's stories of MPC, the vendor that made them. At the wrap party for Sonic, their supervisor was like, "Don't worry, guys, we're not shutting down." Next day, they shut down.
Like
wow.
this is where one of the things where it's like I'll disagree on the design and I won't shit on the people who made the design, because it's like, yeah, you're kind of right, where it's like they were given the go ahead to kind of go along with this, but like looking at the original, I'm not talking about like the Chip and Dale movie, design.
Oh
but
god,
like,
that was atrocious.
yeah, but like just talking about like the original trailer, which I'm watching right now, it's like it wasn't Chip and Dale horrible, but it was still kind of uncanny in an aspect where it's like someone should have probably tuned in on this and like made the decision whether we're going full realistic like they did with Lion King, the live action one they did, or whether we're going kind of cartoony with this, because it's a mix of both. And just looking at it, it's just like I don't know if I could deal. Yeah, like I don't know if I could deal with a full movie of this. The trailer itself, okay, cool, nice. I could deal with this. I could watch this and be like, hey guys, this is what they're like cooking up for the Sonic movie. A full movie of it? Nah, I don't know. It's like, ugh.
Yeah, it also didn't help with the current.
Brother,
It also didn't,
brother, what the fuck is this, brother?
yeah, but it also didn't help with the current landscape of video game movies at the time, with video game movies. Yeesh. They're still breaking out of that shell.
Oh yeah. Every time I come on here, I like bring up the fact that it's like, if I'm talking about the movie that got produced versus like the studios and like the corporations and what they're fucking working with, it's like it's always gonna be slanted on what I got in between, because it's like ugh. Like people are working on this, people are working on like the ugly Sonic design, but like ultimately it just came out as ugly Sonic. That's what it's gonna be remembered as. Sorry.
Yeah.
Like ugh.
Yeah.
I can't wait till they introduce Big the Cat.
Oh god.
I'm hoping they introduce Chaos at some point. I'd love to see him.
I like to
That'd
see
be cool.
Oh, dude, Chaos with like heavy water effects.
Yeah, baby.
The Bio Lizard.
No.
Sonic 3 does
Bio-Lizard
reference the Bio Lizard, by the way, and it's in a really funny way.
I know. There's one shot. Yeah.
I
it's
know.
Wait. How does it reference the Bio Lizard? Because like, not gonna pretend like.
Okay, do you want to be spoiled?
The old movie.
Yeah. No. Spoil me. I've watched that movie
Okay.
several times
The
right now. I
Bio
may not have...
Okay, so they make the Bio Lizard Godzilla.
Yes.
It's like an old movie reference, and it's actually part of Shadow's character. Like, this is not just a one-off thing, it's actually something that gets Shadow's character going.
I'm gonna check that right now.
Yeah, it's a cute
yes.
nod. It's a really cute nod.
They make Maria and Shadow kaiju fans. I love it.
I know.
Oh god.
They're
So
exactly
good.
like us.
It's
Just
so
like
good.
me for real.
That also
Why did they get Ryan Gosling to voice Shadow?
No. No.
I don't know. Can we? I don't know. Should we like get back to discussing King of the
No,
Monsters?
I think the debate is
Actually,
I think the
well,
debate's pretty much done at this point.
to end it, I kind of want to. You ask what the worst visual effect that I've seen in a kaiju movie, and
actually,
of
there was
course,
one thing I
Asylum or
wanted-
whatever the poop, but like
There was something I wanted to talk about before we ended off the debate, although CGF and Rooney are no longer here, so I'm not sure how much it could be discussed. Which is like Sarazawa's sacrifice, because I've seen more than one occasion people make the argument it's like pro-nuke or something, for lack of a better term now. I think it's completely stupid, and you miss the point at what the scene is trying to say, but I'm just curious if anyone here is going to
I
make
have no
arguments
stance on that.
against that scene.
Can I put my stance on it?
Oh,
Shoot.
I'd like to put my stance on that too after you do.
Well, I more so view it as a part of me. I more so view it as letting go of his hatred for nuclear weapons, because it's obviously like Ichiro Sarazawa, Ichiro Honda. A part of me feels like it's like supposed to like represent, like, of course, the real life Ichiro Honda never let go of his hatred for nuclear weapons, but by symbolically making peace with it, yeah. By using a nuclear weapon to give hope for the last of humanity. Not saying it's good to use nuclear weapons, but more so to make peace at them, which not only ties with Mark's character arc, but also gives him a satisfying conclusion. So
Yeah, largely I held the same opinion. The scene is, I mean, it's very obvious. The whole point of the scene is literally explained with what Sarazawa says before he goes into the submarine, which is that sometimes to heal your wounds, you have to make peace with the demons who created them. Now he's talking to Mark. Mark's demon is Godzilla, but Sarazawa's was the bomb.
Can I give my opinion real quick?
Shoot.
Sure.
I think when it comes to Sarazawa's sacrifice and the way people read it, it really depends on specifically how you view American-made Godzilla films in general, because it can kind of be read both ways. If you just take it as the Godzilla film, remove the nationalities involved in it and the way the storytelling is, actually progressed, like, yeah, we can look at Sarazawa's sacrifice as like coming to terms with, the realities of the bomb, losing his father, and having that watch stopped at that particular moment, and finally having, in a, type of a symbolistic sense, having that watch move on and then dying from it. But then if you look at it from the way some people do, where it's like Americans can't tell Godzilla stories and we just don't understand the logic of a Godzilla story. It's like, yeah. And I heard it in, this stream earlier, where it's like the ideas of how nuclear radiation and how these monsters do impact humanity, specifically within the MonsterVerse, is kind of muddled. And, the first Godzilla movie and like Kong Skull Island, these things are kind of seen as just unambiguous threats. And then as we get to King of the Monsters, it's like now we're learning about this whole coexistence narrative and shit like that. And then that's when we get Sarazawa dying. Like, I won't say King of the Monsters is perfect, because that's just not my opinion.
Whoa.
But like, wait, what? Go ahead.
Sorry. Sorry. I thought that was ignore me. There was a loud noise near me, and I thought it was through the stream. I thought someone, someone got hurt.
Okay.
It's a nuke! It's a bomb!
It's the oxygen destroyer!
Like that one
incoming!
Oh my gosh, the pipe bomb Rooney sent us.
Wait, hang on.
No, Rudy! It was supposed to go to someone else.
But like Too long, didn't read. Basically, I think Sarasawa's sacrifice can be read either way, depending on which way you look at like the franchise individually and how you look at the MonsterVerse. If it's just, the way Americans can't tell it, like, yeah, it kind of does promote a nuclear kind of resolution and shit, where it's like, hey, like we Godzilla's our superhero and shit like that. In the MonsterVerse, we only portray him as like this force to be used when the forces are untenable, and then Godzilla comes and beats him up. But then if you do the traditionalist route, like, it can be something else. Like,
well, I mean, there's also the Godzilla versus King Ghidorah, where they also do a similar thing with the nuclear bombs, where they just like take a nuclear submarine out of nowhere and then they try to power up Godzilla.
Speaking
of, like 100%. That's one of the reasons, like, so while I was commenting, it's like I want to get on this is because, like, in King of the Monsters, one of the things they do is just like America unilaterally just is like, nah, we're just gonna kill them both. What's the results of this? We don't give a fuck. People in Mexico dead? We don't give a fuck. The entire ecology dead? We don't give a fuck. Oxygen destroyer their ass. And
no, I mean, they're hoping it kills them both.
No, exactly. They're hoping it kills them both, but they're also ignoring, to the point of like human life, human ecology, the economy, and bullshit. They're ignoring everything that comes with that. And
like, we don't really. What the film was trying to do was.
I'm so sorry.
I think what the film was trying to do was oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh, apologies. My audio's delayed,
okay, well,
so if I accidentally talk
well, I think what the film was trying to do was to have man, I forgot what I was going to say. The person who was going to talk could go first, I guess. Sorry.
All I was going to do was say a joke.
Okay.
I guess I'll go ahead and do my bit before, because I'm at the end.
I'll try to remember what I was saying.
I still want to debate the Godzilla apologist. Like, nah, man, like that dude completely trashed Washington. Fuck him.
I gotta go check my mailbox. Rooney has a package for me.
We're now here today. We're now here to grieve Kaiju Kuru. His cause of death was pipe bomb sent by Black Rooney. Why isn't he arrested yet? We do not know.
Rooney.
Well, you see, he did not have Godzilla insurance, so when Godzilla charged up that old atomic breath of his house wasn't insured, so he got vaporized.
Exactly. America, exactly.
So I remember what I was gonna say now. In the King of the Monsters, I think what they were trying to do was mostly have the atomic bomb be like the last resort for trying to stop King Ghidorah, sort of. It's similar thing to Godzilla versus King Ghidorah, where they like revive Godzilla, but it actually turns out worse in the original Godzilla versus King Ghidorah, where they power up Godzilla and then he kind of like destroys Japan. So I feel like it turned out better in King of the Monsters for it not being as much of a pro-nuclear weapon story compared to the original.
See, like, I would disagree with that in the simple fact that, like, in the way that some people view Godzilla in the MonsterVerse as like a nuclear allegory, it's like he comes in and like pretty much saves the day. In King of the Monsters, the oxygen destroyer does not do shit. All it does is knock Godzilla out of the fucking battle, and then King Ghidorah comes up and he fucking rises again, grows a new head, and does his King Ghidorah roar over the fucking volcano and the Jesus in Brazil.
Because it doesn't really function like the original oxygen destroyer.
Oh yeah, but like you're talking about like Godzilla lore and the generation of like, okay, the original oxygen destroyer. I'm talking about the original movie and how some people can see it as like a nuclear allegory where Godzilla is the nuke. If the oxygen destroyer doesn't work and King Ghidorah grows his head back and he stands over Brazil and the King Jesus fucking statue and shit, like that's obvious symbolism of, it's the symbolism of what it is. The destroyer taking control of like the creator's paradise shit.
But at the same time,
and then we get like the
not
story
using the nuclear weapon and then letting King Ghidorah destroy the world, I think is like worse than you know. Not
but then
using
we're
the nuclear
we're-
weapon just for the
but then
story.
we're missing where Godzilla comes back as like the quote unquote nuke in this this metaphorical situation where he melts the fucking city. And King of the Monsters, the resolution to this is Godzilla getting supercharged and melting the fucking city, and King Ghidorah melting his ability to regenerate. Yeah, unevacuated.
100% agree with that. Yeah.
Wait, time out. Let me finish. Wait. Let me finish this real quick. Godzilla gets irradiated. He gets melting hot. He gets super nuclear. He melts the fucking city. He kills Ghidorah right to regenerate, where he can't even regenerate his wings anymore to try and escape this shit. He burns away, and then Godzilla blows the fucking nuke down his fucking head. And then it's destroyed, and then he eats the fucking head. And then what does Godzilla do? He roars to the other monsters, and it's like, yeah, if we're taking this as like an allegory, as stupid people do for like nukes good, it's like, yeah, in King of the Monsters, everything humanity does isn't worth shit. But the really simplified version of good guy nukes, which is Godzilla in this aspect, because we're American, is like, yeah, he wins. And it's like, we don't look at the fact that it's like, this city's not evacuated yet. We still have people who die in this city.
Good sir. Pyro.
I'd also like to
GST, let me make that point.
Okay.
That entire statement would make sense if you didn't account for three things actually.
Oh yeah, go ahead, explain them to me, please.
First, whatever Serizawa did to Godzilla worked a little too well because he's about to explode like an atom bomb. The line stating, in translation, if we don't... Oh, Godzilla... Oh, the nuke that we gave to... Let me finish my point.
Yeah, let him finish, please.
The nuke that Serizawa used to revive Godzilla was too much, and now he's going to go kaboom and die for real. Yes, he's going to take the problem with him, but it just got worse because Godzilla's not going to be alive to deal with, all other... How many are there? 15 15 Titans rampaging across the planet and making their way towards Boston.
Can I ask you a question real quick? Hold up.
I'm not done yet.
I'm gonna address point by point. You brought up that point. You're right. Godzilla got supercharged by the nuke because Serizawa went down there and he, supercharged Godzilla because all these other Titans are released and shit. Who released the other Titans again? Who released Monster fucking Zero? Was it Godzilla? Or was it the human?
So sorry to interrupt everyone. I've been wanting to say this for like 10 minutes. Nate, can you pull up these comments? One was at 7:08. Wait, no. The first one was at 7:07. That said, I didn't like nukes, but King of the Monsters made me like them.
Oh, wait.
No, thank you for proving my point. Like, Godzilla is kind of like, hey, nuke's good, baby. And it's like,
I wasn't done yet, though.
Hold on.
No, fair. That's fair. He wasn't done yet. They weren't done yet.
There's a second one that says, my mom kills all plants, so I nuke them. They grow.
Listen, my cows have 2 heads now. That means twice the beef.
Exactly. Why are there 2 planes headed for those heads?
Well, 2 planes headed for the tower?
That was like that discussion.
Anyways,
sorry, you weren't finished with your point. I apologize for interrupting.
The second one was Mothra.
Well, I got another point. Basically, I think the Heisei era started this thing where, like, if you just expose things to like radiation, it like turns into like a giant monster.
No, that's from the 50s. That's from the 50s.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, that too,
that's a
but
50s things where it's
for-
like,
for
yes,
me,
we
for
exposed
Godzilla.
this kangaroo to radiation. Now it's Kangaroo-saurus. Like, that's 50s shit, bro.
Well, I
Like,
mean, the original Godzilla was just scarred from the nuclear weapons, and the other monsters in the Showa era, they weren't really like powered up by the nuclear weapons. In the Heisei era, basically every monster
wasn't
is
that the
like powered up
implication
by
from?
nukes.
Wasn't the power up from the nuke the implication from? I believe it was in the novel.
Yeah, the implication was always that Godzilla was scarred, but also the fact that he had the lingering radiation and the atomic breath was the result of it. Just because someone's been really quiet, I would say, like, if I'm gonna weigh in on like the pro or anti-new arguments, the best argument I could make is the fact that if the entire kind of point of the movie is like this balance with nature, and we shouldn't really like push the hand when something is going well, then mechanically in the story, the disposal of Godzilla with the Oxygen Destroyer makes sense since Godzilla was taking care of King Ghidorah by that point, and every single example of humans trying to correct an issue with nature via the like by their own hands always causes some unintended side effects. So the reason why they were using Monster Zero was to distract the Monarch, and as a result, Godzilla as well. And the same would go for Rodan. And in Ghidorah's case, they weren't expecting Ghidorah to do what he did. And the same goes for Rodan as well.
Wait,
one
Zim,
second.
time out.
What?
What do you mean by that? Because I'm looking at the movie right now, and I'm looking at the scene in which they release all of these fucking monsters, and like the code goes kind of wild, and it's like they don't plan for this. It's not like they said, yes, we're going to release all of the monsters at once. It's kind of like they choose Monster Zero, and then Monster Zero releases all of the monsters, and then Jonah's just kind of like, fuck it, I guess we're doing this all at once.
Yeah, no, that's literally that.
That's
Wait. That literally just proved my point then, because that was an unintended side effect, which is the point of the movie.
Well, can I say something?
Wait, I just want to see if Pyro's going to say something else, and I know someone's been really quiet, so I'm going to give them. They wanted to say something, and they've been really quiet for a long time.
Oh yeah, what I was gonna say is like, if your point was that like, Jonah and his crew intentionally like just released them and they were trying to divert Monarch, I don't personally see how they were trying to initially divert Monarch when their plan wasn't to cause this in the first place. They were initially, and again, I'm just watching the movie, you know, as we talk about this, they were initially trying to release Titans one at a time, but hey, we released Monster Zero and all of these Titans got released. We're not really going to complain. I don't see that as the same thing as like, we're going to do this in order to divert Monarch for X goal in the future.
Well, that's what they essentially make clear with Mothra, and then they do so with Monster Zero. And that was Emma's goal, was to release them one at a time. So each one of them was to distract Monarch, which is why Monarch was able to see through it.
Okay, if I'm mistaken in like Jonah and like that terrorist organization's goals and like releasing the monsters, like that may be the case.
No,
like,
Jonah's goal. Jonah and Emma team up because of convenience. Jonah's goals were always different from Emma's, which is why they have the argument that they do, and that's why Emma ends up diverting from Jonah, and that's why we also have the scene where Jonah's like talking to Mass and be like, what did like her mother promise or tell her was going to happen? So even though Emma and Jonah are working together, their end goals are different. It just so happens that
my thing is like it's the specific nature of Jonah specifically, where it's like, is his goal to just cause chaos, which releasing all of the 17 Titans would do, or is it to do it in a so specific way? But like when it hold on, wait, it's like when it does happen the way that it does happen in King of the Monsters, he just doesn't give a fuck. And that's the thing where I'm trying to balance it, where it's like, okay, I'll accept that disagreement on, because like it's not really specified in the novel and it's not really specified in the movie, where it's like Jonah has this specific goal set out where he's trying to do something, but like Emma ruins that.
Emma has the goal in mind where she wanted to release them one at a time for balance. Jonah, at least in the novel, is more explicitly described as a misanthrope, but based on what he says about human nature, he doesn't really care all that much, which I'd also say is a problem of the film, because they could have had more lines with him where he's present in the film, where they could have dialogue explaining that in more detail, but they don't. So at least given what we see in the film and based on external material, we can make that extrapolation there.
Okay, that's fair. I'm just saying, like, based on the film, like only on the film, I'll say, like, you know my opinion on this. They don't do a good job at putting the things that are well said in the novel into the film.
Yeah,
like I've always said that on my appearances here. They don't really do a good job that.
It's a
so, like,
matter
yeah,
of not only
I'll agree with that.
I will say this: Cottam's novel and GVK's to a lesser extent, Cottam especially, I think, is the closest to its film counterpart. But I would say that, like, yeah, I am also in agreement with you on that. And real quick before we diverge into another tangent, Rhoda, you had something you wanted to say, so you've been very patient. If he unmutes,
Oh.
like it. Okay.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, we're talking.
Sorry. I just wanted to say that I'm just kind of neutral on this whole thing. I just think the film's okay.
Yeah, me too.
So.
Oh, I think the film's okay. It's just like when I'm watching a stream about one of the Godzilla films. I love Godzilla. It's like, yeah. Let me.
Godzilla is fat.
Well, shut the fuck up. Godzilla can't listen. Godzilla can't exist. He gets the right to be fat if he wants to.
No, he doesn't.
Okay?
He has 50%
yes, they do.
body fat, dude. That is not.
Yes,
healthy.
they do. They get the right to
That
be
is
fat if they
not
want to.
healthy.
We saw 1998. They get the right to be skinny and take
And
Ozempic.
hot?
Yes, exactly. They get the right
Yeah.
to be skinny and hot, take Ozempic, strutting in New York City, or they get to be fat and obese like Lizzo and like completely destroy San Francisco and then come back with
there
Hong Kong.
is a limit though. Ultima.
Then Jared comes by and he's like, "What if Godzilla had
No,
a
Ultima.
V-taper?"
We all know everyone wants to smash Ultima. We all know
True.
that.
Why? I don't see the appeal. What's so smashable about that design?
Listen, Ultima has thick thighs. Thick thighs. Several rows of teeth, those thick luscious lips. Oh yeah, the thick thighs on Ultima. There's a reason they're called Ultima, baby. There's a reason they're called Ultima. Ultima thighs.
Dude, I can name you several better alternatives. Shin, Heise, Titanis Gojira, both Gare and Dore. Let's see.
Ultima has that thing that shake. Ultima has that tail that shake, baby. I love a long tail. I love a long tail on a kaiju, baby. Thick thighs and a long tail, baby. Give me a Ceratosaurus face. I love it.
Real quick. Is there any other?
I'm sorry. I have a better solution. We
make them kiss.
Wait.
About that. Well, it's a very big missed opportunity that we all didn't have Godzilla and Kong Yaoi yet.
Make them kiss.
Okay, listen. Adam Wingard, listening to him hurts me, but the best thing that I have ever heard him say, this is during the GVK director's commentary. It's during the roar-off in Hong Kong. Wingard is like, we wanted them to kiss, but then I realized Godzilla didn't have lips.
baby, you can still kiss a cheek.
Fair.
Exactly.
That's a good. Oh, that's good. That's
pretty
base.
base, Wingard.
We need
absolute base.
I am of the opinion that Toho saw like what degeneracy was running in America, and that's why they put up those bullshit rules. Like, no, Godzilla can't emote. He can't eat people. He can't do this. He can't do this. Let's go down the list of fetishes. He can't step on people. He can't do this.
I'll make him emote.
I just remembered this. If Disney can make a skeleton and a Frankenstein's monster kiss, why can't Lingard do it?
And that's why Toho released those rules for Godzilla for America
Exactly.
specifically.
That
Hey,
isn't fair,
we're
because
not
Japan
doing
have
any of that, baby.
That
Yeah, we
isn't
are.
fair because Japan can have tentacle hentai.
Yeah. They get listen. They get to have it, and
Copyright.
we don't. We have our rules too. We get to manifest destiny, and they don't. It's okay. Y'all get to do y'all hentai. We get to manifest destiny. We're not gonna do that with Godzilla, and you're not gonna do that over here. It's fair. It's fair. It's fair.
When did you say we weren't going to manifest? Who said we weren't going to manifest destiny with Godzilla?
Oh
Wasn't
my
that the
god.
plan to begin with? Wasn't that the plan since World War II?
Grant has the opportunity to change this. If this really is going to be the last MonsterVerse film, like it depends. But if this really is, then Grant has the opportunity to complete the saga and have Kaiju Yaoi.
We need Godzilla and Kong to kiss at the end of the next movie.
I need the Godzilla and Kong meme where like they run towards each other and then they start dancing to the random fucking pop song from the 2000s in the very last Kong versus Godzilla movie. Like, let that be the mending of cultures. Like, and I want you to.
I feel really bad for the little like 8 to 10-year-old that's getting their little iPad time and they see a stream. Oh, Godzilla King of the Monsters! I love that movie, and then they get in Godzilla stars.
No, what's it
Godzilla's
called?
railing
Like they're.
Wait, what?
Actually, no.
Also, I
I'll tell you
realized
later.
Rhoda didn't make his point.
One sec, yeah, Rodin didn't get to make his point, so
Sorry.
Oh, apologies. Sorry.
Okay.
Got too heated in the discussion.
Oh, yeah, that was heated.
Rodin, no, wait, hey, Rodin, go.
Yeah, that's probably more heat than the debate itself, which wasn't really much. But I wanted to ask Brayden. I know you're not a fan of the movie, and I know some other people aren't. Since you're the only one I wanted to ask, I'm not much of a fan of the movie either, but I understand that people do. And I think without it, we wouldn't have an impact on the franchise we love continuing going forward. So, do you at least like appreciate other people who, or like appreciate it in the sense that it continues its legacy in some form? Like, even if you didn't like it, you still have like movies from the past that you still like. This wasn't really. I didn't have to form this opinion or I didn't form this really well. Basically,
I like the movie.
Yeah.
I'm a fan
It's
of
the
this
best
movie.
MonsterVerse movie by far.
No, it's not. That's
No,
that is quite literal. No, it's not. No, it's not. The best MonsterVerse movie, and I'm sorry to say this to all the Godzilla fanboys, is unironically Kong Skull Island. I am so sorry that like Godzilla 2014 may rank up there as one of the best, but when it comes to like just the enjoyment, the monster action versus the story that's told, like, yeah, it's Kong Skull Island. King of the Monsters doesn't get that because people complain about the story and the monster action. Godzilla versus Kong doesn't get that because it's just unironically a shit story, but like it does have good monster action. Godzilla X Kong doesn't get that. Godzilla X Kong doesn't get that because it's a shit story. And then like, hey, the monster action is also quite shit and shit animated. King of the Monsters is up there, but when it comes to the best MonsterVerse story, when it comes to ratio of monster action versus human storytelling, it's Kong Skull Island. We saw that with the fucking box office.
I'll say this, yeah.
I'm sorry.
What's it called? Kong Skull Island. It really is just 2014, but told better, essentially.
Sorry about your luck. The best MonsterVerse is a Kong movie. That's why it's always GXK, not Godzilla. GXK.
For the monsters, I think Godzilla versus Kong was the
Wait. GSTE, what did you say?
For the monsters, I think the Godzilla versus Kong was the best in terms of monsters. The story wasn't that good, but I like the monster scenes in Godzilla versus Kong.
Okay, real quick. And then Brayden, what did you gonna say?
I do want to actually answer the question because I do enjoy the film, but I'm also highly critical of it. I think it's an absolute dumpster fire on almost every level. In terms of if I appreciate the effect that it's had on the franchise, I mean, I appreciate any form of art, like touching people in a positive way. I think that's what's beautiful about art, is no matter the quality, someone can always get something out of it. But if to extrapolate from that, I don't think most of the franchise is good for the franchise. Like, I think almost the whole franchise is a far cry from 54, and I think that's pretty bad, a bad thing overall.
That isn't
so,
an opinion, but I understand that sentiment that there's a lot of them that just don't live up to it, and a lot of them do their own thing. And I understand that not what everyone thinks about when they want to go into this franchise. And there's so many different movies that do different things, so I can understand why someone would be so put off by it. But for me, I think I've discussed this with some other people, like Star Wars. You know how Star Wars is now, but I don't like most new stuff, but I'm interested in Andor still. And I still have those other movies that I do love and appreciate. So if there's someone that loves those movies, I don't personally take any offense for it. Even if I hate them, I just leave it be and just.
Does anyone?
Well, there's certainly some people in this fandom that are like that. So.
Yeah, I assume they're not amongst us.
I'd bring up other fandoms like as similar long-lived as Godzilla, like Doctor Who or Star Trek, where it's like, hey, these shows and these movies have been going on for years and years and years, and there are people who will do the very same thing we're doing here that have been done here, where it's like when we go into the analyzation, we go very, very deep to the point where some people may say it's ridiculous. And then at the end of the day, we just have to realize it's like, it's not everyone's cup of tea. Like, yeah, that's the truth, and that's like a very simple way of thinking of it. But it's like when we're talking about the weight of these movies and how they initially land, like, yeah, I think there is a deeper discussion to be had about like how they land. I don't think, even with my defending that the MonsterVerse has landed well, even with Kong Skull Island being the best, it's like it's not a really good series. Sorry.
I mean,
I would like to.
Let's let Minecraft say something since he's been a little quiet.
I would like to say to Rooney's comment of if the legacy of Godzilla is built on poorly made Godzilla movies, then what is it even worth anymore? For one, there are a lot of really well crafted Godzilla movies. Even just because they're not to the standard that, say, 54 or I know, Braden, you have mixed opinions on it, but -1 or GMK or other films, that doesn't mean they're not worth it. That doesn't mean they're not worth bringing in because I wanted to state this. I know a kid who got into these movies because of the Polygon films. I helped a kid get into these movies, and he started with the Polygon movies. This was back in high school. It was an 8th grader, and he's becoming a Godzilla fan. And because of those movies. And for the MonsterVerse, I got into these films because of the MonsterVerse. King of the Monsters is one of the most important movies of my life. G14 is the most respected film I've ever had. Kong Skull Island was my first theatrical experience with a kaiju movie. So to say that the legacy doesn't exist because it's shit, that's disingenuous to the actual impact that this film that movies have had.
I think what's it called? Just to
say that
to argue the point real quick. I think that the sentiment, at least, is that, or at least the sentiment that Rodent and Minecraft is making, although I'd say the wording wouldn't necessarily be the best, is that even if the objective quality isn't the best, there is more value in the fact that it brought positivity to anyone's lives. And I think the argument that like Pyro or Braden are making in response to that argument is essentially that is fine, that is good, but if we are to make films that have a positive impact, then we ought to make films that are of an objectively good quality, because regardless of that, regardless of whether or not the films are good or not, there would be people who would find positivity in them regardless, and therefore there should be, like, directors, creatives ought to make films of objectively good quality. If I'm to bridge a gap between the points being made, because like this is coming from someone whose first Godzilla film is Godzilla's Revenge.
You started
I
high.
think.
You started at the top, dude.
No, like,
yeah.
It, like, I understand the point where everyone's gonna have their Godzilla film to, like, they're gonna love, and everyone's gonna have their starting point. I think that generally the value of discussions like this is the fact that if there is enough commingling and discussion on where the direction of things should go, then that is for the best. I think that even if a film isn't good, I think that the best discussions that are made should be because you are trying to make the film as good as it can be given the same circumstances, but just done better. So, like, when we're arguing about whether it's the writing or the animation, and I think that we shouldn't really necessarily make arguments like, oh, understanding world building is important. Is it necessarily important to the plot itself? No, but overall it sets a precedent that if you are going to make dialogue, or you are going to add small dialogue flourishes that overall add to the experience of making the universe more concise, that doesn't, and it shouldn't negatively impact a person who likes the movie for how it originally was. It shouldn't impact their viewing experience, because whether or not you liked it or not, if the change had occurred, you would still like it because you already have a good experience from the film. And all that change would be doing is making more people like it, and therefore bringing more positivity overall.
Can I say something real quick, Zim?
What?
Yes.
Say, is that not inherently valid for them though?
What do you mean?
For like having that sort of positive experience.
I don't understand what you're
Everyone's
saying.
positive experience is valid. Everyone's negative experience is valid. Everyone's experience in general is valid. That is the beauty of art.
Mhm.
But
well, I was going to say you can like or dislike something, say something is good or bad, but I say do that in terms of good faith when you're bringing up arguments, and you know.
Okay, you're preaching to the choir.
I think in this case is that, like, because if someone is saying a film is bad to someone who likes the film, and they are explaining why they think the film is bad, and someone proposes a fix to make the film better in their eyes, does the argument, or even mechanically the change that is being made, should that affect the enjoyment of the person who likes the film? I don't necessarily think it should, because unless the change, like, objectively would change the film in a way where it's like going off in some random direction you like is not even relevant to the film. So if someone was like, oh, instead of fighting King Ghidorah, they should have had them fight
Giant
Hedorah
Condor.
instead, or Giant Condor, or there
Giant
should have
Condor.
been a random segment with Bashir in it. That are like, could that hypothetically make someone enjoy the film more? Yes. But if you're proposing changes or fixes to a film, then it has little value, versus, oh, how about we contextualize this moment in the scene better so that overall it adds to a more concise and consistent viewing experience in the context of a cinematic universe.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Like,
that's kind of what I wanted to get at, is that, like, one of the reasons I say Kong Skull Island is just like one of the better films, if not the best film of the MonsterVerse, is because it does actually take a moment to step away from the source material of the character it's dealing with in Kong, and it sets up its own side characters. It sets up, like, you know, minor characters in the human characters. It's not the best, and I'm not going to pretend that it is when it comes to like storytelling in general, but when it comes to the Monsterverse, it's one of the ones that stands out because yeah, it does tell that story that does kind of like lead the message of like finding an enemy of someone who's not an enemy is just going to like come back and like fuck you up in the end. Like Skull Island does that better than almost any of the other Monsterverse films other than like 2014, because after that one it just kind of feels like the typical, you know, rock'em sock'em monster robot films like King of the Monsters, which y'all have been debating for like a couple of hours now. Like it does have its points on where it's trying to teach a message, but so far from listening to participating, the message of King of the Monsters is muddy at best. It's not fully fleshed out. And then we get Godzilla versus Kong, which is just like, okay, Rock'em Sock'em Monsters. And then we got Godzilla X Kong, which is Rock'em Sock'em Monsters too, but
With
like
bad animation.
exactly, like bad animation, and then like we're doing we're doing monkey versus lizard versus monkey versus evil lizard.
I will
and
say
it's-
though, I will say for Godzilla X Kong, I didn't watch it for a while because I didn't really know what to expect from it. But after watching it, I think it does well with unverbal communication, if that makes sense.
No, well,
I think-
I will agree with you 100% on
Yeah.
that. It does a really good job at telling most of its story between nonverbal communication between Kong and the other apes and Suko, and then
Yeah.
like Godzilla and Kong and the way Godzilla treats the other kaiju, where he just kind of goes in and obliterates them. It does a
well,
very
also the
good
visual storytelling as well.
exactly like it does a very good job in that. I'm not gonna say the visuals are the best.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna say like even though it does nonverbal storytelling, the nonverbal storytelling is still kind of fucking basic. Like let's be
it's
real.
very basic.
I think
Yeah,
also,
that's the thing
yeah.
I will get at. Like
Well,
GXK storytelling is so fucking basic. I would expect this to be one episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender. Like
I think
it's
like another
not
thing
that
too
complicated.
is that one thing I like about Kong Skull Island is that the main theme of that story is focused around the monster we actually care about in the movie. It's not about the skull crawlers. That theme is central to Kong, whereas the themes that you could get from 2014 have less to do with Godzilla and more to do with the Mutos. Like Godzilla,
that is a bit of an improvement that Conham also does with yes, Pyro, like you said, the theme is debatably not as well executed, but it is still more centralized around the titular monster, the one that
I will say that, yeah,
actually has a role.
I'll say real quick, like my thing with Kong Skull Island is that the fact is it's the pure fact that the monsters don't have anything to do with the story until the humans arrive and fuck shit up. I can't say that with King of the Monsters because Godzilla's already running around. We've already seen the Mutos run the fuck around. Like humans are already there. They're already, kind of releasing monsters by accident or by whatever the fuck. But Kong Skull Island is the one Monsterverse film where it's like, okay, this story doesn't happen unless Packard shows up and starts bombing the fucking island because he needs one last glory mission on his belt of medals. That doesn't happen with Monsterverse.
Well, I kinda
Not
felt that
Monsterverse, but
in,
like King of the Monsters. King of the Monsters, it's debatable what could have set that off. Whether they took the global warming route or like Emma Russell's fucking environmental terrorist route or whatever the fuck Jonah was doing or whatever the fuck motherfucker in Brazil was doing with King Ghidorah. Like it's like,
well, I kind of felt in Kong Skull Island that the story at the end where the general guy was trying to stop Kong with like explosives and stuff, despite him literally destroying helicopters in like 2 seconds. I didn't really like that. I thought it was a little bit like cheesy, a little bit extreme.
oh, that's
Yeah.
the thing. You weren't supposed to like it. That's because it was cheesy. Colonel Packard went there. He signed his troop up at the end of their deployment in the end of the Vietnam War because, hey, I opened my drawer up and I saw a bunch of medals for this war that no one's gonna fucking care about. And
Well,
then
I mean, if the film set up the general guy a little bit better and made the plan at least a little bit more reasonable, maybe showing that Kong had like a sensitivity or something to a certain weapon, I feel like it would be it would have made the film a
I
little
think
bit
that's
more.
fine
No,
because,
no,
like,
like
ultimately,
wait,
even
hold up.
had Kong, even like,
Wait.
real
I
quick,
think
just real quick, it's the
Okay.
fact that even if I don't think that Kong needed to have a sensitivity to it, because I think ultimately Packard's his entire crusade was doomed to fail, because ultimately he signs up his men who should have gone home to get into another dangerous situation. They are now stranded on an island, and instead of doing what he can to rescue his men, he uses their deaths, and as a result continues to fight for something that has no value at all, and instead just makes things even worse. Whereas with
Well-
like 2014, at least, like, we don't really have that.
Well, I think that's the main problem with Kong
wait.
Skull Island.
Well, no, like wait,
I'm-
time out. But like, wait. The problem is
one
with
sec.
Kong Skull. Time out. No, the problem with Kong Skull Island, we get that. We know exactly what sets the problem off. The problem on the island of Skull Island isn't Kong. It's the fact that geological disturbances will, trigger the skull crawlers to come out, and that's going to cause a problem. And that's what they do. And that's what. That's what I like about Skull Island. It's not about setting Kong off. It's about, if you want to focus on Kong, setting off his defense mechanism, which is triggering the skull crawlers to come up and disturb his natural ecosystem. But if we're focusing on Skull Island, it's the fact that humans come in and to, point out a comment that was made a couple of, hours ago. It's like they have an idea of what the hollow earth is, and their idea of figuring that out is dropping bombs. Colonel Packard gets this mission because they need someone to go and drop bombs. They drop bombs, and it doesn't awaken Kong, it awakens the skull crawlers, and that's why Kong attacks.
Who else
And
did you, by the way?
like Zim was saying that we don't get that in 2014, or we don't get that in the other movies with Godzilla. We don't get, hey, we're doing this thing that provokes Godzilla, really.
Well, I don't think provoking the monsters makes for like a good story or not. I think how you deal with those certain things that the film set up is really what makes a film good or bad.
Yeah, but even then, I would say that as like the setup for 2014 does really good for it does a good job in terms of setting up the Mitos, but it doesn't do the same good job for setting up Godzilla.
Yeah,
and I think
Godzilla's
that,
just
that's what I'm getting at. Like, Kong Skull Island does a better job at setting up Kong because we know beforehand what's kind of setting Kong off.
Well,
When
I
we
mean, the
see
MonsterVerse as a whole
drop-
doesn't really set up Godzilla that well.
and I think that's ultimately the
problem. That's what I'm saying. That's why Kong Skull Island is just like kind of the best MonsterVerse film. They do a better job at setting up Kong than they really do Godzilla. The Mutos just kind of pop up because of hey, we're doing some drilling here, and then Japan, and
Well, I
then the
wouldn't
Mutos.
say that makes for the best MonsterVerse film. I would say that makes for the best setting up of a monster in the MonsterVerse, but not really the best film. But overall, just like the grounding of the monster compared
That's
to
fair.
Godzilla.
I will accept that as a disagreement between us. But for me, it's
Yeah.
just like when I'm thinking about the monster being set up for the monster films, it's just like, which one am I gonna care more about? Right now, Godzilla is more of an aggro beast, and Kong is the sympathetic one towards humans. I'm going to care more about Kong because he pops up when humans are in danger, and Godzilla pops up when the nebulous world is in danger. That could mean anything. Humans are doing something, aliens are doing something, kaiju are doing something. Godzilla's gonna pop up and destroy him. Kong is gonna show up and like touch the human and be like, okay, I'm gonna beat my chest and defend you.
He's gonna what?
He's gonna beat.
He's gonna beat. He's gonna be hitting me.
Well, before
I just said
real quick, let GSTE say his point,
Yeah.
and then Mike.
Yeah.
In terms of the point, I remember what I was going to say earlier with the anti-nuclear message. I think if they presented Godzilla more like an anti-hero instead of making the whole film revolve around him being like a good guy in terms of King of the Monsters, I think that the nuclear message would, like, people wouldn't really assume that it was a good thing as much if they presented Godzilla as more of a necessary evil instead of like a good guy who's just trying to do the right thing for the world and things like that.
I'll
That's
add on
right.
to that. I'll add on to that and say, like, if they would have showed some of the kaijus who emerged during like that movie doing some good, it would have been a really subtle message on whether or not it's a good thing that they're all bowing to Godzilla by the end of that movie. If we got to see Behemoth actually doing some good in the movie instead of reading about it in the books or the comics, or we got to see like some of the destruction some of the other kaiju were causing, it would have been really good to see like how that would have impacted how they bow to Godzilla. Because we got Skyla, we got Muto Queen up there bowing to Godzilla, Methuselah, who we still don't know what the fuck they do.
I
Like,
love him.
He's never
Yeah.
coming back, and the reason why is hilarious.
And what happened to Rodan?
It hurts.
Oh god,
Rodan's gone
Methuselah.
forever.
Methuselah hurts. Rodan, I would love to see back, but like so far we got Skyla and Behemoth, and like Skyla's a
And they
destroyer.
killed Scylla.
Yeah, Scylla. They killed Scylla. Tiamat's dead, but like they have a baby, and like maybe
No,
that's
what's it called? It's even worse because they might even Deus Ex Machina her back.
Legendary. Don't.
Hey, I'm happy to see her come back.
I'm happy that she's coming back, but like the
Yeah.
way that they're bringing her back is kind of eh.
Listen,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna count any of that until I see it or I read it. But it's just like so far, Scylla's dead. Tiamat got blown apart, but we got the game where it's like they got a baby and like with the leak. The information there, they can regenerate and become a new Tiamat. Kong's down there, and it's like Behemoth is still just vibing around. So it's like we
He's
could have gotten.
literally been the one who's had the best run, I guess.
Yeah, we could have done a little bit more of seeing what these kaiju do in King of the Monsters instead of just roaming around random cities.
Yeah,
to
I
set
guess it's
what
up,
the mood would
and
be.
it's up to the and the movies later down the line didn't help the fact by one completely ignoring them in GVK and then killing two of them in GXK.
Exactly. Like, I don't like Tiamat's death because Godzilla just like home invades and is like, yo, I'm taking your energy and I'm going to fucking murder you. And then, Scylla, okay, cool, you're fucking up Rome. Yeah,
Well, I think
you gotta.
the main problem with King of the Monsters is like it feels like the filmmaker just had like the rights to only like one film that he could make, and he was like, how much stuff could I add in one film? So he's like, okay, let's do Burning Godzilla, let's do King.
Yeah,
let's do King Ghidorah, let's do Rodan, Mothra,
What I find
Oxygen
most
Destroyer.
interesting about King of the Monsters
one sec.
is-
One sec. I'm just gonna go. I think I've said my piece on this film.
Oh, you're
and-
bouncing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I was probably
yeah,
gonna
no.
end the stream in about like 5 minutes.
We gotta
so.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to bounce as well.
So yeah. Before I go though, go read the Nemesis Saga. Even I will admit it's basically the Monsterverse but better structured. Just go read those books; they're really good.
Not a high bar.
And I have a video essay about Nemesis, so you can get caught up on. So I have a video essay on Nemesis coming out in the future sometime. I'm still script writing. So read those if you don't want to deal with spoilers, or afterwards if I convince you. And yeah, Tiamat deserved better. Take care. Peace.
No, she didn't.
Bye.
So
I'm gonna have to bounce as well.
I may
So
leave myself.
yeah.
My ears are starting to hurt from wearing these headphones for hours.
Okay.
As far
Okay,
as for me, still love this movie to death. As far as recommendations from myself, go watch Ultraman or go watch Ultraman Rising. Go consider watching Gurren Lagann or stuff like that. And my Minecraft world, you are playing Persona 5 Royal. It is not a matter of if, it is a matter of when. I'm out,
Awesome.
and I'll see you. Oh, one more thing. Figured I mentioned this since we were talking about earlier in the stream, but tonight after this, I'm going to be watching the 56 Moby Dick. So that's
Oh, that's dope.
There you go.
My college library had the DVD of it available to rent, so I just brought it home for the week.
Wait, your
Nice.
college has DVDs?
Yeah.
Colleges have DVDs.
At the library.
Oh,
Yeah.
what's it called? No, I know what you're saying. I was thinking of my college's bookstore, not my college's library. Never mind.
Physical library, bruv.
No, because what's it called? I completely forgot about that with the libraries that we do have DVDs because I'm always in the portion where it's just our documents and stuff we have.
That's a skill issue.
All right. Well, see y'all.
Plus, I have so many DVDs.
Bye.
Anyway. Peace.
One last thing, Baggin deserved better, Tiamat deserved worse.
Oh,
I know what's it called. Real quick, Rodent had one more quick thing, and he was gonna be going out. So, what was the one last thing you wanted to say, Rodent?
Yeah, sorry I wasn't able to ask the question really well because it just runs to my time to think about it. But I had one other question because you brought it up, Zim, when you were answering me.
Mhm.
What I wanted to ask, what would you give -1 out of a 10?
Out of 10?
Yeah.
Probably like a 9.
Okay.
Probably a 9 or an 8.
Brady, I believe you said at one point -1, 4 out of 10 objectively.
Around that. I haven't watched it since it came out.
Well, I wanted to ask, you both believe that that in terms of like the quality of something is objective. I wanted to ask, who's right here?
I would then want to discuss with Braden.
Me, because I have a monkey profile.
I
picture.
will physically.
I have a monkey profile picture.
See, like Rodent, the
Instantly
answer
better.
is the answer is neither of them because the movie is a solid 8 at best.
True.
I said 8 or 9, so what's it called?
I'm not agreeing.
Oh
with
yeah,
that.
you waffled, Zim. I'm giving you a solid 8.
I love
at
my
best.
waffles.
I
You
love
can walk
that
away with your pancakes.
the first time
Yeah.
Nate and I discussed -1, he was drunk out of his mind. And I like at first I was like, he's giving really weird arguments. Then I realized he was drunk, and I'm like, oh okay.
What stream was that? Because I'll have to remember. What
I think it was the part 2 because I hadn't seen it, and then you're like, watch it. So I watched it, and then I'm like, homie, that was not good. And then you were like, I actually reviewed that stream with a friend a few weeks later. Dude,
Really?
you were giving like Last Jedi Defender level arguments. Like,
I'll have to. What's it called? I'll have to watch it again then, because we'll have to have a stream to go over that. Then.
yeah, we gotta have a round 2.
We have to have no, that'd be round 3, wouldn't that?
No, I wasn't in the first one.
You see how they
Oh.
waffle about it? It's a solid 8 at best. Like it's
I
a
will
good
fight
movie, not the best. Not the
I'd say
best.
it's a 6.5 out of 10.
6.5. We got a solid 6.5, folks.
6.5.
It's a 6.5.
The-
No one
the
does a
best
6.5 better than Godzilla
score.
-1. Wonderful
I will
score.
gladly-
It has the best score I've ever heard. But
know where that
the
goes.
movie
Okay.
itself is terrible. I don't care about Shikishima. I don't care about his suicide. I don't care about his baby. All I care about is Godzilla stomping around, chopping up trains,
Dude,
and
my-
maybe imposing some tariffs.
My favorite -1 review was the Letterboxd review. I think it was like 4 out of 5 stars, and it's like, man, if Godzilla did that to me with my 2.5-year situationship, I'd want him dead too.
Godzilla is a thicky Vicky, and no one can deny it.
Wait, what's it called?
True.
Braden, are you talking about the open mic?
I don't remember which
It was
one.
the Godzilla -1 open mics was what we did, right?
I think it was a part 2. It might have been a part 2. Because I remember I saw the movie a bit later than everyone else.
Yeah, no, it's what's it called? It's the open mic part 2 because that's the one you're in that has -1 in
Okay.
the title.
Yeah.
I'll have to.
that was-
You'll have to ask like what's it called? Refresh the arguments because either I'm gonna be like I stand by those, and then we'll have to hash it out, and I'll have to
I mean, I gotta
do again.
I gotta rewatch it because like my
Listen,
what is it?
do you really need to rewatch a failed kamikaze pilot like poning over the fact that he didn't get to kill himself? Like, do you really need to rewatch that?
Yes.
Yeah, it's relatable, you know.
Yes.
Is it really? Is it really relatable? Is it
Yes.
honestly that
Yes.
relatable?
Yes.
Yeah, after my attempts earlier in my life, yeah.
Yeah. But what's it called? Because I think we are literally waffling about the point that he's making.
I love waffling.
Yeah.
Quick thing, just to like briefly, very quickly add to the chaos. A friend of mine is a screenwriter. I actually did show him King of the Monsters a few weeks ago. Rooney watched it with us as well. He watched -1, and he's like, "So I watched -1," and I'm like, "What do you think?" And he was like, "It was all right." That was his response.
What's it called? Which friend are we thinking of? Or have I?
You haven't spoken to him yet.
Okay.
Actually, I think you two would get quite along.
Oh.
But
See, you're lucky. I tried to watch -1 with the guy, and we got to like right around the point where they were explaining Shikasima's baby.
Then you started kissing?
No, and then the
Oh,
dude
sorry.
looked to me and asked me, "Hey, where the fuck did this baby come from?" And I had to explain that the film was actively explaining that at the very same moment that he was asking that, because apparently the film knew that people wouldn't be able to keep up with, like, hey, Shikasima has this fucking baby now, and a little bit confused on where the fuck it came from. So like, yeah, even as a Godzilla fan, I can't really deny that, like, yeah, there's a little bit of stupid plot.
Oh, what's it called? I'll have
I have to disagree with that one there.
I thought the plot was the best thing about the film.
I'll have to do another. What's it called? We're doing.
I think the plot's the worst thing about the film. I
Yeah,
think the
no,
characters
like listen,
are
I'm a Godzilla fan, so like I love the plot dearly, but watching other people try and understand this from my, it's a little bit of a stupid plot if I have to sit down and pause it and explain, like, well, you see now, Shikashima in the time skip that happened now, he's dreaming about Godzilla, you see? It's not actually Godzilla attacking him, it's a Godzilla in the dream. And now there's the baby. Like, that's a bit stupid. Okay.
I
have to
would
explain
have to have a debate on this.
I don't even know what to even say to that, because
I don't even know what to say to that because
I think you have to be immediate illiterate to not understand the plot.
It is.
Time out. We talk about media illiterate here, but then like I watch you guys describe for half an hour how like King Ghidorah doesn't move right in King of the Monsters. Oh my god, they run wrong. Oh my god, the media illiteracy here. He runs wrong. Oh my god.
Excuse me, sir. That was
I'm being disingenuous.
I'm about to be disingenuous back.
Oh, let's go. This is why I fell in love with you in the first
Oh god, I love you guys. I'm being disingenuous. I watched you guys argue about how Godzilla doesn't move right and
He
how like
doesn't.
the frames weren't right for a half a fucking hour. And like, yeah.
What else
it's
do you think animation is?
Well, I think if anything, that applies to Godzilla -1 more than King of the Monsters.
Godzilla -1, everyone
worse animated, I
was
don't
able to assume that, like, hey, this guy is irradiated and like fucked up. King of the Monsters is like, did he run right? Did King Ghidorah take off in the right fashion?
No, he didn't. Because he's stupid.
I
and
think that those
anorexic.
were nitpicks, while Godzilla -1 like clearly focuses on Godzilla's movement throughout the film.
Yeah, but
I
like
think those
more
are
than
much-
more than Godzilla's movement, they focus on this one suicide bomber's failed attempt at suicide bombing, and now he's depressed about it.
Godzilla's animation is the
Yeah, true,
worst
but the
part of
Godzilla's
-1.
movement was a big focus in the film.
Yeah, but then like we did see him get nuked by General MacArthur's bomb, and like we saw how it affected his eyes, and we saw how in agony it was. Like, okay, I can get that. I can get why he's moving like a jilted cancer patient after being irradiated by the LA fires.
Yeah,
I
that'd be
can get
wild
that.
if he also obeyed momentum, you know, and didn't cancel all of his movement.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry, dude. Do like 200 feet lizards actually exist now? Like, I'm sorry.
No, but they could. If they did, they would obey momentum. I know that for sure.
If they did.
The main thing is that it's not really consistent. Like he moves like really weirdly, and then he like all of a sudden like moves like Godzilla X Kong for like 2 seconds, and then he
Hey,
like, goes
it's like
back to
Grandpa
normal.
finding his steps again.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Wait,
Grandpa's
time
like-
out.
No,
wait, Zim. Wait. Oh,
I will impose my will. I am God here. So
Well,
okay, I accept you, Zim.
You were God in the divorce court too.
Exactly, because we waffled on the point enough. Brayden, do you want to answer Rodin's point real quick?
You could use
because
his
I know
name.
I'm gonna end the stream off because I hit 4 and I'm gonna have to go to bed anyway. But I do want to answer his question.
You are weak.
You want me to tuck you in, Nate?
No.
Oh,
The restraining order still is in effect. Answer his question though.
It's because we all are looking at different data and we're all interpreting it differently. One of us is more accurate than the other, but in terms
That's
of
me.
who, that it's obviously me because I have a monkey profile picture.
Incorrect.
Sorry, that's the only thing you have, a monkey.
Actually, I have better social credit as well. So the Chinese regime will recognize my opinion higher.
You led with the monkey, though. That tells me all I need to know. That tells me all I need to know about your standards with the Chinese. Okay, you led with the monkey.
You led with the monkey. You led with the monkey. That tells me all I need to know. They don't
We
treat
all have
monkeys
different
well.
data, and we're interpreting it differently in terms of
Your
what
data is wrong.
The data's
Okay,
wrong.
I really need to bounce right now, otherwise my brain will melt from my ears.
He's gonna bounce so well. He's gonna
the best. He's gonna bounce on it so well. He's gonna bounce on it. Stupid.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna mute myself and let you go. I'm sorry.
Fantastic bounce. Yeah, so I'd second his point where we are looking at different data, we're interpreting them differently, and then
well, isn't that
an opinion changes because of the arguments that are made.
Yeah, it depends on the data.
Versus like if we're looking at the argument from a subjective perspective, then there really is no deeper discussion that can be made from a subjective point outside of I like thing or I don't like thing. Okay. And then,
disagreement does not inherently mean there's no truth to be found. By that logic, research shouldn't exist.
Well, it's also that certain things matter more than other things, depending
Yeah,
on how they're presented in the film.
In terms of like evaluating all that, also takes a lot of discussion and thought and finding that consistent standard, because it does exist. It's just we're human and we're emotional, so it's hard for us to find it, but it's there.
It's the entire point of research or just study of anything is to continue to accumulate more data, discuss points, refine them, and therefore come to a consensus. And it's not even the fact that like if a data reveals something differently, then objectivity has changed. It's the fact that we're getting closer to the truth. That's like the same point with science, where it's not like, oh my gosh, I follow the list science. It's the fact that there is a truth out there, and through that rigorous research, we better understand different sciences. Like I think for all of us, like paleontology is a good microcosm of this. Like we thought we understood certain things about dinosaurs that we parroted as correct things because we were told them on documentaries. But if those things have changed, it's not the fact that we were objectively like lying or objectively wrong. Based
just that
on
you were subjectively lying.
Damn, Zim, way to say something I actually disagree with you on. Like,
oh well, that's a whole other argument in of itself.
Hey, that's my ex-husband. Hands off.
Listen, that can be your ex-husband, and that can be my one-night fling that I'm always gonna pick a fight with. Okay.
Oh, I mean, kind of got to respect that.
There was a period in time when you were exes, and now I'm just taking over my mantle.
Jeez. But Rhoda, do you have a response to that?
I just can't have him.
I'm sorry, you guys were like going on a tangent. I completely forgot what you said. So.
Essentially, the fact that objectivity is that like objectivity is a true thing. Fixed wrong, but it's all the data that we do see and we discuss with ourselves is what allows us to be closer to the truth as a result, even if we both say something's objectively true.
I've never said that there isn't things that are objectively true. We use it. We go through the data and interpret it our own way. Like,
yeah.
And I think there's a way. I think a lot of people confuse subjectivity and objectivity, and I think sometimes they mix them up too much. And I don't know. I think this is a discussion for another time, and you guys need to end this. But yeah.
At the end of the day, anyone with a monkey profile picture is right. Everyone else is wrong.
Wrong.
Just remember, Vic's wrong, Pyro's wrong, C's wrong, Braden's wrong, Rhoda's wrong, GST.
We're building the wall against monkeys
I'm
and
not
anyone
wrong.
named Zilla.
Because I chose you. So how can I be wrong?
Granted,
no, you're not with me anymore. That's why you were wrong.
I
Very
could
large
be.
wall.
You
I
can
think in
change
terms
that.
of I think in terms
Very
of
tall wall with a dome.
I think that I think in terms of objectivity in the films, I think a lot of people they mix subjectivity and objectivity, and sometimes they use it to like benefit their argument. They point out objective things and then they trying to point out their subjective thoughts on something. I think that happens a lot in like reviews and types things where they point out things that, you know, actually happened and then try to base something off of that. But I think certain films, they do certain things better than others. And it's hard to say exactly because certain films try to do different things.
GST, can I agree with you for 1 second?
No.
I mean, it could be like lack of.
I see
It's
how
not
it
possible.
is.
Tell what happens.
No, I was
Wait,
gonna.
wait. Y'all get one more closing statement and then I'm gonna make things.
Okay,
I do have to be up early because the snowstorm's hitting me bad, so I'm gonna need to shovel myself out for work.
Hey, same. So was me. I'll say this real quick. I agree with GST, and one of the reasons I joined like this panel was for the simple fact I got tired of people on here arguing about like, well, actually in real life the nuclear radiation reacts like this, and actually in real life, you know, that's not how a creature would move when they're
In
taking
real
off on
life,
flight.
then-
In real life, that's not how a
Then why
creature
are you
would run.
defending Godzilla?
I have a monkey profile. I have a monkey
I
profile.
do have a monkey profile. It's a really cool profile. Look at this profile.
There you go.
But like,
he's like talking when I talk. Look at, he's like, oh
yeah, no, but like seriously, it's like in the fact where it's like we're delving into a fictional world where fictional creatures that exist and whatnot. I joined this thing for the simple fact that for some things the suspension of disbelief couldn't be believed, but for the initial premise of like, hey, giant monsters that break the square cube law that can't exist and they exist and they're running around, but like we can't ignore the fact that King Ghidorah takes off in a weird stance. We can't ignore the fact that like radiation doesn't work the same way it does in the real world. Those are simple things that when it comes to storytelling, I think that like, yeah, we have to kind of suspend the disbelief of when we're dealing with certain premises, especially when it comes to the premise of giant monsters that don't need to actually eat. They can feed, you know, on the substantial radiation of the natural globe, and they can exert that out, and they can.
And I
Cool.
just wanted to add one thing.
Okay,
real
wait.
quick. One of the
GST,
points
that will be
Oh,
your closing
sorry.
statement. Pyro, you made your closing statement.
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going.
GST, no, you're good. You're good to make your closing statement. GST,
Wait, who?
The
Me?
floor is yours. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, to that point, I wanted to say something. I was in the comments earlier. I wanted to say something real quick. In terms of like this real radiation thing, based on like real radiation, isn't like blue radioactivity like the strongest version, and the red is like weaker? Right?
Yes.
So what? So I don't really think that
think
you
Black
could base
Rudy
like
did say
real radiation on like the Godzilla film that basically has this thing with like when Godzilla turns red, he's like more powerful.
Wait, what's it called? Do you mean like infrared? Because I don't
Burning.
think that's like. I know he's meaning burning, but when you said red radiation, I think like you're only thinking of like infrared because there isn't like a red equivalent to like Cherenkov radiation.
Well,
If-
orange or red or
But
whatever.
what's it called? But I understand the point that you're making.
Yeah.
Counterpoint: Godzilla's colorblind.
Let's see. You get your closing statement now.
Okay. So obviously my stance on King of the Monsters is pretty much you know, maybe aside from like a couple little things here and there, you know, I still hold the stance that it's you know, still quite good, actually, really good. And as far as I may as well just put a plug out right now, you know, before I exit. Yeah, find me on my channel. I have a stream tomorrow evening. And I have a video on Godzilla Final Wars that's out. It's been out for a little while, so figured I'd plug that. Got some projects on the pipeline. One of them being a video on GXK, which is looking to be you know, pretty decently sized, pretty decent longman so far. Not even done yet. Not even done with the script yet. So, but yeah. As far as recommendations, go watch Nosferatu 2024. Excellent
Of course,
movie.
like the one day where I'm like, oh, but my early morning got cleared up because of the storm. I'm like, oh, I might be able to join C's stream, and then it's in the evening when I'm working. Thanks, C. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I kind of have some things.
No,
going
you're
on
good. Don't
tomorrow
worry.
today.
I'm just fucking with you.
All right.
Brayden,
Good night,
you
folks.
get the next- Night, man.
Good night.
Brayden, you get their closing statement next, and then wrote it, and then Vic, because you haven't said anything for like most of the stream, Vic, so you get to sit in the back. Everyone else. So Brayden, go.
I just want to say, Pyro, it's on site, homie. It's on site.
I fucking hate monkeys.
I gotta watch two
Wait.
people who love me and care about me fight.
Are you in? You're Nate's server, right?
Yeah, bro. I hate monkeys. Fuck you.
Wait, I forgot what your tag is.
It's the same thing, I think.
It's the same thing. You're too stupid. You're a fucking monkey, bro. That's why you're making all these fucking bad opinions, bro. Like, you're just sitting here making monkey opinions. Ooh, nigga. I like monkeys. I like bananas. That's what you're doing, bro.
Hey, at least my thing is real. You have a kite. What is that? It's like I can't even tell what that is.
You see fire. You know how my name is the Pyro Tyrant. That means the Fire Tyrant. It's fire, dumbass. Monkeys don't know that.
Seems like the only thing going in flames is your reputation.
The only thing going in flames is your fucking arguments, bro, because you don't know what it means to actually live within the realms of a story. King Ghidorah doesn't fly well.
I could make you sound just as stupid by being like, "Oh, the economy's affected. We should."
This is why I am God in my server. Y'all are rabid little.
You don't need to make.
I always have the nuclear option. You can say you're alone.
This is great.
I love this.
I'm too stupid too fast.
Full transparency. Dude, you're awesome. This is great.
Oh no, I love you guys. I'm sorry, Zim, for like causing a wrench. Like I just love coming in here talking about Godzilla and shit and just fucking around with the dudes. Like
I would like what's it called? Literally, if I didn't have to sleep, like one of these days, I have to admit, I think that if I hit to like 2K viewers, not viewers, 2K subs, which is a small order, just 2,000 subscribers. There is one day I will take at least maybe 3 days off, and I will try to do a 24-hour live stream and just have us on for as much as I can.
God,
I will try to do that. I think actually that will be I might make that as like a subscriber goal by the end of this year. If I get 2,000 at least 2,000 subs, that'll do a 24-hour live stream for us just doing this.
I love these streams. I love what Zim puts on for content. Like, I love watching them. Brayden, you're actually excellent. Your points are like very valid, but you're still stupid because you're a fucking monkey. Like, that's not my fault. That's your fault. Like, get better, scrub. I love everybody here.
I need to evolve. Oh, fearsome Brayden must evolve.
I'm like, I should just end it and not tell anyone, but then I hear something like that. I'm like, this is why I just let things kind of go. All right, let's go. Rodin, make a closing statement.
Well, I didn't even hold on. Let me just make a quick closing statement.
Banana.
We barely discussed the movie.
I know.
This was a train wreck. The tiniest little points were discussed.
Well, I mean, most of it was talking about color of the film.
I did enjoy that, but overall, I enjoyed this. This was a lot of fun. Y'all were fun.
This is what's it called? You know what? I should just next time. I'm gonna review this, and I'm gonna review the last one, and I'm gonna nick off certain things to not discuss, because then it means I can keep doing more rounds of these, and that just means we'll finally get through the entire film at one point. And then I should just edit them all together and make a gigantic supercut of everything.
That would be funny.
Yeah.
I'll probably be in like 10% of it because.
No, I will literally. What's it called? Because it was fun having you on for this. I should.
Oh, thanks.
Try to get more of the weekends off, just to have the current group that I get. Because I like the one thing that's unfortunate is the fact is like most of my hours for my work are on the weekends because no one wants to work the weekends. But it also that means I get more money on the weekends. But
hopefully in advance, because I had to like schedule this. I had to like tell people like, no, this weekend I'm booked.
I will probably with the fact that because of that, I will probably try to like plan another one in like the summer, but like get the day off in advance.
Listen, Zim, all I know is I'm gonna show up like Scar King, be like literally no threat whatsoever, shit on your face, and then fuck off for like 6 more months.
I know for the fact that you lurk in my server, just all my shit. Because I
Oh,
think
of course,
you were in the
course.
other one. It's just you couldn't join the last one. I think.
Yeah, like of course, like I love lurking in servers and shit. Like y'all talk about the most interesting things. I watch all of your streams. Like, yeah, I'm gonna be back in 6 months.
Understandable.
What's it called? I should just put it as a playlist, be like the Tyrant playlist.
Just to plug, I only have a Twitter right now. It's the same handle.
Fucking
That's
monkey.
Yeah. Monkeys can't make YouTube videos because I haven't made one in over a year. So
monkeys and typewriters.
Yeah, I typewrite my videos by just slamming into the keys.
I love you guys.
I love you too, homie. This is fun.
6 months, Zim. You have 6 months.
How many months? How many?
6 months.
How many months?
6 months.
Rick, your points. Your final closing statements. Por favor.
I mean, I didn't really have much to say. I wish I could have come up with a better argument, but
you're good. Don't worry.
There's too much autism here.
This was pretty chaotic.
We thrive in the chaos.
We do.
We're thriving on one brain cell, folks.
But hopefully I can discuss things in a better, more proper way next time, if there isn't.
Oh, there will be, and there's always the next time.
In 6 months.
6 months.
6 months.
Well, I hope it's not as crazy as it is now, but I highly doubt it.
Oh no, we thrive in the chaos.
Listen, as long as y'all don't get into an hour debate about how King Ghidorah takes off and about how the color looks good because it depicts the time of day, because that's the time of day and the time of the sun.
Maybe that's why.
It will be good.
Because what's it called?
Well,
if I do that, that's gonna get you to actually come back into the stream. So that
Yeah, you know what? We'll pull you in like a homing beacon.
A tarred beacon.
Every time the monkey man talks about fucking CGI and shit, I just like, no, I can't deal with this. No, fuck you.
Vic, you're what's it called? You're up because finally I get to you. You've
God
been
bless you,
like,
Vic.
essentially, you're like in my house, just kind of chilling somewhere in the corner. Like I walk around the corner, you're just like you wave to me. And you're like, hey, I'm like, what?
Yeah. All right. So I guess since I finally get to speak, for the most part, I was always on the side of I really like King of the Monsters, since that's what we're supposed to talk about, I guess. And I think that everyone's going off, but I'm here for it as well. I love just watching the chaos from afar. But I guess for the most part, happy to be in the room, I guess. Nobody knows what I'm thinking.
No,
Emma Russell, she I can take it or leave it.
Okay, you know what? I agree with you. Fair, because like
I just gotta say,
Mm-hmm.
justice for visual effects, they do matter, and color.
What's it called? What's I gonna say? I don't know. I literally I think this is like, even though it drops significantly in terms of viewers, I appreciate the fact that like anytime I do these streams, they are the ones that always end up having like the most viewers per capita. So I appreciate that.
It's just the autism that just
no,
pulls
I think it
everyone in.
like it's the autism and the fact that it's always on like the MonsterVerse.
It's because I'm obviously correct all of the time.
Oh wait, no, Blackaroonie.
But it's like what's it called? It's
he is in the
it's one of
chat.
those cases where I'm like, the Monsters videos probably just do better generally.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Because like I can tell you this, there is a kaiju review I've been working on, but I've been having to sift through so much of the lore that got sent to me. It's just been taking so long. So like those are coming back. It just this one just is taking a long time. But I really want to make it good. But I appreciate everyone for coming in.
I want
New closing statement. I think no matter what, GVK and GXK are still the greatest films in
I will
Monsters.
slap you.
Boo!
Okay.
Boo this man! Boo this man!
I think
He
it's
is
better
wrong.
I think they're better written than anything in King of the Monsters because less humans, better, simple.
Wait.
No,
he's all gung ho.
Listen. Time out. Don't laugh at Vic because that's a valid opinion. King of the Monsters ain't that good. I just have to ask Vic, what about Kong Skull Island?
It's great. But
No, I mean, like compared to GVK and GXK, like
it's very well done. But I like the GVK or the Wingard films in general because they up the ante more than
fair.
anything in Skull Island.
That is very fair. I will admit the action is very much there.
Yeah, there's a semblance of action in those movies.
Yeah, like the same action I would get as shitting my pants on like a Wednesday night.
Yeah.
There you go. I ended there. What's it called? Because I need my sleep. And
Pyro, I
yeah.
want to find a movie that you and I are completely split on, and then just get in a live stream and just yell at each other about
Oh
it.
no, like I would actually love it. There are several films where I know it's like, yo, it's just pure slop, but I love it.
I mean, then I'd agree with you. I mean, like something we both fundamentally like disagree in terms of quality. I'm sure there's something. There has to be something.
Of course. How do you feel about like Jurassic Park 3? How do you feel about Jurassic Park 3?
I haven't seen it in a long time, but I don't remember it being good.
The Jurassic Park 3 was actually quite well done as like the last trilogy of the film. It actually served as like the last trilogy of the film.
Actually, do you guys want for anyone who's watching live, would y'all want to see me do Jurassic stuff? And not just Jurassic stuff, but dinosaur stuff in general. I wouldn't mind doing like a Jurassic stream at least once, but I don't think it's something I want to do.
To get so
I'm
Jurassic,
gonna
we could
do
fill
it
a
right,
park.
Zim. Address them as your fans.
I am Jurassic Park 3's biggest defender. Like, you will never, like, that film is actually quite good, seeing as what we got afterwards. Like, yeah, fuck you. I'd take Jurassic Park 3 over Jurassic World any day.
All
Yeah,
I'll
what's it
rewatch
called?
Jurassic Park 3.
I'd watch. Let's go. I do like Jurassic Park 3 more than World, but like I think World is better than the other two World films. So it's like it just went downhill after World. But nope.
Jurassic Park 3 as the worst Jurassic Park film is better than Jurassic World in any of the Jurassic World films.
The
I'll defend that.
Spinosaurus can get it.
Shut the fuck up, monkey.
Right.
You know I'm right.
I'll end that there. This has been
Say goodnight to your fans. Address them.
Good night.
Address your fans.
I'm not gonna say it.
Say it. I don't know what it is, but say it.
No, I'm not. I'll say it
What-
after
what
the
is it?
stream.
What is it?
Peace, guys.
Degenerates like you belong on a cross.